Namaste, Kalimera, hello, good morning and welcome to the European Cricket Network. It's time for day 2 here in Cyprus. Yesterday was a fantastic day which saw the reigning champions, the Sri Lankan Lions, win all 3 of their matches. Which one of the teams that we'll see here today can keep up with them? And it is a big day as well. 6 matches coming up your way. I'm Rika Full, you're watching the European Cricket Series in Cyprus. It's the Encore and the action starts right here, right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
The Lions did have a good day yesterday. They roared to 3 wins out of 3. The question is, which teams can stay up with them? Well, one team that did pretty well last time round, finishing second in Group A behind the Sri Lankan Lions, was Limassol Qalandars. We're going to see them in action first up this morning. They're taking on Everest, who couldn't get a win in the 3 matches that they played yesterday. The tournament referee, Nilkesh Patel, has the captains with him. Let's join him for the all-important coin toss.
Your call? Head is a call, it is head. Qalandar won the toss and decided to bat first.
Limassol Qalandars have won the toss and decided they will have a bat first. It's something that I thought teams would be doing as soon as they got here yesterday. If you look around me, the outfield is burnt. In other words, the grass has gone. It's all down to the heat. It also means that it is rapido. The ball is going across this surface like torpedo, so it really is. And the pitch itself, look, it does offer a little bit to the seam bowlers. But from what I saw yesterday, if batters do get in on this, they're going to go and score stat loads of runs. That is what the Limassol Qalandars are looking to do first thing this morning. Last time round, they did well in the group stages. As I mentioned before, they finished second behind the eventual winners of the tournament here back in January. So finishing second, they had a 4-4 record, but they came up and stuck against Encore when it came to their eliminator. That surprised a lot of people. They will be hoping that once again, like last time, someone like Sohail Hamid, Mohammed Qasim, and also Salman Khan will feature for them and play well here. Let's talk a little bit about Everest. Everest, they had a difficult day yesterday. They came back to the European Cricket Network after missing out in January. They started pretty well. They got a loss against the Napa Kings, but at least they were able to pick up a point. But then after that, well, they got well beaten by 94 runs by the Sri Lankan Lions. And in their last match, well, they got absolutely thrashed when they only made 48. So they're looking to come back strong here this morning. They do have good players amongst them. Ashish Bam played some very good cricket yesterday. He did score a half century. But other players, someone like Arjun Sahi, have to really perform. One guy, though, really can make a difference if he goes well here today. That's Mohammed Hussain. This guy, the left armour, he bowls with some serious pace. So first up this morning, Everest. They've been here, they played 3 matches yesterday. They know what to expect. Maybe that will serve them well. But they're up against the Qalandars, who probably come into this one as favourites. It was great to be alongside Nish yesterday. Nish, been absent from the network for a while, but he's back and he was going great guns yesterday. Nish, the news from the middle is that the Limassol Qalandars will be having a bat first.
Thank you very much for that update, and it's day 2 of our ECS Encore here in Cyprus. What a terrific first day we had. Saw some really exciting cricket and some absolutely incredible batting. Let's see if the bowlers can work their way back into some of today's games. Here's a look at our opening match of this ECS. The Napa Kings notched an emphatic victory to kick off their campaign. They just about missed out on the bonus point as Everest got to that 70% mark and spared their blushes by picking up that point. The Sri Lankan Lions then would kick off their title defense with a massive victory, a dominant victory against the Napa Kings. They take 3 of the 4 points here, and it was largely thanks to a great performance by Akila Kalugala, that man continuing to keep the runs flowing. The Sri Lankan Lions then would pick up a bonus point victory against Everest. This was about as dominant as it gets. Runs all over the order. Kalugala and Rajith with half centuries each. Gunasekara coming in the middle order and batting terrifically. And then Chamal Sadoun and Reyes bowled superbly in that second innings. Unfortunately, there would be no respite for Everest. They'd make it 3 losses, I should say, in a row to kick off their tournament, and 2 consecutive bonus point losses. They were rolled for 48 in this game, and Royal CC chased this total down in just 3.5 overs. And we rounded out the day with a match between Royal CC and Sri Lankan Lions. Royal CC looked like they posted a slightly below par total, but nothing could have prepared us for what we saw in the second innings. The Sri Lankan Lions chasing down a target of 117 in just 5 overs. With that run rate, they were on track to reach 234, about as dominant as it gets. Let's have a look at the standings for Group A. Of course, we're going to kick off this tournament with Group A matches. As we saw, Sri Lankan Lions making it 3 wins in 3 to start out their campaign. 2 of those 3 wins were bonus point victories. Everest, unfortunately for them, went winless yesterday, and they're going to be involved in our opening match of the day against the Limassol Kalundars. And here's a look at our fancy dashboard. Everest, once again, they've dug themselves in the hole. They tend to do this in campaigns. They were 0-5 to start out their last ECS, which was last year, as a matter of fact, but then they had a great rally in the second half of the campaign where they had 5 consecutive victories. The Kalundars, well, they're a little bit hit and miss. We know they've got some hitting power. They can bowl well. But it's just a case of whether they can be consistent enough throughout this campaign to put on a real challenge to maybe pull up an upset and try to get a chance at grabbing this ECS crown. Here's a look at our win predictor. The Kalundars fancied as 65% favorites. You'd say that Everest didn't do much yesterday to bring this closer to 50%. It was a pretty rough day for them. There's a lot of potential in this team, and I expect to see a rejuvenated, re-energized Everest team here this morning that will give the Kalundars a real challenge. A very good morning to everyone joining us in the chat. Great to have you over here, Rob. Kalimera from Cyprus. And this should be a great match. I think these two teams a little bit more even than the win predictor might suggest. And we could be in for a good one to start out day 2. It's Super Sunday. We've got 6 matches coming up for you today. A hextuple of cricketing action. It's a long day ahead. Should be a fun day. Interesting here. They're going to open the attack with Lumsel. Usually you'd see the left arm gun, Mohamed Hussain, opening the bowling. But unfortunately for Everest, he's unavailable for this game, and this one is popped up in the air. This is a catching opportunity, but it's just going to sail over the fielder's head. Even if he was all the way back on the rope there, I don't think he had a chance of that one. Let's just take another look at this. It's a short one. It's not a good delivery there. But the shot wasn't the most convincing strokes. A little bit loopy, but just about had enough to get above Shahi's head. And it's a rough start here for Everest. Great one if you're the Kalundars. Just a little late. Beautiful stroke there by Mohamed. And in the end, it's a little bit of foot fielding. And it's a couple of runs. Boy, maybe if he was playing for Dortmund last night, the result could have been a bit different. But yeah, we've seen some good footwork here in these first couple of days in Cyprus. Obviously not the most lush playing field, so you can understand why certain players are bit skeptical of diving. Once again, width on offer. It's cut away. Beautifully stroked away. That's 2 boundaries for Mohamed off the first 3 deliveries. Really nicely played. Yeah, this gamble to open the attack with Lumsel so far hasn't paid off for Bhuvan Khatri. Now, I'd have been tempted to go with Shahi for the first over. I mean, Hussein's missing, but might as well go with your other gun quick bowler. Oh, and he's very lucky over there, isn't he, that it's ricocheted off the stumps. That was destined to go for another boundary. Gotta say, Lumsel, he's just getting his lengths all wrong, isn't it? It's way too short. Way too short. Can't afford to be bowling there. And Qasim, though, he didn't even run. That was a Really should have taken the run over there. I think he was just sitting there admiring his shot, expecting it to go for 4. It's a very lucky boy, in all honesty, Lumsel. Too much width on offer again, but he finds the fielder at point. Dangerous bowling, you've got to say, in all honesty. Now it's just tucked away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. He'll keep strike to start the next over. 13 for nothing at the end of the first. Solid start here from the Calendars' point of view. Lumsel might just want to change things up a little bit. So here's a few of our stats from our first day here in Cyprus. As you can see, we had tons of runs scored yesterday, largely thanks to the Sri Lankan Lions, who put on an absolutely fiery display. And we saw 47 wickets as well, 67 big ones, of course. This is a rather small playing field, so if it stays hit, it's usually going to clear the boundary rope. This is pushed away by Muhammad. He'll get a single. Shah, he's going to bowl this a second over. Of course, got a big bumper day of Super Sunday cricket action. I'm Nish Putt. I'll be joining you for today's action alongside ECN icon Rico Full.
Kalimera, everyone. Thank you, Nish. Good to be here on another scorcher of a day as this one has gone all the way. It's going to be a minimo, so I come in and the runs start flowing. Minimo as he strays down on the leg side now. This is one guy, Nish, who has to have a better day today, doesn't he? Arjun Sahi, we know he's a quality player. He showed that to us last time we were here. But so far, he just hasn't found his form. And that's a good example of it there, straying down the leg side. This one's been tucked away, and that's beautifully played. And, well, you see the batter there doing what Dortmund couldn't do yesterday. He finds the back of the net, I think, here. Right in the corner. Thank you very much. Yeah, congratulations to Real Madrid. And from Spain to Italy, it's a Republic Day. Festa della Repubblica. So I hope all the Italians are enjoying their day. Celebrations will take place in the city of Rome to celebrate the creation of the Italian Republic. So enjoy your day to all the Italians. Everest, can their day change here today? 3 losses yesterday. They need to get some points on the board. Sahi, better delivery, bit fuller. He'd be disappointed he wasn't able to stop it though. The batters will come through and take the single.
I think this has been much better over here by Shai. I think he's come back well after those couple of loose deliveries. Let's just see if he can get a wicket here, though. This man here, Muhammad, they need to get rid of him.
Yeah, I like the way that Calendars are taking their singles here. These two are probably pretty key. Oh, look, last time when we saw Limassol Calendar, Sohail Ahmed was their leading run scorer. Mohamed Qasim was there as well. But none of the others really clicked. So this is a big match. And, of course, you touched on it there. No, Mohamed Hussain, the fiery quick bowler for Everest in the lineup. That just means that they're going to be a little bit weaker in the bowling attack. This is what the table, Group A, looks like so far. The Lions, 3 out of 3 yesterday on 2 occasions. They took the full quota of 4 points. Well, CC got one good win. They thumped Everest, didn't they, bowling them out for 48. But then they got thumped themselves, didn't they, in the very last match. So that's the way the tables are looking at the moment. But, of course, all that could change here today. We won't see the Sri Lankan Lions in action. So it's an opportunity for maybe some of the other teams to make their way towards the top of the standings. New bowler comes on is Lumsal, continuing to bowl, but this is another guy. I mean, Lumsal has to find his touch with the bat for Everest. Making some subtle changes in the field. It's been hit firmly, but to Arjun, who makes no mistakes, just a single. Yeah, good evening yesterday. Did you have a good evening?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was a pretty relaxing evening. It was a long day. I think it takes getting used to the 5 days again. So had a little bit of a nap and then caught a bit of the final at the end as well. How about you?
Yeah, very good. I didn't watch. Look, I knew what was going to happen with the football, and being a Barcelona fan, I wasn't gonna gonna sit there and go through the pain and torment of Real Madrid winning yet again. But look, fair play to them. I think they've made that Champions League their own. But no, just took it nice and easy after a long day the day before with all the travelling. This one gets through the fielder. It's a little bit sloppy from Aram Jaishwal. So that's going to be 4 more. Sohail rocks back. But yeah, I know it's first thing in the morning. That's like me getting out of bed. I know it's a bit difficult to bend down and move around. But yeah, you got to have warmed up and do better there. So, and that one will go all the way. Bolle. Kinna zona. Shaka lagya. They're just bowling runs here, Everest, at the moment. And if they don't tidy up this line pretty soon, once again, they could be at the wrong end of a 150 score.
I think Lumsel, he's just been bowling far too short throughout his spell, especially at his pace. He needs to get it right up there, doesn't he?
He certainly does. So, and is this round the wicket approach that I just don't think works for bowlers with bowling right arm? Again, short, but this time it's too wide. The batter quite rightly just leaves it alone. I think Mohamed Hussain is coming up with some coffees here. Coffees are on the way. He's doing a grand job, you know. He's everywhere. I think we're going to see him do a bit of umpiring today as well. El Presidente. Lumsel does get out of this over. 37 without loss after the 3. I suppose it must be different for you in the mornings. You don't have not woken up by the the sound of what a sergeant major coming in and saying, "Come on, boys, up you get." That reminds me of it ain't half hot, mum. You know, it's I bet you're used to some early starts, aren't you?
Yeah, certainly. It's quite nice to not get woken up by one of your colleagues screaming at you, get up, you got 5 minutes to put everything on.
Mind you, you did say to me this morning, you normally take a lot of time to get ready in the morning, but now, after your little military stint, 10 minutes, was it?
Yeah, it was. I was actually amazed at how much I changed as well. I kind of impressed myself, which was a bit of a new achievement. But yeah, I think I do hope it makes the long ECN days a lot easier.
Well, they do say that's the whole idea, isn't it? You do your military service, and it changes you. Well, it's changed you in the mornings. You're a lot quicker getting ready. All right. Tell you who else needs to change, Everest. Pandit comes on to bowl. He's going to... Good start. At least he's on the money, and he doesn't give any extras away.
Yes, John Pundit yesterday had a bit of a mixed day. I think we saw some of his potential, but he bowled a few too many looseners at times.
Well, that's that loosener, and this one gets through the keeper. The chase is on. Iba. Y no puede. It's going to be, well, wides again. And another Minimo just gets this completely wrong. And the wicketkeeper has got to do better there, really. Doesn't make the stop. There's Ashish Bam. And, well, he needs to stop these because he's going to be the one responsible to try and get these runs. So, more extras. Pandit trying to get it right. Good morning to the umpires out there. Umpire Saranga Sujith Abdul is the third umpire. And Nikesh Patel, as you saw at the coin toss, is the tournament referee. As the ball this time will be fielded. And yeah, see, I like that. I liking the backing up there from Kasim. And these two look like they have batted well together, don't they? And they're just applying a little bit of pressure here on Everest.
Yeah, this is, I believe, their second ECS batting together as an opening pair, and you can just see they're starting to get that rapport together. Good bit of chemistry as well. This one is probably just veering down the leg side, but going to take a shot at the stumps. He was nowhere close to them, and they'll scamper across for a single.
Yeah, Sohail Ahmed, and 157 runs he scored last time, and Kasim wasn't that far behind, 119. So you know that they are the key men to get you off to a good start. Oh, goes for the big one. This doesn't miss the stumps by much. Yeah, Shahid Khalid was also one of their top scorers, not in the lineup here today, but remember it's early days. They have got back-to-back matches here, Limassol Kalanda, and well, I hope you're ready for a big day today, folks, because not only do we have not 5 but 6 from Cyprus, and then of course 2 matches today from Portugal, the night series. And well, this one might be going to Portugal. That's gone a long way. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Seis carreras, and I think that's a signal from the umpires when they're giving the 6 and saying, new balls, please. That has been absolutely thumped.
Oh, ready for launch. That was a huge hit there by Qasim. It's right in the slot for him, waited for it, and bang, smashed that one well over cow corner. That one lands in that little football training pitch just to the right of our location.
Well, Gulzar, he's our friend Gulzar, is the ball retriever. He's going to be a busy man today, because that is gone far. All right, here comes another ball. So Pandit coming onto the attack. He's gone for 12 of the 5 balls that we've seen so far. Now watch out, this is going to go all the way. Seis carreras, that's a big hit. Smash big into the olive trees. And there's another one that will disappear. Gujar has just come back from finding one, and now he's got to get back in the jungle to find the other, courtesy of this. Just bowling the wrong length. And 4 overs complete, 56 on the board. And, well, where's this? Where's he going to start? Got to get this breakthrough pretty quickly. Who's going to get that breakthrough? That's the question. No, Hussein in the side.
Yeah, a bit of deja vu for Everest. Feels a lot like things did yesterday. Oh, they just need to find a breakthrough from somewhere. You know, I think one of the key goals we had for this side today was to bowl and field better. That was one of their strengths in their previous ECS, but certainly haven't seen that so far in their first 4 games.
Well, they will go back to Ajahn Sahi, and I think this is where the captain, Buwan Khatri, he could come on himself. The number of the Khatris can bowl. But this is where he's saying, come on, get me a break, get me a wicket. Let's see if Arjun can answer his captain's prayers. It's a better line, and the only problem that he has is when he starts to stray down the leg side, and then it takes him a little while to get it right. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Nice cold coffee. That's the way to start the day. Thank you very much to Mohammed. Set for the day now, you know. I've had my pastries, had my coffee. That one is going to get in the gap. So too short. Whacked away, nice and easy. Cuatro más.
Yeah, he just picks out that gap in cow corner between deep mid wicket and long on. Gives him the length there as well, Shaheen. It's been a stand and deliver, smacks it away. It's a really good hit here by Mohammed. He's just played a terrific innings. He set his side up very nicely here. 33 of just 15 deliveries.
Solidly played. They'll take the single though. Once again, good sign of 2 batters. Oh, there, that's very sloppy. But luckily, I don't think the batters, well, they weren't expecting Akash Bandari to make that mistake. Well, only take the single. You're not a coffee person then, Nish?
No, I'm not into my caffeine. Not a fan of it.
Tea? Are you a tea person,
Green tea or chamomile tea, I'd say. I would avoid black tea generally.
I bet you weren't that fussy in the military, were you? First thing in the morning when the guys say, wake up, you say, can I have a cup of green tea and a couple of croissants while you're at it? What was breakfast? Come on, you got to share. What was breakfast like?
Pretty much, we'll just go into that after this delivery. I think this one just pitching outside leg stump. Probably would have been out. Well, meals are pretty standardized, to be honest with you, throughout the week. There wasn't much of a choice. It's a good ball by Shahi, but it's just smacked his non-striking partner. And he's copped a serious blow here. Everyone's just rushing to check on him. Oh boy, you hope this isn't serious. Where has this struck him?
Well, he's up, but that has hurt him. I think they're going to have to get the old magic spray out. Let's have a good look at this. He's hit firmly. He's trying to get out by that. It looks like he's got him sort of, it's a body blow, isn't it? I thought first the arms, but that's gone straight into like his hip. It's right on the bone. That's going to hurt. And spray comes out. You saw he did momentarily get up off the ground, but I think he once again felt the pain. He's giving it a good old rub. Yeah, there's the old spray. And yeah, Newcastle looking very sharp. We get the old spray out there. A massive wasp comes in here, and thankfully it goes away. Yeah, well, I tell you what, the Everest can't get the breakthrough, and maybe they're relying on the batters to do it themselves. Or to have a little pause, we can carry on with our conversations. So come on. By the way, if you're just joining in, if you're wondering why we're asking this, or I'm asking this so many questions, he's just come back from doing military service, which is, of course, compulsory out here in Cyprus, right?
Absolutely, it is compulsory. Every male in Cyprus is asked to give a few months to the back to the country and serve.
So you just did, what was it, 6 months?
6 months.
You did 6 months. So all right, here you go. Your start of the day. Talk us through breakfast.
Well, you're woken up by a screaming colleague telling you, get up, get up. You got 10 minutes to put everything on, your ammunition belt, your gun, and sprint to the just outside the officer's quarters. And then once you're done that, you're assigned all sorts of cleaning duties and a number of other things, and given about 10 or 15 minutes to get a quick snack in. This one is hammered away. It was just over-pitched, and it's going to get the treatment. It lands on that training pitch. A beautiful hit here from Mohammed, who hasn't set a foot wrong so far this innings. Another gorgeous shot.
He looks on course. I mean, here we go. The old commentator's curse. I'm trying to help Everest out here. He looks on course for a big score, doesn't he? He hasn't made a mistake yet, and he's launching into these. And that one gets dug out. So should be just a single. It will be just a single. We get to the halfway point. It's 68 without loss, and if you're just joining us, we're just talking to Nish, and he's sharing some of his experiences during his military service. Good morning to you all. Nice to have you with us. All right, you missed out the breakfast bit. So what was breakfast? What did you eat for breakfast?
It was a massive, what we have here is a massive improvement, to say the least. Obviously, a big shout out to the CCA for the wonderful breakfast and meals they've been providing us. Really, you mostly just got these packaged rations for breakfast. Yeah. It was the same every day. You had your standardized army cheese pie, your standardized army croissant, and that was about it. There wasn't much more choice than that.
Well, the good thing is over. I bet this morning was nice that you could wake up by your own. Well, you set your own alarm. Mind you, I suppose you're so used to getting up early, you probably don't need an alarm anymore, do you?
I think I just woke up by myself at 6 this morning.
No ball's been called by square leg umpire. So I think that's too many people out. I'm having a quick look here. 3. Well, we got 4, 5. Who else was outside? So the umpire spotted something. I'm not sure who. Yeah. Third man, they had 6 out. Third man now comes back inside. Oh dear, that doesn't help. So Joshua Ram bowls not a bad delivery. It's been called a no. So here's the free hit. And it gets hit down the ground. 6 runs. Manos. Arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. What's 6 here again in Cyprus?
Exi.
Exi. Oh yeah, that's right. Always Exi. Yeah. A bit of Exi time. And 4?
That would be Tessera.
That's a mouthful. Tessera. Tessera. That sounds a bit more like you're saying 10. So Exi and Tessera. Well, you know what I'm saying now. A little bit of Exi cricket. That goes all the way. 6 more. Boom. Shakalagya. Ram Joshua. Well, Ram is the name of the bowler. He's the one who's being rammed all over the place at the moment. And Qasim Mohammed, what a knock this is from him. Smashes another one out the ground. He moves to 52. Well batted. Ball banaya Qasim Mohammed no apni half century puri kar li. And you know what? If they keep bowling this to him, Nish, I'm telling you now, he ain't done yet. And we could be eyeing up yet another century on the European Cricket Network. Troy Johnson there at the ECS England in Wimbledon brought up the 64th century that we've had. And now, well, this man, the way he's hitting the ball, is there any stopping him being the 65th?
No, I think they really haven't helped themselves here, Everest, with their lengths. We talk about how lengths are probably even more important than your line at this level of the game. They've either been too short or over pitched so far, Everest. They just haven't found the right balance.
Right, here we go. Joshua is going for 19 or 3. And that is going to be 6 more, and that's probably one of the biggest off the lot. अरे वाह कितना सवेरे सवेरे स्वाद आ गया कि नहीं? It's shaka time. The fireworks certainly have started early this morning. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is the Cyprus Encore, and the Limassol Colunders in their first match. Well, they're on course for a huge score here. Okay, now this is another one. He's hitting sixes for fun here, Nish. He's hitting sixes for fun.
Oh, he's gone to the driving range today, just smacking every single one as hard as he can. This over's gone supersonic, more than 30 runs off it already, and we've still got a ball to spare.
Yeah, talk about supersonic overs. I know that the start of the T20 World Cup today, of course, and I know that the USA and Canada were doing battle. Canada put 194 on the board, but USA were doing. I would expect they've probably won it by now. Last time I looked, they needed a run of ball 36. But yeah, there was a supersonic over there as well that went for 33, but that's nothing because on the ECN network we go bigger than that. This one has gone for 35. So Ram Jaiswal started okay, which was, he thought, a dot ball. It was called a no ball because of fielding penalty, and then after that, this over has gone. And let me read it to you. All right, no ball. Then he went 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 4. So almost got the perfect 6 sixes on the spin. But what an over. The 100 has already come up. And Everest, I said this yesterday and I'll say it today, they've got a mountain to climb here. They have got a mountain to climb. This is going to be a big score.
Look at the expected score right now. It's 167. Just feel if they can get to that total, maybe even the bonus points in play for the Colunders.
Yeah, Everest, they picked up a point yesterday. Then after that, they lost to the Lions, and they also lost badly, didn't they, in that very last game to Royal CC, and they didn't pick up any points from it. So they want to get something out of this match. That's down the leg side. It's just going to be a wipe. But just have a look how keen, not surprisingly, Qasim Mohammed is to try and get back on strike. He's backing up. He's ready to go. And if that's not taken cleanly in the gloves, he would have been there already. Sohail Ahmed, 16 of 11. He's had the best seat in the house. That's exactly what he's doing. Gives him the strike. And comes the throw. That's on probably a little bit close. I suspect that Qasim, because he backs up so much, probably has the bat down already. Are you a Laurel and Hardy fan? I mean, first I've got to ask you, do you even know who Laurel and Hardy is? He's going to say no. I'm looking at...
Sounds familiar.
I'm looking at Nish's face. I forget. Nish, just remind us, how old are you?
25.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, see what happens? I get put with Nish, I get put with Charlie, all these youngsters. They don't know what I'm talking about half the time. Anyway, oh, well, that is just a sizzler. That has gone a long way. That ball is not coming back as Qasim smashes another 6 and he moves to 80.
Seeing it like a beach ball right now. This is just a terrific shot. It's back of a length. Has a really solid base, extends his hands and manages to once again smack another cricket ball into that training pitch at mid-wicket.
Guthrie tries again, but it's short. And even one that doesn't rightly come out the middle also goes to the boundary. That's 6 more. So the captain, Bhuwan Khatri, coming on. He can't make a difference either. Qasim Mohammed, at the moment, he's in a zone and he is crunching it. He's absolutely crunching it. This is marvelous hitting.
Incredible hitting. Mind-boggling strike rate as well for Qasim Mohammed. 307. He's hit 11 sixes during this innings. It's been a real joy to watch.
And he's just making it look easy, isn't he? He is making it look easy. And that's another one that he just literally steps into this, hits another 6. We're seeing something special here, people. We had to wait till match number 17 in January before we saw the very first century of the 2024 season. It was Akila Kalugala, and now, well, Qasim Mohammed is on 92 of 29 balls.
He knows Diana's arrived today, holds the pose at the end for the photographer.
And it just drops the bat on. Oh, it's gone, could be out, but it's a terrible throw. You can see Qasim, he's counting the balls as well. He says, I'll take the single now and give you one, Sohail Ahmed. And Sohail Ahmed was a little bit slow, a better throw. He could have been in trouble.
Just a little bit too high with the throw. Just nothing's really gone Everest's way so far this innings. We haven't seen their trademark fielding, and their bowling's just been really wayward. It's you kind of expected a little bit different from them after yesterday's performances, but still have failed to hit their potential, Everest. This one is it's played out towards square leg. It's going to take some fielding, a good bit of effort out in the deep, and it's just going to be a single. Mohammed will he will keep strike. It's going to be Ahmed, who's going to face the 8th over.
I don't think that was a plan. He took the single, a ball early to go. He thought back and strike for the start of the 8th, but, well, Sohail Ahmed takes the single and spoils the plan. And, well, this is the plan of the ECC, the European Cricket Championship. The Euros of cricket starting on the 23rd of September. We touched on this briefly. We see there's Cyprus. They'll be playing in the Challenger Division. They're in Group 2. And I expect that they would expect to win that group. Serbia, Luxembourg, Czechia, and Greece. And they're Czechia. I mean, we know Czechia's been playing this format for a long time as well, but they'd expect to win that group. Group 1, who do you think from Group 1 could be there? I mean, you've got the likes of Bulgaria, played good cricket. Estonia, we've just been there. They're looking sharp. I'd expect maybe the Isle of Man perhaps could be the favourites of that one. So, but certainly Cyprus will be looking to finish in the top 2 of that Challenger Division, make it through to the final, or maybe even win the final. And then next year, 2025, be playing in the Premier Division. That's the plan. And let's see if it goes to plan.
It's a great stroke there by Sohail Ahmed. Just gets in on the action as well. Absolutely. The Isle of Man, you'd have to say, probably the big favorites in that first group. I mean, there's such a quality side. They could easily be playing in the Premier Division and put on a great showcase.
Right, Qasim Mohammed just having to wait at the non-strikers end. Sometimes when you're in the 90s and you're having to play second fiddle at the other end, it can get to you a bit. He's starting to think about things now, maybe just getting out of the zone. Well, he probably doesn't have, let's see how they deal with this. They do deal with it. The foot on the ball, it'll be a single, and of course the two batters, especially Qasim, there's no hurry to go back to the other end. Right, back on strike, who's on 93. Are we going to start the day, match day 2 here in Cyprus? Match 6, are we going to start it with a century from Qasim Mohammed? The man who's trying to spoil the party is Akhtar. Short, hit firmly, put to the fielder, bobbles away. It'll be just a single, so gets into the 90s like so many batters and things start to dry up. Diana Oro's got up to take the picture for the 100, and now she's stood in the sun baking away thinking, come on, get on with it. Yeah, welcome to Diana, made her way from England. Got here late last night, part of the crew here. We'll look out for those pictures. And that's a Gandhi ball. It just holds up and is easily put away. So Sohail Ahmed getting in the act as well, playing some nice shots.
Just doesn't have the pace to be bowling that sort of a length, does he? Should be bowling a lot fuller. Just doesn't quite get the sharp bounce that a seamer that would typically bowl that length might acquire. In the end, it just sits up nicely for Ahmed to strike towards the vacant boundary. And this is nice by Ahmed. He's just accelerating a little bit here in the latter stage of his innings as Mohammed has entered the nervy 90s.
To the fielder, and the bubble's past him, and now you're going to stop it. It's going to be an on goal from the fielder. He gets through him. He should have made the stop there. That's Sudip Qadri. And I suppose he does get that little bit of that Tortuga bounce, but you've got to be expecting that on this surface. Doesn't really get his body behind it. It gets away from him. So, well, I suppose the good news is that Qasim Mohammed is still stuck at the non-strikers end, and he won't be looking to take a single here, because the last ball of this, the the 8th over. And, oh, well, what is he doing? Look at the reaction here of Kasim. Kasim can't believe it. Kasim, as Sohail plays his shot, Kasim is standing there. What's Kasim here? Look. Look at him. He's looking at him and saying, what are you doing? What? So that's the second time at the end of the over of the last ball that Sohail Ahmed has taken a single to keep Kasim off strike. So he isn't following the plan here at all. And I'm telling you, Nish, this plays with the mind of the batter who's in his 90s.
No, I totally agree with that. I think this is where just Mohammed needs to sort of keep his emotions in check, try to stay as relaxed as he can out there, because the next thing you know, he might play a rash stroke in his next ball.
Oh, this one gets played away. And, well, we've got I reckon this could be a military plane that's probably flying over to say hi to Nish. It could be some of Nish's mates up there.
If only we had aircraft like that.
It's a big bird up there, that's for sure. It's probably too far for us to probably catch it on cameras, but if it gets closer, we'll have it up there. I don't even know if we're allowed to. We could get into trouble, you know, Nish. Right, smashed, hard, 6. That'll be it. We didn't have to wait too long. That's a century. Shaba, and look at that moment. Look at that from Kasim Mohammed. 32 deliveries, and he brings up a century. His previous highest score on the European Cricket Network was 40. And that was early in the year in January, and yet here he is scoring a century. And he does it with an absolute blast down the ground. What a moment. And he ain't done yet, and he smashes this one away. It's 6 more. Why'd you keep this guy off strike? I mean, Sohail Ahmed probably thinks, well, I might as well hit a few shots myself because he's going to get his ton anyway. And I called it early, didn't I? When he was in his 50s, he just didn't make any mistake. They're bowling the wrong length to him, and he is just clubbing them for fun.
Oh, we were talking a little bit about whether staying at the non-striker's end might play with his mind. It certainly hasn't. He's come out. He struck 2 big blows. Soak this moment in, Mohammed. This is really, really special. 100 in the European Cricket Series, and he makes that 3 consecutive 6s. This one, the most beautiful of them all, as effortless as it gets, just plays it straight down the ground.
Yeah, in his previous 5 knocks on the European Cricket Network, that all happened January, the combined score was 119. 40, as I just mentioned, was his highest score. He's going to score that, you would think, just in 1 knock. Quite incredible. The hitting, though, has been exceptional. And this one, a bit fuller, so this will be a single, but he'll take that. He'll say to Sohail, look, no single this time, please. Hit the ball to the boundary and let me get on strike for the last over.
It just comes off the toe end of his bat over there. It's a much better ball by Khatri. This over's been extremely expensive as well. Let's see how he's going to round it out.
And, okay, yeah, better. You said it. The ball before was much fuller. And only a single. That one was fuller. And Sohail Ahmed misses it. A rare dot ball. I don't remember the last time we had a dot ball, actually. So that's very rare. 160. 20 come off the over. And what a partnership this is, by the way, as well.
Yeah, it's the first dot ball we've seen since the 5th over. Oh, dot balls really have been gold dust for Everest. And now the captain's got a bit of a dilemma here. Who's he going to go to for the final over? Everyone's been taken to the cleaners. Is he going to go for a bowling change, or does he go for one of Pandit or Jaiswal? In the end, he goes for Pandit. 18 runs off your over today is actually pretty economical considering some of the overs we've seen in this innings.
We just watches it go by, and that's the other good thing that I like about Kasim Mohammed. He's been good at picking the balls that are wide. He's not been drawn to wide balls. He hasn't wasted any. So there's still 6 to go here, and you just get the feeling that he's looking to whack everyone to the boundary. Oh, that's high. Might be just worth. I'd like to have a look at this side on. I mean, this ball for me is definitely not dipping So how high is it? He's outside his crease. Where's he making contact here? Yeah, that's okay, but still not a good delivery. Full toss, smashed. Thank you very much. They just haven't, you know what's been missing really, when you look at this bowling attack from over one from Jeevan Lamsal to this one. Coming our way, Nish, watch out. And gets through the tables, through the chairs. And the fielder does have a chance to make the stop, not able to do so. There's going to be another boundary. Beautifully hit. And it's going to be 4 more. Just gets through under the table. Luckily, didn't hit any equipment, Martins. Don't worry, you're all right. Yeah, but if you look at the bowling all the way through, there's been no change. It's been the same. They haven't tried slowing it up. They haven't tried spin. Nobody's tried just tossing the ball up. So when you're hitting the ball like this, if there's no change in variations, you're going to have a party. And that's exactly what Kasim has done. And this one is the first miscue. Is he got it in the gap? Yeah, he has. There's going to be 4 more. Cuatro más, boundaries galore. This could end up being one of the biggest scores we have on the network.
Yeah, as you were mentioning, they haven't really tried too many different things. They haven't gone for that wide Yorker either. It's a nice low full toss for Kasim. Hits it with a straight bat. And he beats the fielder at deep extra cover.
3 balls to go. 1, 2, 7. And this one's going to fly over. And chase is on. Can he make the stop? And no, he can't. Goes with the feet. Gets it wrong. And that's going to be Cuatro más. I think that's Jeevan Lamsal out there. Got to make these stops. And these get somebody else on strike because it didn't look like they were keen to run a second.
When it rains, it pours forever. As here's a look at some of the highest individual scores you've seen here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, Hamza Salim Dar with that 193 undefeated, the highest ever score we've seen on the network. This is a rank full toss. Could be a no ball as well. Let's see if Shahi can catch it.
Why are they? Go back. It's got to be a no ball. They're not reading this. Could be a no ball. They think that's out. He's walking off. I think this could be a no ball. I mean, that's high. Wow. Maybe not so high. Now he's going to go. They're just waiting. And the thing is, I reckon that because he's out of his crease, I reckon they'll say that's okay. He's going to go. We just had a look at those higher scores. And he had the opportunity. If this one went for 6, he would have got onto that board. He would have taken Scott Edwards off the board. Look, Scott Edwards 137. And you see that wicket falling. It was a great knock, 131. If he hit a 6, he would have knocked Scott Edwards off of that. Scott Edwards, remember, Anton was right at the top, but we've seen some big scores, of course, only in Estonia. Not that long ago, we saw Arslan Amjad smash 183. But what a knock, what a moment, what a partnership. And of course, the next batter, Patel, comes in and smashes the last ball for 6. 185 for 1. Quite sensational.
Incredible innings. The highest total we've seen so far this ECS. And, well, Everest have been victims of the 3 largest scores so far this series. An incredible batting performance for the Limassol Kalundars. This was sensational stuff, largely led, of course, by that incredible century we just got to witness. We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. Be a real joy to watch if you're one of the Kalundars faithful. And it's all about that man, Kasim Mohammed. 131 runs, just 40 deliveries, clubbed 16 sixes during that innings. And we saw a bit of everything. We saw all sorts of different strokes. And, of course, they were helped out by a few subpar efforts by Everest in the field.
16 sixes, 6 fours, as Kasim Mohammed smashes the ball all over the place. The 2nd century this year in Cyprus. When we were here in January, it was Akila Kalugala who got a century. We had to wait to match number 17 for it, the very first of our 2024 season. But now we've seen century 65, and it comes from the big, hard-hitting Kasim Mohammed. What a knock, Nish. What a knock.
Absolutely incredible knock. Such a joy to watch. We saw some of these gorgeous check swings as well, as you can just witnessing in the highlights. You can see Sohail Ahmed, the skipper, just joined in with a little bit of hitting at the end as well. Yeah, that one just going right through the fielder. We saw a few too many of those mishaps, unfortunately, from Everest. And there we go. Kasim Mohammed, he brought up his century in style, struck a 6 and then followed it up with 2 more big ones. Just take a look at some of these strokes. Absolutely incredible hitting. Even his miscues were going for boundaries. It was just that kind of a day for him. He was seeing it like a beach ball. Then he'd be dismissed by Shyam Pandit in the final over. The sole wicket for Everest in this innings, well taken by Arjun Shahi in the deep, as the Qalandars post the largest total we've seen so far this ECS, 185 runs. This is going to take some chasing for Everest. Let's have a look at this scorecard. Of course, Qasim Muhammad, he's a headline act. 131 of 40 deliveries, 16 sixes. As we just stated, that's a strike rate of 328. Truly special performance. And he was really, really close to putting himself in that Hall of Fame dashboard with one of the biggest hundreds we've seen here on the European Cricket Network. Here's a look at the bowling card for Everest, and it was just a difficult day at the office for everyone involved. I think Jeevan Lumsel came out, that power play was bowling a bit too short. Things just kind of went disarray from them for there. Ram Jaiswal, of course, had that one supersonic over that went for 35 runs. It's grim viewing if you're an Everest fan. There's no other way to put it. So Everest have a mountain to climb in the second innings, as they'll need to chase 186 runs. Join us again in a few moments for the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our second innings, and we witnessed a really, really fiery performance in that first innings. What a joy it was to watch Qasim Mohammed's 100 as he helped his side get to 185. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. Well, if Everest want that bonus point, they're going to have to try to chase this target down in 7 overs or less. Meanwhile, for the Limassol Qalandars, if they want to snatch that bonus point, they want to try to restrict Everest to under 129 runs. In all honesty, that second scenario is a lot more likely than the first. You've seen Everest have quite a few struggles with the bat in hand, but one thing about this team is they do have some talented batters, and if they can get in good nick and good form, they can really, really, really pile on the runs. And I love this move here by Everest. Shahi and Baum opening the batting. Get your two most explosive hitters right out there in the power play. Because if they want any chance of getting close to this target, they're going to have to go for it right from the get-go. It's a good positive move. The two best batters for Everest opening the batting. In all honesty, I think this should be their opening partnership. This really should be their opening partnership. I think in T10 cricket, there's no real mucking about. You got to go with your best players right from the get-go. Make sure they face as many balls as possible. In particular, you want them trying to make runs during the power play. And anyway, here we go. First ball coming up. Rocky with the ball in hand. And this is a terrific shot by Shahi. It's pitched on a good length. It's not the worst ball in the world. Shahi's just played that exquisitely. Let's have another look at this. Oh, it's just gorgeous. That is such a good stroke. It was a bit fuller this time around, and all it does is it puts it in Shahi's slot. He's dispatched that and sent it away into the olive grove. 6 more runs. What an incredible hit. And it's back-to-back boundaries to start off here for Everest. The perfect start. This is just what they needed. And Ken Shahi put together a really special performance. We saw in last year's ECS here in Cyprus that when Baum and Shahi got going, Everest could really touch the summit. Are we going to see a spectacular chase here? Here we go. Oh, that's just a little bit of the intimidation factor there, isn't it? Rocky just sees him advancing down the wicket. He tries to push it wide, bolted a bit too wide. That's a couple of bonus runs here for Everest. Oh, it's an edge, and it's going to beat the keeper and the fielder. It slipped. Goes right in between them. And they're going to need some good fortune here, Everest. They certainly will. Oh, there's nothing either one of them could do about that. Just really unfortunate for the bowler. The plan was there. They lured him into the trap. But it just evades the keeper and the fielder. 4 more runs for Everest. There's a touch straight there. This one's going to be tight. This one's going to be tight. But he's going to make it back in time. Oh, you love this. This is a really intense start. Well, if you're looking to pull off a remarkable chase, you're going to have to go for it. You're going to have to take these kinds of risks. It's a good thing he hasn't clobbered him in the back of the helmet or something over here, Rocky. Doesn't quite come out of the middle of the bat, but there's a fielder out in the deep at third, and he'll cut this one off. Yeah, it's good field placing here. So many runs go through that region, so you've got to say it's smart captaincy by Sohail Ahmed to have some protection out in the deep over there. Last ball, the first over. Has this got enough to beat the fielder at extra cover? It most certainly does. It's another boundary and a perfect start here for Everest. 22 runs off the first over. That is tremendously hit. And here's a quick reminder that it's been 46 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. And boy, if we get one here, that would be really, really special. Be in for a high-octane chase, and now it's Prashant Patel coming in to bowl the second over. We saw him hit a 6 off the last ball of the previous innings. Big carry through to the keeper. Look how it takes off the mat. Oh, wow, look where the keeper ends up taking it, well above his head. It's a good length here. It's a good length. You're better off bowling a low full toss rather than over pitching the ball. If you're going to miss the Yorker, you're better off missing it a touch too full than a touch too short. A nice couple of balls here to start off for Prashant Patel. Just loses his shape a little bit over there. Bomb, his head sort of falling away. He's a classy cricketer, he really is, and I think if he just plays the regular traditional cricketing strokes he typically does, I think he'll be just fine. Looks to advance down the wicket. Has it got enough to beat the fielder? It doesn't, but Rocky's unfortunately spilt it. Oh, it's a difficult start to this innings for Rocky. Obviously, had a really expensive first over. He has a chance. It's not an easy chance by any means because he's running backwards. But he does manage to get to it. And Bomb lives to fight another day. Just a push out towards mid-wicket. That's not the best of fielding. This is going to allow them to come back for a second run. It's good running here by Everest, just pinching that extra run. They did the fundamentals right, ran that first one hard. That just meant that that window opportunity was there to run back for the second. He's almost yorked himself there, hasn't he, Shahi, by looking to hands down the wicket. A really, really good over there for Prashant Patel. Terrific recovery after an expensive first over for the Kalundars. 26 for nothing at the end of 2. Here's a look at the standings for Group A. The Sri Lankan Lions, of course, topping the group right now, making it 3 wins on the bounce to kick off their title defense campaign. 2 of those victories, of course, were by bonus point. Everest, boy, it's been tough for them, hasn't it? 3 consecutive losses, 2 consecutive bonus point losses as well. I think the target we sort of had set for them today was try to at least get 4 points out of these 2 games they have today. It's played out towards mid-wicket, and it's going to go away for a boundary. Good shot there by Ashish Baum. Touch over pitched by Ali, and it gets struck away for 4. Didn't quite middle it, Ashish Baum, but there's no protection on the deep. And during the power play overs, you just got these extra gaps where you can strike the ball through. Oh, shout to catch it, but it's going to go over the fielder's head. He just threw the kitchen sink at that, and it's got enough to go for a boundary. Another terrific shot. Let's have a look at this. Just throws his bat at it. And it's gone away, 4 of 4. Oh, and he gets some bat on that. You could say he's spoiled to wide, but it is going to go away for a boundary. And make that 3 consecutive boundaries to start off this over. Ollie really, really wayward here. Let's have a look at this. Clearly going to be a wide. I just wonder if they would have got some more bonus runs, but the keeper probably gets to that. However, Palm throws is bad at it. Gets 4 runs. Qasim don't quite take that as cleanly as he'd like. Just the 1 run though. But an immense amount of pressure on Everest. That required run rate to win is still under 20, just under 20, despite this good start for them. And this is a huge hit by Shahi. And it's gonna clear the boundary rope with ease. Ali goes a bit too short. Shahi picks this one up and bang, hammers it down the ground. Terrific hit, tremendous hit. Now the double teapots are out now for a lot of this Qalandar side. They're still ahead in this game, but Everest, well, they've gotten off to as good as a start they could have hoped for. Final ball of this power play coming up. Oh, it struck firmly down the ground, and the fielder's going to prevent this one. Going to the boundary rope. Good work there by Qasim out in the deep. It's just going to be a single to end the power play. Shahi will keep strike. Good start here for Everest. 46 for no loss at the end of the power play. But that required is still at 20, so they're going to need a Herculean effort in these last 7 overs. Here's a look at our chart so far. As you can see, Everest, that first and third over were massive. You can see them construct 2 huge skyscrapers. But unfortunately, there's that little bungalow in the middle, isn't there, in that second over. And I'm a little bit surprised they haven't just gone straight back to Prashant Patel. As we know, these 2 are the best batters once either one of them's gone. Got a rather brittle middle order, so I would have stuck with Prashant Patel for this fourth over. Here we go. It's the Centurion coming on to ball this 4th over. And shout to catch it. Oh, it's gone right through the fielder's hand. And for a moment, I was just about to say that Qasim Muhammad can do no wrong today, as he was looking set to get a wicket off his very first ball. Presented an opportunity over there, Shahi. And oh, it goes right through his hands. Big, big, big moment. And talking about big, big moments, I've got a big ECN cricketing icon alongside me, Rico Full. What do you make of the power play?
Well, they're assisted by, let's just say, the Limpsall Qalandars not taking their chances. The power play is good. I mean, they are behind where they want to be, of course, but still have wickets in hand. And you've mentioned these 2 are key. They brought the 50 up. That one's been hit hard, has to be stopped, will be stopped. Ground fielding's been okay, but they just haven't been able to take the catches, and that's been the issue. It's going to be a wide as it gets dragged away. So yeah, you said it, Qasim Muhammad, the Centurion, coming on to see if he can break this partnership. That's what they believe in, that they need to do, break this partnership, and then they'll feel that the match should be theirs. Just looks like a slight delay here at the moment. We're having a few issues at the ground with some of the connection with the internet, and that means, of course, it just plays up with the scoring a bit. I think maybe the sun already is starting to fry up some of the equipment. It's going to be very hot here, folks. I mean, already at 9 o'clock. The local time now, we just gone 9, it was 24 degrees, highs of around about 30, 32 today. It's going to be a warm one. It certainly means it's going to be a tough day for the likes of some of the teams that are going to be playing 3 matches here today. Philip Warrior, we're going to see them for the first time. The batters, well, we have that slight delay. We'll say, well, why don't we just take on a little bit of water. Gives us an opportunity to maybe put the graphic on about the European Cricket Championships again. We started talking about this. And what do you make of that Premier Division? Any groups there that you think are really going to be pretty spicy? A lot of people talking about Group D, Netherlands, Italy, Sweden, Norway, and jersey in that one. We'll go back to the action here. We can pop that up again, but you've had a little look at that. Let's have a try to absorb some of those teams, but that's going to be quite amazing. Of course, it's going to be a second stellar event of the year happening at the Cardamom Oval.
Yeah, we discussed yesterday just how great this new format is. Now that you've got the Challenger Division and Premier Division, you should have a lot more evenly matched games. But for me, all eyes for me on that first group. Group A looks absolutely incredible. I think that's a great way to kick off the Premier Division. This one's a bit too short, and Shahi will punish him an enormous hit. This one's traveled a long way away.
Yeah, short and Gundy and gets the treatment. And there's Gujar who gets off his chair. There's another one he's got to try and find and fetch. Finds it pretty quickly, actually. Well done to him. And Kasim Shahi, Arjun Shahi, starting to give back some of the pasting that he and some of his bowlers took. And he plays that nicely. Wants to take the single in the quick throw. Asking the question. And this could be curtains. They like it. Well, now the wicketkeeper's giving, maybe he doesn't take the, I don't think he takes it because he's saying, looks like he's complaining to the fielder about the throw. We'll have a chance to see it again here. Now, goes straight away, in comes the throw. Now, how do these bails come off? Does he break this? He doesn't have the ball for me. Doesn't have the ball. The ball gets away. Just watch here. Before the stumps are broken, the ball gets away. And then the stumps are broken, not out. It's a missed opportunity. If he had caught the ball in his gloves, and then it would have been gone. So it's another missed opportunity. So, I think a ball to go before the end of the over. 15 have come from it. Get another boundary here, and they'll be more or less up with this rate. Short, and it's up in the air. Fielder getting under it. He doesn't get there. I think this is going to be one bounce for. And once again, that's disappointing. So Qalandars, they showed what they can do with the bat, or two batters show what they can do with the bat. But in the field here, looking a bit sloppy. Look, once again, that fielder, he's got to be on that line. He's the fielder in the deep. He's got to be patrolling the line. It goes over him. It's going to be 4 more runs. 66 without loss after 4.
Yeah, Bob must be feeling like a cat out there with the amount of lives he's had. He obviously had a catch dropped when he was at just 9, and then gives up a couple of opportunities there, survives the 2 of them. Gonna need all this luck, aren't they, Everest? They want to get close to this target. Need every little opportunity to break their way.
Yeah, Prashant Patel, he was saying that you thought they would have gone back to him straight away. They didn't. They might regret it, and he comes now. It's pretty full. That's the difference between Patel and some of the other bowling that we've seen here today. At least he's getting the ball nice and full.
Yeah, his lengths have been spot on. I think a lot of these bowlers on both sides have really struggled with their length. They've either been too short or over pitching it. But Patel's been right on the money.
Just gets played away. So he's quite happy at the moment, isn't he, Ashish Bam, to take singles if he has to get the strike back to Arjun Shahi. He seems to be the guy who's on song at the moment. We've got a bit of a contest on our hands here. That one has been just lifted away beautifully. That's a lovely stroke. That will go all the way as well. Good hit, 6 runs.
Another one sent into that training pitch. It's just beautifully stroked away. Read it to perfection. It was in the slot. And he goes big over there, Arjun Shahi. 8 runs away from a half-century. Is there a glimmer of hope here for Everest? They're required right now at about 19.5.
I mean, get a big over in. That's the thing, though. I mean, this is what Qalandars should be saying to themselves. If they can get one good over, let's say, break this partnership, just about 8 or 9 off it. As this one smashes into our frame, that's a good hit. I mean, it's almost like Shahi has taken over from what Kasim was doing before. I mean, he holds the pose here beautifully as well. Just watch this. Yeah, elegant hitting, good striking. What a start. This game's definitely on that one. Well, that's got a piece of our frame on it, but the umpire says it's okay. Carry on. Prashant sees the batter move early. Now, this is an opportunity, is it? No. Oh, that's a great pickup. That's fantastic fielding from Kasim. If we have a look at this again, the ball, he's expecting it to bounce up. It stays low, but still, no mistakes. Watch this. Superb. Right under the camera there as well. Well picked up there by Ole, who's in the tower.
Yeah, Kasim's been worth his side a good 145 runs, 136 with the bat, and he's probably saved a good 9 or 10 runs with his fielding. This is a great shot by Baum. Just goes a little bit too far down the leg side there, Patel. And he's been absolutely punished for that. Great cricket here by Ashish Baum as we come to the halfway stage of this innings. We've got a really, really exciting chase on the cards over here. You know, we thought that Everest might struggle to even get to the bonus point, but they're putting on an incredible fight.
Yeah, look, they really are. It's about these two, though, isn't it? We know that. These two stay there, and they keep going the pace that they're going at. They could win this match. They're actually ahead. At this halfway point, they're actually ahead of where their opponents were. So can they maintain it? They can, but it takes, like I keep saying, it takes one good over. One good over could make all the difference.
Absolutely, and to think they're looking for one of those supersonic overs over here, Everest. That could turn this game on its head, and the Qalandars would really be sweating.
All right, new bowler coming on. Tall chap, this. This is Numan Munir. See if he can get anything. So we're not bowling that. That is just easy hitting. It's a Gundy ball. It's pitches halfway down the track. It's absolutely clobbered. And, well, where is this going to end? Where is this all going to end?
Well, keep in mind that first innings really turned for the worse for Everest in that 6th over where Ram Jaiswal gave up 35 runs. Is this going to be similar? This one's gone high up in the air. It's a catching chance, and it will be taken. That was not an easy chance. It really, really went really high up into the sky, collected a bit of stardust on the way down, but he somehow held on to it. And this is an enormous breakthrough. It's the danger man, Arjun Shah. He'll be absolutely livid with himself. He would have thought he had sent that ball a good 10 meters beyond the boundary rope, but in the end, he hasn't quite timed it. And it's hung up for the fielder at long on. No mistake over there. The catch has been taken, and that can be a huge turning point in the context of this innings.
Yeah, that's huge, isn't it? Absolutely huge. So Shah, he will go 55 off just that 18 deliveries. What a good fight it was from him. He gets his team to 91, but now this is where the issues could start. Jeevan Lamsal, if you remember yesterday, every time we saw him bat, he was basically scoring more or less run a ball. He's got to get going straight away here. He's got to show his real side. And well, gets a dab on here. Now this is going to run away from the fielder. Can he get a step on this? He can. Makes a stop. Keeps it to just 2. Now even that, in the context of what they need per over, that's a big win. Anything that doesn't go to the boundary is a huge win. This could be the over that changes the direction of this match.
This could be a big over. I mean, as I just mentioned previously, the 6th over was a turning point in the first innings, and the 6th over could be the turning point in this innings as well.
Oh, well, that is Gundy. That's a terrible delivery. No ball. Well, we're talking about this could be the turning point. Well, it could have been up until then. Now this ball could be the turning point again. Swing it maybe back in favour of the batting side because they've got a free hit here.
And whereas this one's going to land, it'll probably land safely in the middle. Of course, it's a free hit, so they can't be dismissed unless it's a run out, and not going to be able to capitalize in the end on that free hit. You have to say Munir's been presenting plenty of opportunities to the batters. He's been really lucky to get away with a number of balls.
Ashish Baum has got to carry on. And he's going to get this close to that fielder who gets a hand on it. He wants to go 2, but the Jeevan puts the no-go sign up, says no, stay there. So despite the no ball, only 11 so far, this one really has to go to the boundary, or that rate is going to go up a fair bit. They're needing double what they've got of this over so far. Well, he goes for it. Has he got enough? He does have enough. It will go all the way. Gear. Shukar Lagia. And this game stays alive. I'm just looking at the percentages there. And the win predictor very heavily still in favour there of the Limassol Qalandars. But Everest, they're making a good fight of this.
You certainly are. I have to say, a lot of that bowling was very hittable. I think he'll be pretty happy he leaves that over, giving up just 17 runs and getting that all-important wicket of Arjun Shahi. I think the big thing so far for the Qalandars is they've kept extras to a minimum, just 5 runs of extras so far. Haven't bowled too many wides. And so far, well, that's a 10-run difference between where they were and Everest this stage in terms of extras.
Okay, Sohail Ahmed, the man who kept his cool to take the catch. Now, coming on to have a bowl. The captain of the Qalandars tosses it up there. And just gets played away. I remember Sohail last time. I think the first time, if my memory serves me right, the first time he probably bowled, I think he took a five-wicket haul. So he's one of those bowlers. He'll toss it up there, and if he can get that, if he can get it full enough, get the line right, he can take wickets. Now this could be an example of it. Fielder's coming in, and it drops in no man's land. It ended up being 4 players around this the end. So what a match this could be, but falling behind, 22 required per over, but the 130, at least that becomes realistic. Smashed, dipping on the fielder, won't get there. They'll just take the single as the throw comes in and charges it down, doesn't he? That's a good bit of fielding there from Numan Munir. So Alama just waits for his fielders to get back. Lights it up, and that's the length you see. So he's not bowling with any pace. And you know, I said to you, Nish, that the one thing that we didn't see from Everest was any change in what they were bowling. This just demonstrates that just changing it up, you know, just changing the pace of the attack with the ball, slower stuff, can make the difference. And I know they're still scoring plenty of runs from it, but it was enough to get a wicket. And that's what Everest weren't able to do. Not until right towards the end. They weren't able to get that 1 wicket they needed. They weren't able to break that partnership. And Limassol Qalandars have broken the partnership of Arjun Shahi and Ashish Bam. And you can see straight away the impact that that has on the strike rate. It's firmly hit, but it will be to the safe hands of Kasim, who looks like a really good experienced player. Look, he doesn't throw the ball in unless he has to. He's made some good stops there down the ground. He's saved some boundaries, and that over as well from Ahmed, it ends up being a good one. Just the 11 come from it, so the rate now, they're needing to go at 24 so they stand a chance to win the match. But Everest, they should at least pick up another point.
Oh, absolutely, and completely agree with your point regarding Everest's sort of lack of flexibility with their game plan in that first inning. I think they're not the first team to do this so far, this ECS, but I feel a lot of teams come into the game, they've already decided who's going to bowl what over, and they're not quite willing to adapt just yet during the actual match itself. And I think that's where the good captains and the great captains will be separated, as this one's popped up in the air, but it's actually wrong-footed the fielder at cover.
Here we go. It goes something like that. Tatuga. Yeah, that's a proper Tatuga. And come on, Nish, you got to get the Tatugas in there. You left me hanging for a minute. Look at the fielder here. I don't know if you get a chance to see that, but that was a proper Tortuga. And you get, oh, look at that one go. He had no chance. Did the fielder, Bashir. This one only just gets over the ball. He's a tall guy. Gets lobbed over him. Yeah, this is, I mean, I'm having a look at Munir here. I want to see him charging in and really bending his back and bowling fast, but this one's up in the air and just out of the reach of the fielder. But the difference is, oh, it will go to the back. Oh, it hits the post. Oh, he hits the post. Well, he almost had a go up, and he's off the post. And he won't get any bonus runs for this one. Good shot. Fielder probably should have made the stop. Gets past him. If he gets past you, nobody's going to stop it. And then look, on the post, and doesn't go into the net.
Jeevan Lumsel feeling a lot like Dortmund fans yesterday in Fulkrug. Hits the post but doesn't quite go in. This one is struck away towards cover. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think Munir, it'd be nice to see him bowling quick. He's so tall, he's got so much height. Even if he pitches it on a length, he's just going to get so much carry off this wicket.
Well, that's a Gundy delivery. It's when I see him bowling, it's almost like he's afraid to get that arm over. I mean, that is a terrible delivery. That is an awful ball. And everything was wrong about that, even the arm action. And I'm surprised that the umpires are not having a word with him here. There's the free hit, but the umpire's got to say, hey, you either get that arm straight, otherwise you're coming off. We may find, I don't think we'll see Munir bowling again. Not liking this action. At the moment, though, the batting side, well, they're saying keep him on, please, because at least we're getting boundaries against him. Bam, by the way, has made himself on his way to a half century. He scored one yesterday as well. So Ashish Bam, he seems to be the key player for Everest. That's nicely played, but yeah, not sure about the bowling that we're seeing here from Munir. I'm pretty sure that Nilkesh Patel will probably have a word with him and his captain a bit later about this action. This one doesn't go, or shouldn't go to the boundary, I should say. It doesn't, so Alami, the captain, makes a stop. 37, though, come off that spell. But I suppose you have to say, would you give up 37 runs to take the wicket of Arjun Shahi the way he was going? You probably would say, yeah. So Shahi got to 55 before he departed. Actually, it's Bam now. Also makes a half century. They have picked up the point as they have gone past that 130. Question is, could they go really big and get 53 off 12? That means that this over becomes hugely important.
But even if Everest don't quite manage to get this result, I think there's a lot of positives they can take from this. This is their first really good batting performance. I think they'll take a lot of confidence into their next match, which is later today, I believe, against the British forces.
Rocky comes in to have a ball. And only the single from it to start off with. They've got to be hitting boundaries every ball, otherwise they ain't going to do this. But yeah, you're right, Everest. They've shown some fight. You know, when you're chasing 186 for a win, your heads are going to be pretty down already. But they come back well. Now that one will work in their favour as well. That'll go off the bat, says the umpire. 4 more runs. And just strays a little bit onto the pads, and yeah, inside edge, and nobody stopping that. That's cuatro.
The old French cut going down towards fine leg. Lumsel gets a few boundaries, but hey, he's supersonic over here. We could be in for an interesting finish.
And that one also will go all the way. Manos. Arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. It ain't over yet, folks. It is not over yet. And Jeevan Lumsel is starting to show the sort of form I remember from him earlier on this year. Yesterday, he looked like a completely different person, but that's more like it. Jeevan, he was only struggling to go out and run a ball yesterday when we saw him with the bat. And that's clipped away nicely. The fielder makes a horrendous error, and that's going to be 4. So they're not helping them. They haven't helped themselves at all, have they? As that one should have been stopped. It was straight to the fielder. It gets through him, and there's no point chasing after the ball on this. Once it gets past you, it goes all the way. Parminder Singh, big error from him. Keep an eye on the runs required. Oh, that one hurts you because it's another dot. He started with a single, then we've had 3 boundaries, now that dot, and that really, unless this one gets sent to the boundary, so this could be match ball here. 38 of 7.
I think you were talking about how Jeevan Lumsel's batting a lot more freely today. I think because of this higher target, a lot of these batters look much less tense than they were yesterday. This one hasn't got enough to go the distance, not quite. That might be the match ball. As it's gone straight to Sohail at long on. That's going to be the end of Lumsel's innings. He batted really well, 30 of 13. I think, as we mentioned yesterday, he was going at about a run a ball. But I just feel because they were chasing this higher target, a lot of these batters just felt they could go out there, play a lot more freely, take a lot more risks, and I hope they carry this into their subsequent matches.
Yeah, well, it's Rocky that comes with a knockout blow. Just have a look at this. I wonder if we can see from the other angle. Watch the shadow of the ball coming down here. Watch the shadow of the ball. Quite amazing. Quite amazing. You've seen the catch being taken by the shadow and by Sohail. But Sohail, good hands from him, takes a catch, wins them the match. Though it has to be said that I think the Limassol Qalandars, though they'll be happy to get a win in the very first match, at the same time, they're probably a little bit disappointed. In fact, more than a little bit disappointed, fairly disappointed with their efforts here in the field and allowing the team to get a point. They really thought that they probably had the chance of taking all the points here. Sohail Ahmed, the captain, to bowl the last. And that is big. That's 6. So Bam goes big. He goes bam, 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 and he moves into the 60s. So there's always that possibility of a no ball 7 up. And if they get that and he hits every ball for 6, they win the match. Could we still have an incredible finish to this match? What a high scoring start we've had to the day, though. Okay, that's another one. So it's just pressure on the bowler. Back-to-back 6s. Pressure on the bowler. He makes one mistake, one bad ball, one no ball that goes to the boundary. This game becomes alive.
Ooh, do we say the G word? Do we say the G word? 4 more of these and an extra, as you mentioned.
And, all right, that's not going to go Maximo, though. So that one needed to be a pure 6. It will just be a 4. So 22 in 3. But again, one no ball that goes to the boundary changes this match. A little bit of pressure on the captain, Sohail. He's probably not worried about being smashed as long as he doesn't bowl a no ball. That's high and gone. Now, where does this bounce? Does it go over the rope? I think it does. So 6 more. I tell you what, Numan Munir has shown us already that he is not the man to be on the boundary. I reckon that's about the 4th one that's gone through him. It's a catchable height. It doesn't get taken. It's 6 more. 16 or 2. And, ooh, I want to, you know what, I'd like to see the gloves here. Could this be the no ball we're looking for? No, he doesn't get bad onto it, though, but I want to see the gloves here. He looked very close when he takes this. Let's see here. Ooh, only just okay. Only just okay. So, dot ball, and that will mean that it's now, even if they get that 7 up, it's not possible. But what an effort. What a fight from Everest. 170 to 185. It would have been the highest run chase that we've seen as well on the network. And that's been hit beautifully. Well, that's going to be 6 more. That over. Plenty of runs from it. It will go for 28. But he had plenty to play with. And it's a win by, yeah, that's it. It's all over. Come on, umpires. They're saying, oh, can we have one more, please? We can't win the game, but I don't mind hitting another 6. So that'll be it. 176 to 185. It's a good knock from Ashish Bam. He scores 85. There was earlier a great partnership between him and Arjun Shahi, who scored 55 himself. Everest, they go down here. They do pick up a point. But with that performance, they'll believe that maybe when they take on a Philip Warrior in match number 8, they stand a chance maybe to win their first match.
Absolutely. That was a really encouraging second innings from Everest. Very entertaining viewing as well. Here's a look at our second match of the day between the Qalandars and the Napa Kings. The Qalandars now move on to 1-0. They'll be going against the Napa Kings, who split their doubleheader yesterday. Here's a look at the highlights of this innings. This should be very entertaining watching for an Everest fan. Of course, it'd be great to see their team finally put on a good fight in one of these games. They were victims of a number of drubbings in yesterday's matches, but they came out of this innings and came out firing, largely thanks to those two men, Arjun Shahi and Ashish Bam, who were both terrific right at the top of the order. Shahi, 55 of just 19 deliveries, clubbed 7 big ones, but once he was dismissed, it was a really, really big turning point in this innings. We're just about to see his wicket right there. That was Sohail Ahmed holding on to an absolutely massive catch. You just wonder, you know, Shahi had just lasted maybe another couple of overs. Would there have been a chance for Everest to pull off one of the most remarkable of chases? Bam continued to accelerate at the other end, making 85 of 30, playing classy strokes as he so often does. And Munir, well, he had a few struggles with his bowling and bowled with a rather odd action, looked a bit more baseball than cricket in all honesty. Here's a look at that very entertaining final over, which went for 28 runs. Good catch out in the deep there by Sohail Ahmed to get rid of Jeevan Lumsal.
It was a really entertaining match. I know a lot of people in the chat, Ivan B, Dave, Rob Thompson, and Jules all enjoyed that chase. And it was almost very close to being a historic one, the highest run chase that we've seen on the network. It will do Everest a lot of good. I think on the Limassol Colunders front, yeah, they'll be very pleased with that win over Everest. But at the same time, they will know that their own fielding was not very good. But it's the first time they're out there, so maybe they will get better in their second match. We were talking about their second match. We just saw that they are up against the Napa Kings, so we'll get a chance once again to see the likes of Ali Khan, Manzoor Ali, and also Gurdeep Sharma. He was good yesterday. There's that scorecard. It is a good looking scorecard, isn't it? 55 from Sahi, Ashish Bam, 85 not out for him, and even Jeevan Lamsal came out there and hit a few shots. That tells me one thing that we were talking about yesterday. Jeevan Lamsal is not your opener. You've seen your two openers there. They've got to stick with that going forward, and if they do that, then they will clearly get some wins under their belt. There's the bowling figures there. That one wicket from Rocky came late on, but I think it was the wicket there from Munir. That was the important one. Got the breakthrough, got the wicket of Shahi, and then after that, even though Everest still kept on pumping it on, they just weren't able to keep up with that very high rate. They had to go per over.
Absolutely, and here's the match summary. In the end, Everest came so close to the summit, but they just about miss out. The Colunders win their opening match of this series. Join us again in just about 27 minutes time as we'll bring you our second game of the day when the Colunders take on the Napa Kings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome to match number 7. The Limassol Qalandars, what a start they made in that last match. They blew away Everest thanks to one man, Qasim Mohammed. The good news is we get a chance to see him again. Bad news is for Napa Kings, because they're the men that have to contend and try and keep him quiet. First though, let's join the two captains and the tournament referee, Nilkesh Patel, to see who will be doing what.
Your call?
Tail.
Tails is the call. It is tail.
For field first.
Napa want to toss, decide to bowl first.
Hardeep Singh, the captain of the Napa Kings, deciding that he wants to field first. I'm a little bit surprised about this. He would have seen the carnage that happened first thing this morning when Qasim Mohammed scored that magnificent 131, 16 sixes and 6 fours to get to that marvellous total. What a knock it was as well. All right, it has to be said that Everest didn't bowl well to him, but still, he didn't give a chance. It was an amazing knock, helping them getting to that big score, and that is what they'll be looking to do again. So Qasim Mohammed will be the one to watch. Sohail Ahmed partnered him really well. Those two put that partnership together of 179. It was a superb partnership. Thing is though, what the Napa Kings will be thinking, if we can break that partnership, then we know there's not that much more to come. Well, that's what they're banking on anyway. Let's take a little look at what we saw from the Kings yesterday. Hardeep Singh will be keen to once again show off his all-round abilities with the ball and with the bat. But key players for them, Manzoor Ali, he was very good yesterday. He did score a half century, but other players came close as well. Ali Khan was very good. But one guy to watch out for, it was Gurdeep Sharma. He bowled sensationally. He was able to pitch the ball up and knock the timber over. And with the bat as well, we saw him put a good score of the 40s on the board as well. I just get the feeling this could be a high scoring game, and I think that the Napa Kings will be a little bit more challenging towards the Limassol Qalandars that we saw from Everest earlier. I know Nish is keen to see the start of this one. I thoroughly enjoyed that century from Qasim Mohammed. Let's see what Qasim can do this time around, because Nish, the news is that the Qalandars are going to be batting again.
Thank you very much for that update. So you just received the news from out in the middle. We'll have a look at this gorgeous drone shot of this beautiful village of Ipsanas, where we'll be playing our cricket throughout this incredible fortnight of action, coming to you from Cyprus. There we go. We can see our playing field right in the middle of it there. Very hot and dry right now here in Cyprus. Expect temperatures to go up to 31 degrees Celsius. Humidity currently at about 50%, so it's a hot day ahead for everyone involved. And well, here's the second match of the day. The Qalandars are now 1-0, having picked up that rather nervy victory against Everest. Everest certainly came very close to chasing down that target, thanks to a couple of good performances from Baum and Arjun Shahi. But we certainly saw the batting prowess this Qalandars side possesses. This match is a coin flip. This is the first time the win predictor has a match at a literal coin flip. It's 50-50 according to the win predictor. It's anyone's game, and that should make for some very, very exciting viewing. Of course, the Napa Kings yesterday had a couple of wins, picked up a victory in their first match against Everest, and then succumbed to defeat against the defending champion Sri Lankan Lions. Did avoid a bonus point loss in that match against the Sri Lankan Lions, and weren't quite able to pick up all 4 against Everest, as Everest just about got to that 70% run mark in that opening match to deny the Limassol Qalandars that all-important 4th point. This should be good. This should be really fun. Should be a nice battle over here. Good to see star players going up against each other right out of the get-go. We got Ali Khan with the ball in hand. And at the other end, it's the 2 danger men who were terrific in that first innings. It's Hussain and Mohammed, of course. Mohammed right now at the non-strikers, and I don't want him facing the very first ball, considering the way he batted last time around. And yeah, a little bit of a change, actually. This is a bit of a surprise. Amir Hussain opening the batting rather than the skipper, Sohail Ahmed. It's also worth pointing out that the captain, beg your pardon, the president of the Cyprus Cricket Association, Mohammed Hussein, is umpiring this match. He's currently stationed behind the stumps. Here we go, first ball. And it's going to be a dot ball. It's a nice start there. It's a very good delivery, right on the money by Ali Khan to start off. Just going down the leg side. That one is going to be a wide. Around the wicket here. He's trying to get that angle into the right-hander. Yeah, absolutely. Got umpire Mohammed Hussein here behind the stumps, joined by Tracy Pasquill, who is currently at square leg. Third umpire is Abdul Rahman. This is a push towards mid-wicket. And of course, our match referee is Nilkesh Patel, who you saw in the introduction video. There he is, the Centurion from the last match. Got it so terrifically, getting ready to face his first ball. And he isn't quite able to punish that one, really. You would have expected in the form he's in, that one would have gone straight to the boundary. It was a huge opportunity for him, just shaking that right hand right now. Ooh, was there a chance there? Was there a little bit of noise? The umpire doesn't think so. Let's have another look at this. It's good bowling here. I think he's using that angle really well, Khan. Good first over by him so far. Let's see if he can conclude it right. Okay, this is a nice length. It's a hard length. It's not easy to play for Qasim Mohammed. Full credit to Ali Khan for the way he's bowled to start off this innings. That's struck firmly right through extra cover. Slightly spoils the over, but it's still a terrific one. Only 7 runs off it. Good shot there by Hussein. Picks out that gap in extra cover, and away it goes for 4. It's not an easy stroke to play because he's bowling a nice hard length here, Ali Khan. So 7 off the first. And we'll have a look at some of the stats from our European Cricket Series so far in Cyprus. The highest successful chase so far was 117, but we saw in that previous match, Everest fell 9 runs short of pulling off one of the greatest chases on the European Cricket Network. And of course, we've seen plenty of scores defended. The lowest score defended there, right, 144. But I think we've seen some very good bowling performance, in particular the one yesterday where we saw Everest routed for just 48 runs. That's another terrific ball here by Singh. You just wonder where that sound came from. Was it bat just brushing something along the way? Let's have another look at this. Doesn't seem like it's hard to really guess from that angle, but there's probably no edge over there. Good decision by the umpire. This is just pushed out towards cover. Beautiful looking shot, but there's a sweeper on the deep to cut that one off, and it's just a single. Of course, we've got a big, big day of cricket here on this Super Sunday. 6 matches coming up. I'm Nishjay Bhatt, and I'll be joined by Rico Full throughout this terrific day.
Yeah, and it is going to be a great day. 6 from here, and then 2, of course, later tonight from Portugal with Phil G and Vinny Sanduar. That's a big wild swing here. Yeah, I'm with you. Very surprised that they do make a change at the top of the order here. So Amir Hussain is getting an opportunity, but you know, if it's not broke, don't change it. They go into this match as underdogs. The win predictor has the Kings favourites to win it. Columbus, yeah, they're just missing out on a few shots. That's a good leave here, but it's amazing, Anish, isn't it? The difference that you see when the ball is being pitched up and there's a better line, and that's what you've seen the Kings do here so far. But it's worth mentioning the limits of Columbus in that last match. The power play score was only 32. At the halfway point, 68, but it was the 117 that came off the second part of the innings, and that's when really Kasim got going. So he takes a bit of time maybe, and then, well, if he's still there, he can really clobber and hurt you. So you want to be trying to get him early. So the captain giving himself a bit of a break this time, but he's probably looking at the moment out there and thinking it's not quite the start that he wanted from Hussain. And, well, Kasim Mohammed, the centurion himself, only 2 or 5.
This is a good ball here, and absolutely the lines and lengths have been so much better from the Napa Kings. They've been running on the money from the get-go. Everest certainly didn't help themselves in that previous match. I think bowling a bit too short or over pitch, just never found that right length. And so far, for the Napa Kings, they've been pitching it on a really good length, making it hard for the Limassol Kalundars. This is struck hard and struck away. But a sweeper is out in the deep and a good bit of fielding. You just wonder whether that slight mishap would allow the Kalundars to come back for a second run, but that run was just never on.
Yeah, it's the fielded well so far. That's Mansour Ali, that's sweeping on the offside. He'll have a big part to play, I'm sure, when he gets the ball in his hand as well.
Oh, it's a big edge, but this one hasn't got enough to go over the rope. It's actually been given a 4 in the end, so it's a bounce just in front of the boundary rope. Throws everything at this one, and the edge just carries it over that fielder, a short third. And as you can see, yep, well inside the rope. That's a 4.
Yeah, and this is the way things are looking at the moment. So the Lions, of course, undefeated. Royals got a good win yesterday, but then got blown away, didn't they, by the Lions. Napa Kings, they're really looking to go above Royal CC here with the win. But the Kalundars themselves will be eyeing up going into second spot. So whoever wins this goes into second. I'm liking this move. You could say you could go back to Ali Khan, but Gurdeep Sharma, this guy, bowled some terrific balls yesterday, including a couple of in-swinging Yorkers. So he's dangerous, and he's, well, he's the one to watch for me. Let's see how he starts here. Bowling to Hussain, who's been sort of swinging and missing. Both batters have had 6 balls. Both have got 6 to their name. Oh, that's an edge. It's a great save, but why aren't they running here? I mean, I wonder if we can see this again, but I want to focus on the non-striker here, Kasim Mohammed. Watch him here. Look at him. He doesn't move. Look, he's just standing, staring. Ball gets away. That's a run there. And one thing that he and Ahmed, the captain, Sohail Ahmed, were doing well in the first match, they were taking those singles.
Goes for the big swing and a miss here. It's a big heave, but fails to connect. It's just been terrific bowling.
Yeah, Sharma, this is what I expect to see from him. He really was so good yesterday. Really bowled fantastically well. Scored 43 as well, took 2 for 19. But it was on a losing cause to the Lions. And just good bowling. Look, Hussain, this is a big mistake really from the Kalundars. Amir Hussain, and for some reason, they pumped him up to the top of the order, but he is just chewing up deliveries. And, well, I'm giving him, if I'm the captain here, Nish, I'm giving him one ball. I'm saying you either get this to the boundary or you're coming off because you're just hurting us here. And, just going to get, probably again, should be looking for 2. Have to go 2. They will get 2. He gets a couple, so fine, I'll give him one more ball. 2's better than nothing or a single, but yeah, he just hasn't shown up here.
Yeah, it's quite surprising. The captain's shown a lack of faith in himself, and he hasn't just kept himself alongside Kasim Mohammed. It wasn't just their batting, but I think their communication when they were out there in the middle was terrific. They really looked like two players who just knew each other very well, had terrific chemistry. This one is struck away towards cover. He's been a very busy man out in the deep, hasn't he, the sweeper Ollie? And it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, but bowling to your field, Nish, we said so many times. If you have a look at this field, the only thing I must admit I would do different, I would have the third bat, to be honest. But you're bowling to your field, full and straight. He's got an offside field, and he's bowling on the offside. He's trying to finish a good over here. Only 3 come from it so far, and score just on 18. So really, I think Qasim Mohammed will be looking to go for a boundary here. And he just guides this away, straight to the fielder, could be out. The wicketkeeper muffs this up. It's not the easiest of throws to deal with, but I'm just looking at the way the keeper here, Kamaljeet Singh, positions himself, and yeah, he just needed to wait a little. Gets too close, yorks himself, presents the opportunity. 19 then is the power play score, so a team that we just saw smash the ball all over the place and put 185 on the board are struggling here at the moment.
We're struggling mightily, but you got to give a lot of credit to the Napa Royal Kings. Haven't missed a trick so far with the ball in hand or their fielding. I think, though, just going back to that point about Hussein, how many more balls do you give him before you potentially look to retire him?
Yeah.
9 of 11, but even Qasim Mohammed just not looking himself.
I suppose the difference is with Qasim, you know what he can bring you, you know what he can do. But I think making that change is the old saying, isn't it? If it ain't broke, don't change it. And they make a change, and at the moment that's hurting them in all aspects. Even the running between the wickets is not good. Manzoor comes in, and he fires in the Yorker. Well, he's running into trouble. Will he get back? Will he not? No, he won't. And that is huge. Huge wicket. Is going to be the wicket of the Centurion. Qasim Mohammed plays his once a single, and Amir Hussain is just standing there, looking in the mirror, looking pretty. Look, that is terrible. Terrible cricket. And that is the end of the Centurion. So Qasim Mohammed will go. And this is all about the decision to go with Amir Hussain at the top of the order. The understanding between the batters not there. They never ran any of the singles. They never converted the ones into twos. Qasim trying to get something from a good ball. Well, that says it all. I think Nilkesh Patel may just have a little word with Qasim. We don't want to see that, and we don't, of course, want to be advocates to that. If you're out, you're out. You've got to take it on the chin. Disastrous start. Qasim goes. He's been run out for 7.
Yeah, that's where you really think that if it was Sohail Ahmed alongside Qasim Mohammed, might have still been out there. It just felt like everything was second nature to them when the two of them were batting in that first game. Great communication. They just sensed each other terrifically. Hussein, Qasim just simply not on the same wavelength. Out comes Munir, who certainly had a few struggles with his bowling.
Now, can you believe this? I mean, the ball before when he should be running, and he decides to stay planted in his crease. And then the very next ball, he's running to the other end like a headless chicken. I don't think Hussein knows what he's doing. He don't know what he's doing. Well, Hussein might as well put an end to his misery here, and he's got to be just swinging and hoping. And if he gets out, he gets out, and then he can deal with Qasim Mohammed when he gets back in the dugout. Well, he swings and he gets 6. So at least he's now trying to say, right, okay, I was the guilty man, but I might, and I think he has to. He has to score some runs. If he goes back without scoring any major runs here, I think they're all going to lynch him.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be welcome back in the dugout then. A little bit overpitched here. It's one of the few deliveries they've actually gotten wrong in these first 21 deliveries, but it's a terrific shot by Hussein. Just such a strong player, and I think this is really why they look to probably push him up to that opening partnership. I think if there's anything you might be critical of Sohail Ahmed was he's probably not the biggest of hitters, but Amir Hussain just flexing his muscles a little bit over there as we have a brief pause in the game as they look to locate that cricket ball in the olive groves. We're just going to take a look at the playing field.
Yeah, field positioning so far, it has worked. I mean, you can't set a field for that. It's a great shot. Here comes Ali back in again, and well, places out, and yeah, well fielded. Ground fielding so far has been good. That's the captain. Hardeep Singh setting the standards. One thing to update you on, folks, is the weather. It's now touching on almost 30 degrees, and I think as a result of that, in fact, I know as a result of that, every 5 overs we will have a very short drinks break, an opportunity for the players to take on some fluids, because it is very hot out there in the middle. So we'll have a few strategic timeouts. And that's well bowled. He pulls his delivery really well, does Manzoor.
Great ball, terrific length. Gets it right up there. Makes it so hard for Munir to play. You know, he's got long levers. He certainly does. Seen him in the past connect on a few and hit a few big ones. See if he can do that over here as well. That's exactly what he's capable of doing when he middles one. Shows us his power and his strength. This one is struck right towards forward point. Goes the distance. It's a 6. Great hit by Munir.
Now that's a powerful hit, isn't it? I mean, out there on the offside, he's absolutely crunched it. That's what they need to do here now. I mentioned in the last match, the acceleration came in the second part of the innings. That's what they're going to do here. That is the end of the over. 33 for 1 after 4. So at the moment, they're probably on around about a 115 sort of pace. Let's see the expected score here. The expected score 107. So I actually have them, I reckon, 115. But they've got to get the acceleration in. And of course, all eyes will remain on Hussain. 16 off 13, but he can't now. It can't be talking about singles. You've got to be talking about boundaries.
It's just worked away towards point. It's just going to be a single. And just talking about how effective the Kings have been with their game planning. Just 2 runs through the leg side. They've been looking to keep that ball well outside the off stump. Look to force the hitters to play their strokes towards the offside, and that's worked terrifically so far. Just 2 runs on the onside. This one's just inside the tram line. Munir was probably looking for the wide, but was well inside the line. No chance of wide.
Yeah, I'm surprised Munir's left this, because we've just seen him played a cracking shot for 6 out on the offside, but he leaves it alone. Sharma gets one over him.
This is slightly over pitch, and the captain will feel he had an opportunity there. He just stuck a hand out. Maybe if he just stayed all the way back in the rope, he would have had a chance to catch this.
Yeah, he's gone for it one hand. I think looking at that again, he's more trying to stop it going over the boundary rope than trying to catch it. It's one of those that could stick. We could have seen a bit of Jalebi delight. Still haven't seen any Jalebi catches here in Cyprus. It's only day 2 though, but it goes for 6. And now he does hit this one out on the offside. And yeah, that's more like it. You saw him leave one earlier from Sharma rather than go for this shot. But he does play this away. That's nicely done. Good looking shot.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries here for Limassol Qalandars. They desperately need to string a few together here. It's just been way too quiet for them. Need to be hitting consecutive boundaries at this level. You know the firepower this side has. Just the 5 boundaries so far this innings. Goes for the big one. Does it have the distance? It does. It goes all the way towards that cow corner boundary. And Munir, we were just talking about his long levers and some of the power he possesses. And he's just demonstrating that in this over. Gurdeep Sharma gets taken the distance. 17 runs off this over so far. Still got a ball to come.
Well, this is the start they needed. And he's come off Sharma, which is a bit of a surprise. Sharma is not one to shy away from the challenge. I think he'll go straight, try and get the wicket straight away here. And he's not going to, because that gets played up. It gets past one, but not past the sweeper. It will be just a single. So they're going at 10s here. 51 for 1 at the end of 5. Only lost the 1 wicket, so they need to get the acceleration in. Can they get, in the last match, they got 117 in the last 5. Can they do the same again? But no Kasim out there at the moment. And also the captain, Sohail Ahmed, hasn't gone out there just yet. Hello to everybody. We're going to take a bit of a strategic time out now because of the heat. About 30 degrees out there, so players are going to have to take on some fluids. That's a very wise move. Rico full here with Nish. Nish, big day here today. We've seen centuries. Let's have a look at some of the centuries that we've had on the network. And we saw an excellent one in England from Troy Johnson, 127. But it started here with Caligala. And this is the Hall of Fame for 5 wicket hauls all over the place. Let's continue with this one first. And you can see there's pages and pages of it. And there's one more, of course, to add on to that. Troy Johnson, 127 there in England. And, of course, now we've got Qasim Mohammed to add to that. He scored 131. Hall of Fame, there was a 5-wicket haul yesterday in Portugal. Neil Charles, well done to him. And he was, of course, playing there for the Porto Wanderers against the Coimbra Knights. So plenty of action coming from Portugal today as well. So one thing about this bit, so come on, I'm going to put you on the spot here now. We haven't seen, didn't have a golden ball in England. We need a golden ball here. And also, we haven't seen a hat-trick in a while. So do you think they could, I think the last one we had was from Brutul in Portugal in that night series. So we're missing a hat-trick, 5-wicket haul, golden ball. What do you reckon? We're going to get those here?
We're definitely going to get a golden ball. I feel it could come today. We've got 6 matches today. Surely one of them is going to give us a golden ball. And a lot of games between teams that are really evenly matched today. Yeah,
that's true. We're going to see a new team as well. Phillips Warriors. I don't know if you know anything about them. I'll try and find out some information about them. There may be 1 or 2 players that we know that will be playing for the Warriors. So looking forward to seeing them. They got a big day. Well, Warriors are going to have to be Warriors on a hot day. They got 3 matches. We'll see them next up against Everest. Everest will, well, they'll be looking to continue with the improvement that we saw from them. A great run chase, which almost saw them breaking a record. Right, back to the action. Players have had a drink. Wicket follows drinks. Will it? Does it? Yes, again. Dropped. Oh, what's the keeper doing here? What is the keeper doing here? So much time. And Kamaljeet Singh, the wicket keeper, has got to be screaming, saying, "It's my catch." He just stands and watches. You got the gloves on. You got to take this, Nish.
He has to take this. He's got to call out really loud and try to hold on to that one. Munir, you can't give him another life. Just make note of that. He was dropped on 23. That could be a huge moment if he goes on to play a big innings. And this is launched towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a boundary. So Hussein joining in on the action, rubbing some more salt on Khan's wounds.
Yeah, I reckon in that drinks break, the captain probably said to Hussein, come on, you've got to move now. Get going or get out. That's what I'm telling you. Get going or get out. I want to see boundaries and boundaries. I want us to be going at 15s per over. We need to be looking to accelerate. Not 115 ain't going to be enough. We need to be 140. That's what he wants here, 140. So let's see how it goes. They could have had a wicket straight away. Should have had a wicket straight away. Munir survived. Hussein gets a boundary. Ali Khan just reshuffles the field slightly to try and get this breakthrough. You know, one big difference between here and England. In England, all the batters were ramping or reversing. And when you see a field like this, 3 men on the leg side, all in front, 2 on the offside, all in front, nobody behind the keeper. I think with the length that's been bowling here, good opportunity for batters to be getting into a position just to ramp these deliveries. Look, you've got plenty of room. Get behind and ramp. Otherwise, the fielders are always, unless you're going over the top of them, always going to be stopping these. So that's something that can really come into the European cricket game.
No, absolutely, of course. Very different levels of cricket over here and then in England. And I think the big thing, though, is the amount of improvement we see year on year here in Cyprus. I mean, I remember in the series we covered last year, some of the par scores would be just above 100. And now we're at the stage we're talking about 140-plus scores. This one is belted towards long on. It's just got enough to sail over the 2 fielders' heads. Munir continuing to put on a good show.
Yeah, I'm liking this shot from Munir. I mean, one thing that's good about it is if you look at his body stays nice and straight. So nice straight posture, and he just lets the arms do the work. Timing is good, doesn't try to hit it too hard, gets the connection, gets the boundary. So runs starting to flow. You can see the expected score gradually creeping upwards. It's hit well, but the fielder needs to watch the spin on this, and he does well. Good pickup. He's been good out there, hasn't he, Manzoor?
He's got plenty of those out, and I mean, you might as well tack on the amount of runs he saved to his final run tally for this game. You know he's going to play a big part with a bat in hand in the second innings. But he's already saved his side plenty of runs with his fielding. 6 overs in. Limassol Kalundars are 64 for 1. Qasim Mohammed not quite able to follow up his incredible century in the first match with a performance here. He was run out when he was on 7 due to a bit of miscommunication with Amir Hussain, who still got the captain Sohail Ahmed to come. He, of course, opened the batting last time around. And don't rule out the likes of Prashant Patel. He's a very accomplished hitter as well. So still plenty to come in this Kalundars batting order. A good chance here to accelerate and try to get to that 130-ish total.
Yeah, that's what they've got to be thinking. It's time for the experienced and the knowledgeable Lakhwinder Singh to have a bowl.
This is belted, but straight to the fielder at long on. And Lakhwinder Singh, who is such a reliable wicket taker for this side and the Mouflons in the past, comes up with a big wicket. It's 2 ex-Mouflons connecting for that one. It's Lakhwinder Singh and Gurdeep Sharma, who once donned the yellow of Cyprus's oldest team. Of course, they're now teammates here for the Napa Kings. Great wicket, important wicket. Munir departs after playing a really handy cameo.
Yeah, Sharma makes it look easy there, doesn't he? Good awareness off the rope and a really good catch. The hardest, a lot of people say, to take when it's above your head, because you're not getting your eyes behind it, so to speak. You're relying on your judgment, and he just plucks that before it goes over the boundary. So Munir will go, but a quick fire 31 from him of just 12 deliveries. And that means that Prashant Patel comes out, and Patel only faced 1 ball in the last match, and he smashed it for a big 6. So you know what he's there to do. Captain, giving others an opportunity before himself this time. Oh, that's a gundy ball. I think it's the slightly slower ball attempted here by Lakhwinder, and as soon as he bowls it, you can hear him say, oh nay, it goes wrong. So a wide ball first up for Patel.
The leg side again has it clipped some pad along the way. I think it might have. That's what's just spared Lakhwinder over there.
Yeah, he just brushes the pad as it goes through to the keeper. Nice take from Kamaljeet Singh. Yeah, be disappointed, Patel, that he's missed out on that.
That's a great ball. He's just bowling a beautiful stump-to-stump line over here, Lakhwinder Singh.
Yeah, he's an experience, and that's the thing. And he knows the field is set. All right, if he gets hold of it and it goes all the way, fair play. But at the moment, getting the ball in the right areas.
This is struck behind point this time. He just gives a bit too much width to the batter, and Patel will pounce onto it, carves it away for 4 runs.
Yeah, they need these boundaries, and Patel, after trying to go down the ground, which batters will be looking to do because it is the shorter boundary. But this time he decides to rock back and carve this away, gets a boundary to his name. So good over so far though from Lakhwinder. Only 5 come off for deliveries. He'd be liking if he can go 2 balls and no boundaries here.
This is struck straight down the ground towards Ali Khan, who kind of lost his footing initially and wasn't quite able to attack the ball in the manner he would have wanted. But in the end, he ensures it's just the 1 run.
He does well because he realizes the catch is not on, and then he has to watch for the bounce. It's not the worst, but he still has to deal with it, deals with it well, stops the ball going to the boundary, keeps it to 1. Yeah, good bowling. Yorker length, just a single. Only 7 off the over. And now, well, that's expected score started going in the better direction for the Kalundars, close to the 120. Now, with that over, it goes back down to around that 108. Well bowled.
And let's have a look at our calendar for this incredible year we've had so far on the European Cricket Network. We've had the great privilege of visiting so many wonderful countries. Of course, it started all the way back here in Cyprus in January, and we've returned back to the country. But yeah, just some incredible tours. I'm sure you've had the privilege of visiting any particular standout tours.
Look, they've all been great. It's always to go back, sometimes new teams, sometimes old familiar faces and new faces. And of course, very well looked after by all the federations. But yeah, for me personally, to actually go to France, to Dreux's ground, of course, Dreux, the champions of the ECL back in 2023. I mean, that was a fantastic ground, great setup there, good hospitality. It was lovely to be there. And also, just recently, I was in Estonia for the first time as well as England. So good to see that we're venturing to new places. And I'm looking forward to going to Malta after the ECC and seeing how that ground looks after it's had a bit of a revamp.
This one is just played out towards cover. It's going to be comfortably fielded at wide, long off for a single. Very tight bowling by the Napa Kings. They just never let the Colunders get away from them at any stage. And it's all thanks to just sticking to their game plan, bowling to their field. This one is launched, and it's launched all the way. It's going to go into the olive groves. That's a 6. Big hit by Patel.
Yeah, I mean, Singh gets a bit greedy, I think. He wants to go for the pegs. And this is exactly what Prashant has been waiting for. If you think of the deliveries that he's had so far, he's been a little bit short. He missed out on a few that have been bowled into his legs on the leg side. And he's missed out on 1 or 2 that have been short outside the off. What he wants to do is go down the ground. So as soon as he gets a sniff, he nails it and he gets 6. We'll have to wait for that ball to come back. If not, another one will come out there. Tracy gives the signal to Nilkesh Patel to say, can we have another one, please? Well, this is like being back at Wimbledon. This is new balls, please. They come. All we need now is the strawberries and cream. And maybe a bit of Pims to finish the day.
What an incredible throw by our match referee, Nilkesh Patel, right on the money, straight to the bowler. Lowish full toss. He's looking to play this away, and he manages to strike it beyond the boundary rope. That was not an easy shot. It's never easy to play those low full tosses. Somehow contorts his body, gets underneath the ball, and elevates it over cow corner for a 6.
It is a good shot, you're right. Just watch how he just gets low enough, doesn't he? Gets right underneath it. But still, it takes a fair bit of timing and power without using any momentum going into the ball to get it away. And he just does just that. So, 84. Good delivery. Good comeback.
Terrific length. Just going for that wide Yorker over there. Hardeep Singh. I think this has been the good thing about all of these Napa Kings bowlers. They just never let the over get away from them. Anytime they get hit for a boundary or 2, they've always got a solid response. Slightly over pitched. Is it going to go all the way? Not quite. It does go for a boundary. It was a good fielding effort there by Ali Khan. Tried his best to keep inside the boundary rope. A stellar effort, but it goes for a boundary nonetheless.
Yeah, this is unfortunate because the ball sort of sticks to his hand. So he gets a hand to it. He wants to push it back into field of play, but the ball is like it sticks to him and he can't get it away. So I think this is going to be 4. I think they might be looking to see this again. We have a look at it here. So the fielder comes across and gets a hand to it, but he's not able to stop it. There's going to be 4 runs. Yeah.
So, well, it's going to be really inconclusive from that angle, but as you can see, the ball just goes well over the rope, so it's a 4. And does this have enough to go over the rope? It most certainly does. So the biggest over of this innings, 23 off it. The first 20-plus run over, and they desperately needed that, didn't they? The Limassol Colunders. Some terrific batting there by Prashant Patel, who's come in here in the middle order and is giving his side that little late innings propulsion they needed. Hardeep Singh, a little bit expensive the second time around.
Yeah, he was the captain. The thing about Hardeep is he does try to bowl with genuine pace. He doesn't really have that slower delivery. He hasn't certainly been able to execute it well. So, once again, if you get used to him, then you're going to put him away. And he's got the ball slightly shorter. He's pitching it up, and he's allowing the batters to get after him. So they needed that over. 120 is back on the cards here, but I still think it's not enough. They'll be looking to go I still feel you need 140 here. Laquinder Singh will come back. He bowled a good tidy first over, only 7. But can he maintain that in this second? He's bowling to Hussain, who's 19 balls to 24. I mean, I called it a long time ago when he was getting to 10 balls and he was struggling. I think he's just chewed up too many balls for me. He can make amends, though, here if he can go big in this over. Yeah, he can't. Look, call him off. This is me. If I'm the captain, I'm being ruthless. I'm saying, all right, Amir, thanks very much. I made a mistake giving you the opening spot. 20 off 20, 24 of 20. Not good enough. Time for you to come. And me as the captain go out there and see if we can get some big shots in.
So going to be a wide. It's going to be a challenge to try to get away someone of Laquinder Singh's caliber. He's a great batter. And yep, absolutely. You just feel that maybe the captain should have made that ruthless move a lot earlier in this innings. He's chewed up a lot of balls so far, Hussain. And he goes big. Well, at least he tries to, but it's actually just rolled away towards extra cover for a single. So Hussain just fails to get those boundaries so far. Just another single.
I'm gobsmacked, Nish, that they haven't pulled him off. I really am. I mean, a team that just scored at 185, they're struggling. They made a change at the top of the order. It hasn't helped. He was, got to say, he was at fault at running out Kasim. Right, in the air, it should be gone, and it will be gone. No mistakes made in the fielding, and that's nicely taken. Once again, it's Manzoor Ali. His fielding has been sensational. And the other thing that you don't realise, and it's only if you're in the game, is that innings of Amir Hussain, what it does, it causes other batters to get out because all the other batters are feeling, well, we've got to be the ones that score the runs because he ain't just doing it, he ain't cutting it. So that's the end of Prashant Patel. 27 he scores of the, I think he faces 9 balls, but just look at the difference. You know, he's scored more runs in 9 balls than Amir Hussain, who's, well, he's had, what, 11 balls more than him. It's just not good enough. 96 for 3.
The captain's just probably coming a little bit too late. Here at number 5, he opened the batting last time around. Can he do something in these last 9 deliveries? Well, he's going to throw the kitchen sink at that one, takes an edge, and goes away for a 4. Just flashes hard at the ball, gets a little bit lucky. And you can just see the bat turning a little bit in his hand right there at the end. Goes away for 4.
Yeah, Laquinder, you won't mind that. He's sticking to what he does, 2 for 13. It's been good from the experienced campaigner. This will be interesting as well because you touched on it already. We know that we've got Mohammed Hussain out there who's doing the umpiring. And Mohammed Hussain and Laquinder normally would be playing for the Muflon. So you've got one Muflon umpiring the other. Be interesting if there's an LBW appeal. It's going to be a wide. And well, he's not getting any charity from Mohammed Hussain. Yeah, fair play. Look, I always said this, you know, no matter what you say about umpires, you know, if they maybe, he knows that team, he'll be biased towards that team. Once you put the umpire gear on, you are a neutral. And Hussain is showing true professionalism out there. And this one could be another. It is another. So Laquinder, you see what he's trying to do? He's trying to hide it, trying to sneak it in. And Sohail Ahmed is judging these quite well at the moment. The thing is, with the keeper standing back as well, Sohail Ahmed, he's got the luxury of coming down the track if he wants to. And he will this time. Now, this is going to be clubbed for 6. And I know the batter comes out to this, but it's still worth looking at the height on it. I think they are checking. This could be I mean, he comes a long way down. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to call that one. I suspect because it is a slower delivery, it probably will be fine, but it's going to be smashed for a 6. 6 more. So it's going to hit a smash. It's at the end of the over. Not quite the finish that Laquinder would have wanted. But still way below par here. Score 108 for 3 going into that last over. Just have a look at some of those bowling figures. And Laquinder, he'll be pretty proud of his 2 overs. 2 for 21.
Yeah, desperately needed 6 right at the end. They're going to need a magical over here, the Qalandars, to try to get to the 130s.
Hussain Can he come good right at the end? And he's going to get this in the gap, is he? Yeah, he is. I think that will be 4. Once again, Tracy. That's good. Just wants to check. So firmly hit. And where's this bouncing here? I think, yeah, that's going to come down. Yeah, quite easily. 4. I suppose it's understandable. It's so bright out there at the moment. The umpires are never sure if the ball's going over the rope or not. So just making sure before they give the signal.
Great ball there by Ali. Responds to the boundary with a Yorker. It's right where he needs to be.
Right, back now to the captain, Sohail Ahmed, 10 or 3. Can they get some big shots in here and go past that expected 122? I feel that they need to look just very quickly while we wait for this next delivery. Yesterday we saw that it was a win first time round for the Napa Kings. That one sits in the air and gone. That's the end of the captain. Sohail Ahmed goes for the big shot, but it's the captain, Hardeep Singh, that removes the captain of the batting side. So Sohail swings hard, slices it in the air. He's going to have to depart. And as he falls, as that's another dot, the expected score now down below the 120 mark. Yeah, the Napa Kings yesterday, 144 for 5. Manzoor Ali scoring a half century. Ali Khan scoring 45. And they restricted Everest to 101. And then chasing 161 against the Lions. They got to 122. And so they are a team that should be scoring 120s without any real issues. So they'll be up for this. But some important hits here towards the end could make all the difference. Good catch there by the captain. And Manzoor, you definitely deserve that wicket. In goes Rocky. And, oh, that one's not the best of deliveries. It's down the leg side. Surely will be called a wide. It is. That's a really good stop from the keeper, Kamaljeet Singh. I don't think he or anyone was expecting this, because Manzoor's been pretty good with his line. Goes for the Yorker, but just goes down the leg side and allows the batters to change over. Hussain, once again, gets another opportunity to try and put away the last 3 balls to the boundary. 115 for 4.
Settled batter. You'd expect him to try to hog the strike for these last 3 deliveries. Goes big. Has he gone the distance? He has. This one goes straight down the ground into the olive groves. And Amir Hussain is just starting to shift up the gears after a little bit of a slow start. This is a tremendous looking shot. And this was the potential that the skipper saw in Amir Hussain when he pushed him to open the batting.
Goes for the stumps, doesn't he? Goes for the stumps, and that's what a lot of batters are looking for. Patel was looking for the ball to be pitched up. When it was, he put it away. And Hussain, look, not a bad delivery, but it's not quite the Yorker. Hussain gets under it and belts it straight down the ground. 2 balls to come, 121 for 4. These 2 balls could be so important.
Oh, and he's just expecting that one to be wide, but he's let it go. That could be absolutely catastrophic. Looking to make some room to hit it over cover. And in the end, he's just let one go by.
Yeah, great delivery. I mean, Manzoor sees the space that Hussein's trying to give himself. And, yeah, you see, this is what this innings has been for Hussain. He hits one shot, we think, okay, and then he lets one go by. And is he going to get another go by? He does. He's going to finish with 2 dots. That, for me, sums up. Look, he's standing there like a miserable sight. But that sums up that innings for me, for Amir Hussain. He'll finish on 25 of 21 deliveries. And, yeah, that's just not good, is it? Not good at all. I think my score's frozen here, so it's probably a bit more than that, but still, it's not a good show from him as well. We see they made a change, the top part of the order, then this was just criminal, and it was Hussain who was once again the guilty man. As the Centurion, yeah, he throws his bat away in disgust as he gets barbecued by Amir Hussain. And then I know why Amir Hussain has stayed out there, maybe. He said, I'm not going back. I'm not going to face Qasim because he's going to have me, you know. He's big and he's strong. And if he sits on me, I ain't moving. So he didn't want to go back He stayed out there, but the thing is, well, he might have hurt them when he got Kazim out, but he hurt them by staying out there as well because he didn't do them any favours at all. The catching was good from the Napa Kings. You'd expect it to be. And the bowling, most of the time, was pretty good. The only time was sometimes they went just a little bit greedy and went for the stumps. That's when the batters cashed in. But the catching and the fielding was pretty good. Manzoor Ali, another good all-round performance from him. Hardeep Singh as well, taking some good catches. And needed something to happen, didn't they? But every time a batter got going, they found a way to get out.
Certainly did, and of course, I think the conclusion of that innings, you can just see right now, Amir Hussein's absolute frustration. That is something I've never seen before. Leaves the ball twice on the last two deliveries of the innings. Just sums up some frustration and what could have been for Limassol Qalandars. As we just see right now, Amir Hussein, the top scorer, but he gets those 36 runs off 26 deliveries and leaves 2 balls right at the end of the innings. Munir just gave them that nice little spark they needed in the middle of the innings, making 31 of 12s. Good catch in the deep by Gurdeep Sharma to dismiss him, and Patel, fantastic innings by him as well, 27 of 10. As we can see over here, Ali Khan, he had the best economy rate, giving up just 20 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. And Lakwinder Singh with another stellar performance, 2 for 21 in his 2 overs. He'll be mightily pleased with that. 2 important wickets as well of Munir and Patel, the 2 settled batters who are looking really, really good. The score, well, we'll wait and see whether this is a par score or not. Looks a little bit below par in all honesty at the moment. But the Napa Kings have still got to go out there and try to chase it down. 122 runs is what they'll need in 10 overs. We'll see how the chase goes in just about a few moments.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings of our second game of this Super Sunday, where we've got 6 matches of cricketing action coming up for you. It was a good first innings to watch. The Limassol Qalandars made 121 runs. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. If Napa Kings are able to chase this down in 7 overs, they will pick up that bonus point. Well, if the Qalandars can pull off something really special and restrict them to 84 runs or less, then they'll be the ones going away with a bonus point. Of course, the way things work, you have about 4 points that are split up between the teams. 3 go to the winner, 1 to the losing side. But of course, if there's a bonus point involved, then the winner takes all 4 of those points, and the loser goes home empty-handed. Of course, we know the Napa Kings are more than capable of scoring some big runs. We saw that yesterday against Everest when they launched their campaign off to a flying start. Thanks to some brilliant batting, they made 144 runs in their first innings against Everest. But of course, they would then succumb to defeat against the Sri Lankan Lions, falling short of the target of 161 that was set for them by 38 runs. Of course, joining you for this big Super Sunday is me, the Shevat, alongside Rico Full, who is with me here in the commentary box, and they start off with a wide.
Yeah, wide ball to start, and when you're only defending 122, you need a good start, and you don't want to be giving any extras away. They do go with Gurdeep Sharma opening up, and he's out there with Kumar. Sharma looks like a player there, doesn't he? Seen him do good stuff in the field with the ball. Can he give them a good start with the bat? Oh, wide ball now outside the off. So Sharma does play at this. That gets called.
You're overcompensating there. Abdul, we didn't see him bowl much in the previous game. But he's got an opportunity here. Looks a nice ball. I'm bowling at a brisk pace. Just needs to get that line and length right. He can bowl at a hard length. Certainly be tough to get away. This one's going to be a wide as well. Just needs to get it right here on Abdul. He's gifted 3 free runs to the Napa Kings without bowling a single legal delivery.
Yeah, well, this is exactly really if you're the Napa Kings, you'll have this any day. 3 runs without a legal delivery being bowled yet. So the target keeps going down, but the number of balls stays the same. And that's beautifully played. The thing is, though, this is all about knowing what's going to happen. Gurdeep Sharma knows what the bowler's trying to do. He's not got it right on 3 occasions. So when he does get it right, he's waiting for it, not trying to hit it too hard, just nicely played. Plays it into the deck, and it gets it in between the 2 fielders. 4 runs to start. First runs off the bat. Courtesy of 4 to Sharma.
Very smart batting there by Gurdeep Sharma. Just runs that one along behind point. Oh, shot to catch it. This could be a catching chance. There's a fielder underneath it. Is he going to take it? Oh, he's made a mess of it. That's exactly why he was placed there. Oh, this is a huge, huge moment. You've got to snaffle these chances. Catches win matches. And you can just see the frustration the bowler is feeling right now. There he was. The captain had placed him right there for the trap. It comes to his hands. But he was just reaching out, wasn't he? Wasn't taking it all that comfortably. And in the end, he spilt it. He spilt it.
Babar Ali gets it wrong, and that drop means that Sharma gets a life 1-4. He gets to the other end, and we'll probably be thinking, right, I've got to make it count now. Good delivery. Rajinder Kumar doesn't get too much space here, does he? As Abdul gets his ball to follow him. He gets good climb on it as well. He's a tall guy. Here's Abdul. That's a nice delivery from Rana. Uppercut, beautifully played, and just gets enough of this, gets it over the fielder there, who can't do anything about it. And Bashir will have to pick it up from the fence. So rocks back, gets enough of it. There's going to be 4 runs. So continuing to see teams opting not to have the third back. They'd rather have, well, he's gone back now, but it's a reactive, isn't it? You've got to be predicting that's going to happen when bowlers are bowling a heavy line outside the off. It's a wild swing. It's not a very good shot at all. It is from Rajinder Kumar. Gets through him, gets a dot ball in. So we're looking to finish the over here well. I mean, he's had some trouble, hasn't he? It took him a while to get one to go straight after 3 wides. But 2 boundaries off it, but he can still, if it keeps it to this 12, he'll be pretty happy about it. Let's see if he can get one. Get the feeling here, Rajinder, if he can get one nice full and straight to him, he could be knocking the timber over. And that one's not straight, it's short. And that is timber on ball. It will go all the way. 6 runs. That's a sweet hit. Que guay. Que genial. Que grande. 6 carreras.
Really, really nice to play. Good swivel over there at the end. And he just smacks that towards the square leg boundary. Just spoils the over for Abdul if he managed to sneak in a dot ball over there. I think we could have called that over a par. Let's have a look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. 47 games since we last had a golden ball. Today might be the day we snap that streak. Of course, we got 6 matches coming up. So you'd be hoping that one of these matches is the one that finally delivers a golden ball.
Gotta have one every week. Gotta have one. Gotta have a golden ball here. Of course, Patel gets the ball and, oh, that's nicely bowled. It gets a nice bit of movement there in the air. Hit hard and it will go for 6. Too short. The length is wrong. And Tracy Pasquale puts them up in the air like you just don't care. 6 more. Wickets are required. And I think Limassol Qalandars, like the other teams here, will know that the Napa Kings really, you're looking at Manzoor Ali, Ali Khan, are the key batters. So maybe a slight change here. Gurjit Sharma has to be up there as well. But 3 wickets, you're in the match. 3 wickets. Can they get those 3 wickets? Not bowling there, you won't, because that's going to be one of these that goes goal in the back of the net. And it's going to be 4 runs plus maybe a couple of bonus points here for getting it in the back of the net, but not a good delivery down the leg side. And after a couple of good deliveries in that last over from Rana Abdul, it goes back to too short, down the leg side, and easy pickings for Sharma. Now he gets right under this. That's going to go all the way. Boom, shaka, bolle, bolle, boom, boom, boom. What a hit, what a strike. And the runs keep on flowing here at this Limassol ground. We are in the area of Ipsonas, the Ipsonas cricket ground here. Plenty of runs and batters having a field day. The earlier match today, we saw a 185 to 176, 361 runs in that first match. It's more of the same. It's just not good bowling, and now you can see the fielders looking at each other saying, I'm not going, you go get it. It's getting a bit like that, and of course, there's nothing worse, is there, Nish? I mean, when you're out there in the middle, it's stiflingly hot, you're standing around, the bowlers are just getting mullered all over the place, and you're running to pick up the ball from the fence. You're just wearing yourself out in the heat, doing nothing. It starts to get to you, and you can feel already the Limassol Qalandars, they are flaking away.
Yeah, it just took them a few balls to settle in, but now they're into the swing of things here. Napa Kings looking really good. This one is struck out towards mid-wicket. Munir is going to give chase, but it's a chase in vain. And it's going to go away for a 4 umpire. Tracy Pasquale will signal the boundary. And a really expensive over here for the Qalandars. It started off nicely for Prashant Patel, the first delivery, but after that, it ends up going magical. 24 runs off that over. Here's a look at the standings for Group A. Of course, the Sri Lankan Lions sitting pretty at the top with 3 wins on the bounce to kick off their campaign. 2 of them being bonus point wins. These two teams jostling for one of those top spots to book a place into finals day.
What did they do here? What's the plan now? 80 required in 48. And I suppose with that over going for 24, all of a sudden it becomes pretty realistic, I suppose, to get to this 122 before the end of the 7th. If they go at that pace, they'll do it. So some good overs needed here, not just to try and contain, but also to make sure you get a point out of this match. It's going to be another wide, another one that Abbas Naeem, the keeper, has to go pretty wide to take. Rocky going on. So again, Rocky throw the sucker punch to get a wicket here. Rocky up against Kumar. Shot. Really good shot. Too much width again, and this time Kumar rocks back and slashes that through the offside. 4 more runs. Just have a look at the body language here of the Limassol Qalandars, but I have to say, I think this is their own doing, Nish. I really do. You know, from the moment they changed the batting order, coming into a game after winning one match, 185 to 176, and then playing about with the batting order, you know that was going to be trouble for you, and it ends up being trouble. I know it was pretty critical of Munir. He scores of Hussain, Amir Hussain, 36 of 26. Just not good enough. And what really hurts you is the way he left the last 2 balls. Don't forget that. So they just haven't recovered from that. There was the run out, of course, there of Kasim, the Centurion of match 1. To the pads, but always going down the leg side. So that's a better length, though, from Rocky that time. Gets that a bit fuller. Let's see if he can get that length on the stumps, wicket to wicket. Might get him some success. Want wickets and need him quickly. Otherwise, this match gets away from the Qalandars, who made an impressive start with the bat in match number 1 here today, match 6, but not so much in this one.
Probably a few too many decisions will ruin that first innings, as we discussed. I mean, that Amir Hussain decision might have had a double impact. Not only did he struggle with the bat, but then involved in the run out as well of Qasim Muhammad. But you've got to say they should be bowling a lot better than this to open out this innings. Just evades the keeper's grasp. And he sees little moments that need to just go in their favor. Something like that's got to stick for them to have a chance. We'll take another look at this. Would have been a really, really special catch if he'd snaffled that.
Yeah, he does go the right way originally, so he takes himself closer to it. And I think on watching that again, though it would have been a difficult one, it's one that he believes he should have taken. Sharma gets another life. And now Rocky gets his line wrong again, goes too wide. So extras have been an issue as well. Too many extras, too many loose deliveries. So already we've gone to, I think, 5 wides in this innings already. 50 comes up. Rocky looking for an answer, looking for the breakthrough.
And he's absolutely hammered this one away. A really, really good stroke. It's taken a bounce just in front of the boundary rope and gone away for a 4. Kumar joining in on the action as well. Nicely placed. And as you can see, just lands a couple of feet in front of that rope. And it's going to be a 4.
Yeah, what we're seeing here maybe from the Qalandars is basically what we saw from them in January in that first European Cricket Series here. They had a 4-4 record. So they'd play well in one match and then be disappoint in the other. And the problem with that is Rocky does squeeze this one through to finish the over. 12 come from it, which isn't that bad, I guess. But all the extras didn't help. It could have been a lot tidier. But yeah, I mean, 4-4 record. And then they went into that eliminated number 3 against Markhor. And they went into that as favourites. And of course, they lost. And so they're a team that just are not able to get consistency going. And that's what's missing. And we're seeing that again here already. And maybe the reason they don't get that consistency is sometimes they just make some unnecessary changes.
Yeah, just about finding their team's identity. And That's going to be a big challenge for them going throughout this series if they want to improve their performance from the previous ECS. Munir comes in to bowl. Now, this is going to be rather interesting. Of course, we had quite a bit of discussion about his bowling action in the previous match. He did get that all-important wicket of Arjun Shahi, but in all honesty, he was really lucky with that. Bowled a lot of rather subpar deliveries, I think. Well, that one's taken off the pitch. I think we're going to have a few question marks about the action here as well.
Yeah, this one. He's a tall guy. He gets some back. Like I said to you, I want to see him running in and charging it, but I think you got to keep an eye on this action. I wonder if that's what Tracy Pasquale. Yeah, Tracy Pasquale is just having a chat with the bowler. You can't be. I mean, that's a chuck. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I'm calling it on here. That's a chuck. He can't be bowling that. I saw it the first time we saw him. If he can't keep that arm straight, then he's not going to be allowed to continue to bowl. We saw that yesterday. I think it was Khatri, Sudeep Khatri, who had a few issues and in the end had to be taken out the attack. So that arm has to, it either stays bent all the way through or it goes straight. And that one's very much the same for me. I reckon I don't see this over being completed. I don't see why that one's not being called as a no ball, if I'm fair. And okay, all right, now let's see if this one's being called as well. That was no better. There you go, that's the call. So no ball, free hit. And I get the feeling this is where Tracy will say, no, that's it, it's enough, he's off. And look, I don't want to be mean, but you got to play to the laws of the game. And when I saw Munir bowl in that first match, there were a couple of deliveries that were pretty suspect to me. And I think they've looked at it. I know that Nilkesh Patel would have spoken to the captain about it. So look, we'll give him one more chance, but if he doesn't improve, he can't carry on. And that's what's happened there. So he'll come off, taking out the attack, and it will have to be now completed by the captain himself, Sohail Ahmed. 3 hits on play, and they'll just get a single from it. So Sohail, I suppose no legal delivery was bowled in that one, so he's got to bowl a complete over here.
Yeah, Sohail Ahmed to start off his over with a free hit. It's a tough decision to make, but it is the right decision. I think Munir at that stage, he was bending his arm almost as much as a baseball pitcher rather than a cricketer. This one is struck out towards mid-wicket for a single. And, you know, Sohail Ahmed is a pretty handy bowler as well, so shouldn't be too much of a loss here for Limassol Qalandars now that he stepped in.
Yeah, look, I want to give an apology to a lot of people in the chat. I mean, normally myself and Nish would be pretty interactive with you, but we're having all kinds of issues, right? And, well, we're having as many issues as the Napa Kings are with their fielding, because that's another horrendous effort, it has to be said. You need to, the Limassol Qalandars, you've got to be taking this, and Parminder Singh gets this completely wrong. He looks like a ballerina there. It goes over hip, so it's another chance that doesn't get taken. This time it's Kuma that gets a bit of luck. This one's hit firmly down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. But, yeah, I mean, we're having a few issues on site here today where the internet that we're working on is just not playing ball with us. Whether it's weather-related, we couldn't tell you. But that means that our systems are going on and off. So we're not able to communicate with you as frequently as we would like to. But I know a lot of you are watching and enjoying the action as another 6 gets blasted away by Gurdeep Sharma. So thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. And apologies that we're not able to be as interactive with you as we normally would.
I think the real concern now as a Qalandars fans comes in from the fact that we started to show the bonus point graphic. It's just at the stage now where I think it's just looking harder and harder for them to salvage a win from this. So, well, maybe avoiding the bonus point now is going to be the main goal here for the Qalandars. This is just an underarm throw back to the non-striker's end. 50 runs needed of 3 overs here for the Napa Kings if they want to steal a bonus point from this game. It'll be tough, but it's certainly doable.
Yeah, it's been a day of good partnership so far, hasn't it? Especially 3 innings have shown that. We saw a nice partnership of 179 between Qasim Mohammed and Sohail Ahmed in match number 6, the first of the day, helping the Qalandars to win only just against the Everest, who themselves had a good partnership. Ashish Bam and Arjun Shahi put 91 on together. Now this partnership here is looking pretty rosy as well. Certainly looked like a match-winning one, but is it one? that could potentially take all the points here. That would be quite amazing if they're to do that. So they've literally got 3 overs to try and get 50 runs. And the way that they're going at the moment, don't forget their power play score was 55, is definitely on. Kasim now probably be looking to take out his frustration with the ball. Let's see if he can make a difference here. Slight delay once again. I think every time we have little delays like this is because the scorer is having the same issues that we have with a lot of the getting everything working. So thank you for your patience with this matter, but we are working behind the scenes to get it right. But the scores on your screen are correct. I'm surprised the timer's still ticking. I think that timer's going to have to be adjusted. I don't think it's going to come into play, if I'm totally honest. I think this match is going to be completed well before the 10 overs, unless, of course, the Napa Kings have an extraordinary collapse here. But with the likes of Mansour and also Khan still to come in, I don't see it. Kasim starts with one down the leg side. It's going to be a wide.
Yeah, that's just a scary thought, isn't it, here for Limassol Qalandars. Ali and Khan, the 2 players involved in that 72-run partnership yesterday that came off just 22 deliveries. Still haven't stepped out in the middle. A lot of firepower still in the shed for the Napa Kings.
The better delivery. Just holding back slightly, Gurdeep Sharma. I get the feeling, Nish, that words got out. He's on 44 because all of a sudden he doesn't want to commit out of his crease. Keeper standing up as well. Naeem. This time he does come out and he places out. It should be stopped, and well, I think that sort of sums it up. The man is, you can see he turns back and starts giving it some lip back to the fielders that believe he should have got there. He's very slow to get going. That is Numan Munir. I suppose Munir, it's still not going to have him in his side as a bowler anymore, but he can hit the ball pretty well. We have seen that from him, scored 31 of 12. But you've got to put an effort in the field as well. All right, here he is again, and that's just poor. That's only one way to put it. That's just poor. And football was yesterday, by the way. Real Madrid were victorious in the Champions League. This is not football. This is cricket. This is not the way to be fielding unless you want to spend a night or two in hospital with a broken foot. I don't know what he's doing, Munir. And look at the frustration there from Kasim. I mean, if you're a bowler and you're seeing fielders fielding like that, you're just going to be, you're going to be livid.
Yeah, he was definitely picked last in 5-a-side, wasn't he, Numan Munir? Look at that. This one is just tucked away towards square leg. You just sort of see the fact that they're now just resigned to the fact that they've probably lost this game. A lot of shoulders have dropped, double teapots. The energy isn't quite there, and understandably so. I mean, these are really tough conditions to play in, and once you lose hope, it's very, very easy to let the game drift away from you.
Down leg side again. This is going to be another one. The other thing is, I mean, we saw that they must have got a bit of pad on this, not being called by the umpire, so it must have caught a bit of something. So one thing is also, it's about getting we mentioned this before in the first match when the Qalandars really made a hash of trying to defend 185 against Everest, as that one gets smashed away as well. So 6 more, they're well on their way, and well, the plan of trying to get all the points here very much alive. So welcome to the commentary box here, Rico Full here with Nish, and once again apologies that we can't really commute with you as much as we'd like to on the chat as well for all of you watching around the world. But thank you for tuning in, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Yeah, we're just talking a little bit here about Limassol Qalandars, and one thing that I mentioned in their first match that they did win against Everest was that you got to have the right fielders in the right place. And now Munir, without sort of just talking about him too much, they've kept him in that long on position. Now when he was there against Everest, it was the same thing. How many went through him? How many catches did he drop? How many balls did he didn't stop? So I think as a captain, Sohail Ahmed has to notice those things and said, right, okay, this guy obviously isn't a fielder that's going to do me any favours in the deep. Change him with somebody. So you've got to be a little bit smarter. And I think that's one thing that they haven't done. They did win their first match, but they're going to have a disappointing loss here. The only thing they can hope for as the players take some very well needed drinks break, is that hopefully they can get a wicket straight after drinks, and maybe not going to win this match, but at least get a point from it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just going back to the point, you compare that to how the Napa Kings bowled in that first innings. They had a very clear plan, keep everything outside the off stump, force them to hit it through that longer cover boundary, and it worked to perfection. That's why they were able to restrict the opposition. I think you got to see the two best bowlers bowling over 6 and 7 to try to avoid them from giving up this bonus
definitely.
point.
And you mentioned the Napa Kings. The other thing they did, they took the catches. You know, they took the catches, they removed dangerous batters at the right time, and they were able to contain. So it looks like we're ready to go, Kit. Very important, of course, for all the players to hydrate themselves. It is very warm at the moment. Temperatures will be around about 34 degrees, but I think when you're out there under the sun with no shade, it feels a lot warmer than that. We've already had some of the fielders that are fielding on the boundary. Every time there's a little break when the ball gets pumped into the olive trees, they've come in and just stand in the shade for a bit. That tells you how warm it is out there. So if you're getting a hiding to nothing, it's not a nice place to be at the moment. 88 without loss. Can they get a breakthrough? Can they get a fight back in the second part of this innings? It's going to be Abdul to start. And he starts very much the same as he started his first over, with a wide.
It's about 16 and a half and over now needed for that bonus point. It's well within reach. I think you're just going to see, I certainly hope that message was communicated during the drinks break to the two batters that the bonus point's well within reach now. That should be a real target.
Right, up in the air. Right, here we go, the test. And he holds on to it this time. And now, what's he saying now? Well, he's not giving a send-off. Surely not. Well, yeah, Tracy, have a chat with him. Give him a little, come on, have a little chat. I mean, you got to be, I tell you what, the bravest and the boldest player on the pitch. I mean, Munir has absolutely had a nightmare. He's been chucking as a bowler. He's been dropping everything. Then he decides that he wants to give a send-off to Gurdeep Sharma. Well, I'll tell you what, it's a brave move. I don't think your day is over yet, Munir. I think, let's just say, more is to come. Oh, Munir, never seen that before. He's had an absolute mare. And then with the score on 89 and the first wicket goes, he's giving Sharma the send-off. Sharma, though, well done, well batted, 53 of 22.
It's the equivalent of scoring a goal at the end of an 8-0 game and doing cartwheels after it. That was really, really rather puzzling by Munir. But, you know, everybody has to take their little bit of snippets of joy from the game of cricket. And Munir trying to look at the lighter side of things. This one is absolutely blasted. It's going to sail over Parminder Singh and Munir's head and go away for a 6.
This is where I wanted the batter to Ali Khan to be pointing at Munir and say, go on, go get it, go fetch it. If I was Parminder Singh, I wouldn't have gone. I would have said, you go get it. You've just wound them up. You go get the ball. Well, back to normal service as that one gets blasted away. And welcome to the middle to Ali Khan. This guy looked pretty good yesterday. Bowler wants to make a change. You're going to come around the wicket. Good luck. Yep, just expected. But he's dropped him. And the bowler was dancing for joy for a second. Saw the catch goes down. I mean, this one should have got pasted away to the boundary, but he somehow has found the fielder. And it's straight in, straight out. Shake it all about. The bowler let out a scream, and then it was despair when he sees the ball come out of his hands.
Oh, you got to feel for Rana Abdul. That's the second catch that's been dropped off his bowling. He could have had 3 wickets today. And just a little bit of frustration for him. His reaction tells it all. Yeah, I do like the fact that he plays the game with his heart on his sleeve and with real passion.
27 of 9. Searching to take all the points away. Right, that one being clipped away. There's nobody there. That will sail over the boundary ropes. That's going to be 6 runs. It's quite an extraordinary shot, actually, because he finds a way to get back onto the ball and play this from around his legs, and it sails over the rope. 6 runs.
21 needed, 8 for the bonus point now. Still well within reach thanks to that 6. Khan just continuing from where he left off yesterday when he made that brilliant brilliant partnership alongside Ali. 72 for 22. That really carried his side to victory against Everest. Just looking in fine form out there.
Good shot, and that's going to be 4 straight through the fielder. And more disappointment in the field. And this time it's Prashant Patel that's not able to stop it. So the Qalandars, they're a nightmare of a match. Continues to become, just look at the bowler. Yeah, I mean, it's all happened to him, hasn't it? He's had catches dropped, fielding mistakes as well. He's gone for 35, 105 for 1. The ball to go in this one, 17 of 7. So Abdul trying to avoid going to another boundary. It's firmly hit, and this time it's well picked up. Lovely pick up and throw, and well, it goes to the wrong end. The wicketkeeper is having kittens, screaming at the fielder, but the fielder doesn't know. He makes a really good stop, and I think what he does is throw to the end he believes is right, and it goes to the bowler's end. If he had gone to the keeper, it would have been out. So doesn't go their way. It's the end of the over, and 106 is the score, and yeah, definitely going now for the win here of this over. Get the win here, get all the points. So Qalandars, can they get a point out of this match or not? All goes down to this over. Yeah. I was just thinking to myself, Nish, I mean, not that, of course, a few days ago I was in Wimbledon, and as you know, when I'm commentating, I stand, I walk around, and in Wimbledon, when I was walking, it was just squish, squish, squish. Every step I took, puddles of water was coming up, and yet here I am now, and as I'm walking, it is just dust, baked dust, which is playing all over the place, and yeah, quite a difference really from the soggy, wet grass, or mud I should say, of Wimbledon to the dust here in Cyprus. Oh, well, there was no real need to throw this like this. Can you imagine if that went for runs? What would have been and should have been just a dot. But he does get a dot through, so the captain trying to get his team a point, 16 of 5. And that won't help, will it? It's just a gundy ball. It's a full toss down the leg side. And Ali Khan says, boom, shakalagya, thank you very much.
He just punishes him for that full toss. That one just going far down the leg side. He just helps it over square leg. Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't get two more contrasting environments and compare Wimbledon to Limassol where we are right now. It's just a really hard pitch, and conditions are just so dry out there. You can just imagine how dejected some of these fielders feel. That one races away for a boundary as well. So now 6 needed of 3 to get a bonus point victory for the Napa Kings.
They're going to do this in style, aren't they? They're going to do it in style. You can see Ali Khan will be looking to finish with a huge 6. He's raced to 27 of just 8 deliveries. Oh, well, that's going to be a minimo. That's going to be a minimo. And there it is. That's the 5 signal. So any run will do now, and they still have 3 balls to do it in. This just sort of sums up this performance from the Qalandars. Can't believe that Sohail Ahmed is having a go at the keeper saying, oh, Falla, why didn't you hold it? It's not a good delivery. He's standing up. He doesn't see it. Any run will do it now. And he hits this hard down the ground, and that will be it. It's done and dusted. And Limassol Qalandars, the team that smashed 185 for 1 in match number 6 to start match day 2, they have been absolutely thrashed here by their opponents. The Napa Kings get the win. They do it in style. They'll take all the points away from the Qalandars, and that win will take the Kings to 2nd in the standings.
Impressive win for the Kings, of course, rebounding after that loss to the defending champions yesterday, the Sri Lankan Lions. The Kings just cementing their place as one of the main contenders in this group. This is quite a statement from this Napa Kings side, coming out here, absolutely dispatching a very solid Limassol Qalandars side that made it to the elimination round last year. And for the Qalandars, it's going to be a lot of question marks about their bowling. Obviously, we saw their struggles in this match and in the previous game as well, giving up 176 runs to Everest. Here's a look at our fantasy dashboard for our third match of the day. Everest once again find themselves in a massive hole. They're 0-4, just as they were in the previous ECS they were involved in. They're going up against the Phillips Warriors, a bit of an unknown quantity here in ECS cricket, so we'll see how they fare in their debut ECS match. Here's a look at the highlights of this innings. You've really got a feel for Abdul. He was a little bit unlucky, in all honesty. The young bowler had quite a few chances go down off his bowling, 2 to be exact, and a few misfields as well. Didn't really help his figures. Gurdeep Sharma, the ever-reliable star, made a half-century, 53 runs of 22 deliveries. Of course, he used to play for the Muflons, and now he's making a big impact for the Napa Kings. We saw Munir have a lot of struggles today. He was, of course, taken off because of his illegal action. He'd be involved in taking a big catch later in the innings, and also a few mishaps in the field. You can tell that he was probably picked last in 5-a-side when he was a kid, if you see some of his football techniques over there. And then here was his moment. He'd take the catch at 53 and then give Gurdeep Sharma a send-off right after he scored a half-century.
Just everything about that just makes me laugh. First of all, it's the celebration from Abdul, who after he celebrates, he's back on his hands and knees, thinking he's having the worst luck in the world. And yet a send-off to Sharma after Sharma gets to a 50. And I suppose you've got to give you those comical moments. It's all about the cricketainment here in the European Cricket Network. But well done to the Napa Kings. They got a win yesterday, but then had to absorb a loss at the hands of the Sri Lankan Lions. But they've come back strong again, and you're right. They're showing us here that they definitely are contenders here. They've got the batting, and they seem to have the bowling there as well. Livingston Colunders, what can we say about them? Well, they're showing us what we know about them already. If they click with the bat, they can score big runs. But bowling and fielding department is an issue, and that's why this time around, similarly to what they did when we saw them back in January, that they will lose some matches. They've got to tidy up in the field. They've got to start holding on to those catches. Otherwise, it could be the same fate for them this time around as well. I mean, those bowling figures there, I suppose that Rocky, even though he had a lot of wides in there, that one over game for 12 wasn't the worst. There was a wicket in there for Rana Abdul, but to be fair to him, the fielders did let him down a fair bit.
They did, and of course, extra is a big concern over there as well for the Colunders. As you can see, 13 runs of wides. That's something they're going to have to massively improve before their next game, which will take place tomorrow. Here's a match summary for our second match of this Super Sunday. Still got 4 more to come after this. The Napa Kings beat the Limassol Colunders by 9 wickets and take home the bonus point. Join us again in just under 25 minutes as we'll bring you our second match of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
We welcome a new team to the European Cricket Network. It's Phillips Warriors. It's Phillips College. They're a university side based in Larnaca. So most of these guys are part of the university there. So we wish them well. They're up against Everest. Everest are starting to find their form. Can they win their first match here this time round in this European Cricket Series? Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Well, the news is coming in for me that at the coin toss, it has actually been won by Everest. Everest have won the coin toss and they're deciding that they will have a bat. Everest, they'll be looking to go big the way they did in that run chase. They almost pulled it off, didn't they? Chasing 185. I like the batting there of Ashish Bam. He is looking good. And finally, Arjun Shahi is coming good as well. Nish, over to you. The news from the middle is that Everest winning the toss and will have a bat.
Well, thank you very much for that lovely introduction. We just have a look at this drone shot of our Ipsanas cricket ground. And we're in this beautiful village just 5 kilometers west of the city of Limassol. And it should be an absolute joy to watch this game. Two exciting teams. Everest, well, fortune hasn't quite favored them so far this series. I think things could turn around for them in this game. Of course, Phillips College, a bit of an unknown quantity in this series. So we'll see how they fare in this opening match. I like the fact that Everest are going to have a bat first. They were really impressive with the bat in hand in that previous match we saw them involved in. So a good chance for them to just make amends and maybe put some pressure on Phillips in the second innings. And what I'd love to see here is it looks like they're going to go with Arjun Shahi and Ashish Bam. They finally figured out that opening pair. We saw them experiment a little bit with it. Well, I like this. I think in T10 cricket, your two best players have to be right there at the top of the order, ready to face as many balls as possible. And we saw the two of them put on a real fireworks show in the previous game. And here we go. We're ready for match 3 of this bumper Super Sunday. We got 6 matches coming up for you today, 2 this evening as well in Portugal. So it's quite a feast of cricket today on the European Cricket Network. And there he is, Ashish Bam, man on your screen, coming off a terrific half-century against the Napa Kings. Unfortunately, they came up just short in that match. Here's a look at our fantasy dashboard for match 8 and our 3rd match of this Super Sunday. The Phillips Warriors playing in their first ever ECS match. This is going to be really exciting to look at. Of course, you can see a number of new players over there for us. Looking forward to seeing their wicketkeeper, Gursevik Singh. Meanwhile, for Everest, of course, they're in an 0-4 hole. And they've only managed to pick up a couple of points as well because 2 of their defeats have been bonus point defeats. Well, according to the win predictor, Everest are going in as massive favorites, 72% favorites. I think this is largely just because of the fact that Phillips Warriors are a bit of an unknown quantity. We'll see how they fare. First ball coming up. And they start off with a left arm seamer. Always a good weapon to have in T10 cricket. But he's going to get just stroked away for a boundary behind square leg. That's a 4. Really good shot there. And Everest get going. Just a touch too straight. Probably needs to bowl a little bit fuller at that pace as well. He's got a long run up, so I thought the ball would come out a little bit quicker than that. There we go. Let's see if he has a better response. Gets a little bit too wide over here. A little bit too wide. There's the umpire just stretching his arms to signal the wide. Of course, that's Abdul Rahman currently stationed behind the stumps. We've got President of the Cyprus Cricket Association, Mohammed Hussain, at square leg. And the 3rd umpire is Tracy Pasquale. And they're all led by match referee Nilkesh Patel. Change of the angle here for Singh. He's going to come around the wicket. Goes wide again, a bit too wide. Just hasn't quite got it right just yet, has he? It's a really hot day out there. Temperature's about 31 degrees Celsius, 50% humidity. Take a lot of toughness to play in these conditions. That is not the cleanest of strokes. Comes off the outside edge, but he does get a boundary. It's a desired result here for Arjun Shahi. Let's take another look at this. And, well, what happened right here? He almost falls over trying to collect the ball. I believe that's Khatri. And this one, well, there's no good fortune about this shot. This is a clean hit. He's absolutely smoked it. Shahi, this one goes big. It goes long. It's 6 runs. And it's the first Maximo of this match. A little bit of a difficult start here for Singh. He hasn't quite figured out where he wants to bowl just yet. He's been a bit all over the place. Just needs to get into his groove here, the left armor. Now goes for the big heave over here, Shahi. Kind of loses his balance. I think he better served just looking to play that through the offside. You can just see that now in his shot rehearsal. Big gap through that cover boundary. So if he just plays a regular cricketing stroke, he would get a boundary. Remember, it's a really fast outfield out here. Largely because, well, there isn't much of an outfield. It's not very lush, to say the least. It's a single here. Shahi and Baum will face the final ball of this over. Goes full, tries the Yorker, doesn't quite get it, but it's still a terrific ball there by Singh. A couple of good deliveries to end the over, but it's an expensive one nonetheless. Great start for Everest, 18 runs off that first over. Here's a look at our format for this European Cricket Series Encore in Cyprus. Of course, we'll have group action all the way through till the 11th of June. And, well, you're not going to want to finish 7th or 8th in your group, because that means you'll be going home after the 11th. The teams placed between 3rd and 6th will advance to Elimination Day on Wednesday, the 12th of June, whereas the 1st and 2nd place teams will book their tickets directly to quarterfinals day, and then we round it out with finals day on Friday, the 14th of June. And really exciting format with a lot to play for. Of course, you'll want to get into those top 2 spots. If you finish anywhere between 3rd and 6th, you've still got a chance at glory come Friday, the 14th of June. Chahal is going to bowl this second over. Too much width on offer there, but there's protection out in the deep. Not cleanly fielded, but it's not going to hurt his side. Just the 1 run. Of course, we've got a big day of European cricket here in Cyprus. I'm Nishay Bhatt, and I've got the great pleasure of being joined by Rico Full in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's good to be back, and it's good to see a new team out there. And well, at the moment, they know one thing they've got to do, Nish, and that's trying to break this partnership, because we know that Shahi and Ashish Baum, if they get going, they can really bat you out of the match. Got an interesting run-up, hasn't he? As Aman Chahal, he starts pretty wide. He's wide off of the strip and then gets on. But the problem with that is if he doesn't follow through well, it goes down the leg side. And he's gone too wide here. That one will be called a wide. And it's Mohammed Hussain, the president of cricket here in Cyprus, now doing his stint. And he's going to do 3 matches on the spin as well in the heat. So, look, you've got to give the umpires a shout out as well. That's better areas. That's well bowled. Gets that in the right spot. Yeah, the umpires from being out there. And also, wearing black. I've said this before. When it gets this hot, umpires shouldn't be wearing black. So they'll be sweltering. But all doing a fantastic job. Abdul, Mohammed Hussain and Tracy that are here today. Be another wide. So that seems to be the issue here at the moment. I suppose the question is here, Philip Warriors. Don't know how much cricket that some of these guys have played. Of course, they are there, part of that university side, Phillips College in Larnaca. So it's good to have them with us. They've got a big day here, though. 3 matches today, Nish, for them. This could be the first wicket. Let's see how the catching goes. Not so good. Gets away from him. One of the fielders go, oyo, oyo. Yeah, when he gets there, and tries to take the catch, tries to get the first wicket on the European Cricket Network for the Phillip Warriors, but Hardik Kumar puts the catch down.
Yeah, he never really looked like he was going to catch it. I think his technique just seemed all wrong, and in the end, he's trying to crocodile that one. Good to see the reaction of their skipper, Harjit Singh. Was pretty encouraged. Nobody dropped their shoulders or anything, just commended him for the effort.
So I'm going to miss this time around, so Shai gets lucky, and thing is though, that one bit of luck means that he may not give you another chance and could go on to put a big score on the board. So once again, I suppose similarly, Kalunda certainly learnt the lesson there. If you give these guys a chance, they hurt you. Edge, and oh, it's another opportunity. It would have been a wonderful catch if he had taken it. I think that's Vishal Deep Singh who's diving forward there. So another opportunity presents itself. Shahi again gets the edge, and yeah, look, straight in, straight out, and then the ball goes all the way to the boundary. So Vishal Deep Singh puts the catch down. That's the end of the over, 31 without loss after 2. And this is the way it's looking at the moment. So Kalundas being defeated, Everest looking to get their first win. And we'll see some of those other teams a bit later on. Nicosia Fighters and the British Forces of Cyprus also in action today. Going to be another wide. One thing that can be instantly changed here, I'm looking at Gurkhadat Singh. He never follows through, so he delivers and stops. I think if he can just continue to follow through, it will help him getting the ball in the right areas. Look how he just bowls and stops. He just should follow through, and well, he's not happy about that call. Let's see if we can see this again. First of all, see how he just comes to a standstill, and yeah, that one is definitely not a wide. I don't know what the umpire's looking at there. Called a wide there by Abdul Rahman, but I don't see how that one was a wide. It was well inside the line. It's not bold. Mind you, as I said, the umpire certainly will be feeling the heat as well. So yeah, just something that, and that's the advantage, I think, of playing, another advantage of playing on the network. These players, as individuals or as a team, can go back and look at their performances, and from that, they can see little things and little improvements that they can make to their game. Gets enough of this, up and over. It's going to be 4 runs. So nice shot again to play in the power play. The fielders, only 2 are outside, and at the moment they've gone for a long on and a sweeper on the offside, but that's cleanly hit. And a young man bowls the ball back in.
You definitely feel with that long run-up, he should be bowling a little quicker. Maybe he should just shorten his run-up a little bit and then focus more on his line and length.
He's a classic example of, so you're right, it's a classic example of somebody who could bowl from the edge of that, the artificial from here. And if he follows through, he can get the ball to go through even quicker than what it is. That's up in the air, but again, going to get away from the fielders. And it's well chased. I mean, no shortage of effort there. So that's Lakan who chases after this, but he's chasing in vain. The ball on this surface not plugging at all. Once it hits the surface, it's just going to keep going, going and going for more. Hello to everybody in the chat. We are trying to get things working here. I know Rob Thompson's been lurking and watching the action. Hello to you, Rob. Hope you well. A lot of people tuning in today. Of course, it is a Sunday. I keep forgetting it's the weekend. We started yesterday, so a weekend start to this series. Hope you've had a good Sunday. I hope you've had a bit of oh, that's Gandhi. This one is called a wide, and taking it on. If he hits it, oh, the wicket keeper makes the stop here. I suppose it's probably not going onto the stump, so he's just trying to stop it. But if that was on the stump, it could have been an opportunity for a run out. That was a little bit high as well. Let's just have a look at the height on this, because, yeah, is it a Noe? Could it be a Noe as well? I don't know. Looks like they're checking. Let's see the height. See where it also passes. First, let's look at the height on it. And it does, yeah, it goes past the line, so I think that one is okay for a wide. I think wide's right call. We go back to the action. And it's going to be another wide. Yeah, we were just busy looking at the replay there. This is the ball that followed. It would be, once again, too wide. So just dropping that shoulder, if he follows through, you would be amazed the difference that the bowling could be. He'll put it fuller and he'll get a bit more pace as well. So just here, just keep on running. I always say the bowlers that don't do this, I say just imagine that you're going to run towards first slip. Just make that your point of call. Bowl and run as if you're going towards first slip, and that will automatically get the ball to go in the right areas, and also it should get it a bit fuller as well.
No, absolutely. I think you can certainly see the potential is there, and you know, we saw this with Mohamed Hussain, how much he improved as a bowler from the last ECS to this one, and you know, maybe in a year's time Singh will look a much better bowler. This one is stroked away, just straying down the leg side. Good shot by Shahi, gets a boundary to end the power play. A terrific one for Everest, or 50 for no loss at the end of it.
Yeah, and this one is an easy hit. And I was just watching that one again there from Gurpreet Singh. As he's running in, he loses his run up totally, but rather than stop and goes back to his mark, he carries on and persists. Ends up bowling too short, gets smashed away. So 19 come with that one, and a very good start, 50 in the power play. I was saying my hellos to people on the chat. I hope you're all well. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Once again, myself and Nish, as well as the rest of the crew here, just having a few issues with the technology, so we're not able to be in touch with you that much. And Rob Thompson saying it's a great time to be watching in New Zealand. All right, there's the power play signal. It's the end of the power play. And who did it go to here? Looks like Chachal will finish off. Aman Chachal. So no change in the bowling yet. That's really short. And have put a fielder out there who does well. Gets the body behind it, stops it going through from under him. So yeah, it could do with just pitching the ball up a tad. But they've got to break this partnership pretty soon.
Really gets away with one there, Chahal. Either side of that fielder, that's going for a boundary. Ashish Baum has just missed out on one.
Wide. It's almost like, when I see him bowling here, it's almost like his bowls off the wrong foot. Chahal again. It's going to be wide again, you know. They're just so many extras here. I know it's the first time we've seen them play, but extras are going into over double figures now already. Same again. Get the feeling this could be a long over. Back in this day, 1965. A great few minutes for Australian cricket as the War brothers are born in the Sydney suburb of Bankstown. Yeah, 1965. And of course, didn't they change the way Australian cricket was played? And what a success story both of those were. Changes his action, wants to come around the wicket. The only problem with that is he's then going to be bowling into the slot for the batters, and well, he can't get the ball to go straight over the wicket. Comes around, and yeah, that's too short and an easy hit. Gets a swivel on it, hits it pretty big. 6 runs. And also on this day, back in 1987, was the birth of Sri Lankan all-rounder Angelo Matthews. I like Angelo Matthews. He was a great player. And of course, I remember when he blew India away with 6 for 19 in a one-day back in 2009. A year later, he was the driving force in the World Cup record stand of 132 for the 9th wicket with him and Malinga in that one-day international. And Sri Lanka won by 1 wicket at the MCG. In February 2013, he became Sri Lanka's youngest Test captain at 25. And in June the next year, Matthews led them to their first series victory in England. Yeah, happy birthday. Born on this day, 1987, to Angelo Matthews. The better delivery, just placed this away. They'll take the single. It's been a long over, and Chahal has already gone for 30. And the score coming up to the end of this 4th over. It looks like they might be around the 70 mark. Look at the expected score at the moment, right up there to be around about that 160, 170 mark. It's another wide. Of course, celebrations, some of them in the UK. I think they'll be having another bank holiday, I think, coming up there on this day, 1953. 27-year-old Elizabeth II, the older daughter of King George, Gets back onto ball. Backs away from the catching chance there. Decides to play safe and then gets a shine, but not able to hit the stumps. Yeah, was crowned Queen of United Kingdom at Westminster Abbey, and took the throne upon her father's death, which was, of course, in 1952, in February 1952. So there's some landmarks in this day in history.
13 runs of extras so far given up by this Phillips Warriors side. That's pretty much 2 extra sixes they've gifted to Everest. Make that 14 now, and every single one of those runs have come off wide. There's no leg buys in there or anything.
I can tell you already, Nish, I mean, they're going to struggle with time. You're already into coming up to 18 minutes to go in the innings. They're struggling to finish just the 4th over. They're going to do marvellously well if they avoid a time penalty. Well, finally gets this one in the right area. I suppose the batter is sometimes Arjun Shahi, who's on 44, probably gets a little bit tired himself of not getting a straight one that he can hit. That one just pops up a little bit and gets it over the bat, and it is 70 at the end of 4 overs. So that over, with all of the extras that come from it, a very long over, goes for 20, a magical one.
Magical over indeed, and of course, I think you're just seeing a little bit of this Phillips Warriors side's inexperience at the ECS level. Maybe certain players are a bit raw, maybe a bit more uncoached than some of the other players here, and also not been very wise at managing the time, as we've mentioned. But of course, it's going to be a huge challenge, just giving up so many wides. They've so far had the ball an extra 13 deliveries. That's 2 extra overs they've had to bowl. It's always going to be tough to get these overs in on time. We're trying to climb such a steep mountain, and just looking to push at that one, Ashish Baum. A bit of a nothing shot. Probably trying to dab it towards third man. Take another look at that one.
Steve C and Helix joined the chat. Hello, gentlemen. I hope you're having a nice Sunday. Oh, tight call. Abdul's been very tight on these calls, you know. I mean, this one for me goes the right side of the line. Yeah, that's not a wide. That's not a wide. Somebody's got to have a chat. I can see Nilkesh Patel walking around there thinking it's not in the air. Will they take the chance? Yeah, they will. Well held. And the first wicket on the European Cricket Network for Phillips Warriors. It's Manpreet Singh that holds on to the catch. Ashish Baum will go for 12. And they needed this wicket desperately. It just wasn't there for the shot. You can see him reaching for it. And good technique. Nice one held. The first wicket on the network for the Phillips Warrior. Well done to them.
A little moment to celebrate here for this newly established club. The Phillips Warriors, they'll cherish this moment, and it'll certainly be replayed for many, many months to come.
Manpreet holds on to the catch, does well. You can see he got a good base, he got his hands in the right place. He weren't gonna let that one go down. And congratulations also to Hardeep Kumar, who picks up his first wicket on the network. And all of a sudden, just a better line. Oh, well, now, this is worth an appeal because the bail has come off. Now, first of all, we've got to make sure it is the ball that actually knocked the bail off. But if this is a direct hit, it's definitely worth a shout. There's not a big appeal from the fielding side, and the umpires don't seem to be interested in it, so we might not even have a chance to look at this. Let's see here. Oh, well, he does make it. We go back to the live action, and, well, it's a... Yeah, he missed too much. It's going to be a no ball. This one misses the pitch completely from Kumar. Yeah, big time no ball. So free hit coming up.
The extras just continuing to pile on here for Phillips Warriors.
That's being hit beautifully. Really good shot, and that's going to be 50 for Arjun Shahi. It's a 50 that is well deserved. So back-to-back 50s, and that's a really good shot. Remember, Arjun Shahi made 55 of 19 in the first match of this match day 2, match number 6 that was, and now he's backed it up with another one. and that's a pretty good wagon wheel as well. Well batted. He ain't done yet as he smashes another one into that vacant mid-wicket area. Just having a look at the field here, when you consider that most of the runs have been hit in that part of the ground, it's interesting to see that they have got a sweeper out, or 2 men out on the offside. I just get the feeling that if the bowler, the lines that have been bowled here, they do put 3 out now on the leg side. That means third comes up. Sticking with the 2 on the offside. And better delivery, a little bit closer to the batter, not giving him room to play it down the leg side.
Yeah, it's a great little innings here for Arjun Shahi. We saw him yesterday. He got a couple of starts, but wasn't quite able to kick on and play that big innings. And it's great to see him today get a couple of well-deserved half-centuries. It's been a really good day so far for Arjun Shahi. And let's see if he can guide his team to their first victory of this European Cricket Series. Of course, it's sweltering hot outside, so these teams are going to take a short water break. It's a good chance to bring you all into the commentary box. I'm Nish Japan. I've got the great pleasure of Rico Full joining me in the commentary box.
Yeah, big moment this, isn't it, for Phillip Warriors, so the team that are in Larnaca. What can you tell us about Larnaca then?
Well, Larnaca is the Cyprus' second large port city. Of course, it's really famous for having the Limassol Marina. Beg your pardon, the Larnaca Marina, I should say. But it's also got the largest airport in the country. I'm assuming most of the blue crew would have landed in Larnaca.
Certainly did. I think it took us about 45 minutes to get in from there. One thing I will say about, I don't know if it's the same for everyone that flies in, but the landing is quite sensational actually, because I came in late at night, and it's almost like the plane as it comes in, it sort of goes round like the harbour, and goes around the sea and then comes back on itself to land. And at that time of night, there's a lot of obviously cruise liners and boats that are in the sea, all well lit up. It was quite stunning actually. It's quite a, and it was a very smooth landing as well. So that was always happy. But no, beautiful part of the world. We are in Cyprus. Second time here, so we're calling this the Cyprus Encore, and we're seeing a new team out there as well. We just mentioned they are from Larnaca, and it is the Phillips Warriors making their debut on the network. It's going to be a difficult one for them because they are up against the in-form side. Still yet to register a win themselves, Everest, but they've played some good cricket. They started well here today and almost pulled off an incredible run chase when they were chasing 186 for victory. They did get to 176. So now they're hoping to go on here, get a big score on the board, and well, this will help because that's got to be a no ball. It's been called on the field of play, so no ball is called, and that will be a 4 as well. So that's going to be 5. That's not the best of starts for the bowler. He's bowling his first ball here, and it's going to be a free hit next up as Ravi Kent gets the ball. And that's better areas, but too wide. At least he's not bowling fully here, but well, it looks like he's bowling a bit of leg spin. I like the change up. That's his second, and this one also will go for 4. It's going to be another minimal, and the worst thing here now is for Ravi Kent, he's got to be very careful because he wants to float it up, but if he bowls another one over the waist high, he'll be taken out of the attack.
Yeah, this is a little bit of dangerous bowling here, but can't quite control the ball. It's just slipping out of his hands. Well, can he make amends here? He's still to bowl a legal delivery. This one is hammered away. It's a free hit, of course. Even if he catches it, it won't make a difference. He was like, "Whose catches it? Whose catches it?" Well, it's yours.
Dear. Well, he's saying, "I can't see. That's how he's saying, oh yaar, and kapala." He said, "I can't see it," and I love this. The ball's still in the end. He's saying, "I can't see it, can't see it." He finds it at the last moment. Look, and then, well, luckily for him, it doesn't go to the boundary. Or does it? Let's just see here. Where's that foot? No, he's okay. He's all right. He'll get a couple, though. Of course, the catch wouldn't have mattered. It was a free hit, but still, a little bit of comedy for you, everybody.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tight one. Is that toe just touching the boundary rope along the way? It might just be. This one's given a wide, so these extras, my word, they're becoming an enormous concern here halfway through the innings. Now they're on track at this stage to bowl over 30 runs of extras. And, well, Shahi just lets that one go past him. but doesn't get the call. Should have played the shot anyway, in my opinion. And he whacks this one hard, belts it, and there's nothing the fielder can do about that. It just skidded along the surface, and this has been a very difficult over for Kant.
Yeah, well, Hardeep Singh, he may not have seen the last one, and this one, though, has whizzed past him. It's been absolutely smashed, and yeah, gets past him, and then he's making it look like he makes an effort. And that one is flighted up, and this is going to be more runs as well. Hit beautifully straight down, and I think this is gone. It's gone under and over. I don't think we're going to be able to find this one. So
I'd have to request new balls over here. This one would easily have been another wide, but in the end, Shahi just couldn't resist the temptation of battering a juicy full toss, and he smashed it down towards long off, gets another boundary. We'll just take another look at the height over here. Is there a chance for a no ball? It's certainly touch and go. Looks rather close. We'll see. Is this going to be yet another extra?
I think he's hoping it's not, because that'll be him taking out the account. But I think that's okay, because it is going downwards and the batter's playing it from outside the crease. But he's gone magical already, has the bowler Ravi. Oh, that's just more punishment, isn't it? He's just bowling. He's bowling full tosses. He's not getting the ball to pitch, and that just means the batters are just loving this. And look, you got to touch on this. Arjun Shahi, he's now moving along briskly. Are we going to see, dare I say it, another century coming up here? Shahi certainly must be thinking it as he moves to 70 or 24 deliveries. And this is another one. That will be 6 more. 6 carreras más. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. Well, you can see that Mohammed wants to jet this, but I'm pretty sure this has gone all the way.
We're just going to have a look at the height here. I mean, what might spare his blushes is just that Shahi's so far outside the crease. That one was really high as well. It's really high too. This one has cleared the boundary rope fairly comfortably. And of course, here's just a chance to look at the scorecard. Of course, we're 6 overs into this innings. And it's been a really, really dominant showing so far for Everest, who are 117 for 1. They've put on a couple of good batting performances these last 2 innings. We saw them really struggle with their batting yesterday, the most humiliating point of which was when they were rolled for 48. And since then, they've responded quite strongly with a couple of good batting performances. Failed to get the result in the last match, and they'll be hoping to get one here. And the umpire is just going to have a word with the skipper of this Phillips College team, maybe just addressing some of the bowling we have seen from these Phillips College bowlers. Really struggle with extras. You can just see their inexperience. Is their first ever ECS match, and they've just been exposed a little bit. We just hope as the series progresses, they continue to get better and better.
Yeah, I think the umpires are just having a chat there with the captain as well, and just say, look, you know, just letting you know that the time is running out pretty quickly. They've got 3 overs to try and get in, and it's under the 10 minutes now, so each over's got to be around about 3 minutes. Hardeep Singh. And full toss. Bang. Thank you very much. And now Jibal Lamsal deciding it's time for him to get in on the act as well. I think when you have a look at all the last few balls that have been struck, all of them have been too high. They've all been full tosses. This is another one that's just been whisked away. Just works that away. Full toss on the leg stick. So they've got to get the ball to be pitching here. So Hardeep Singh, first ball gets smashed for 6. And well, now Laxman somehow has managed to knock this onto his own stumps. It's another full toss. And well, Laxman can't believe it. Oh, and the batter's been asked to wait here. Let's just have a look at the height. I think they want to check the height on this, because Laxman starts to walk and comes back. And let's see. It's high at point of impact, but is it coming down? And is it going to dip enough? I don't think so. I think this is going to be called a no-e. It's a difficult one because I think it's the batter that sort of, yeah, there you go, this noble call. It's the batter that gets the ball to come lower. So he thinks he's gone, but he's not. He gets a life, and now he can go wild. He can go the full Monty, because this is going to be a free hit. Well, the free hit stays in place. And every bowler, you got to say, has struggled here.
Yeah, it's been a real baptism by fire for this Phillips Warriors team. Coming in here to the European Cricket Series, and Everest have shown absolutely no mercy to them. Everest, despite their struggles, fairly experienced at this ECS level, playing their second European Cricket Series, made it to the playoffs last time around. And they're giving Phillips Warriors a real rough introduction. Just going to have to go back to his mark here, Singh, and try to re-bowl this one. But yeah, Lumsdale, he'll be so glad that was a no ball. I think there's been some very charitable bowling by this Phillips Warriors side, so he's got a chance to score a lot of runs and really improve his ECS career statistics.
A bit of discussion going on there between the umpires. Not sure what this is about. Two umpires just having a chat about something. And what's the discussion here? See Abdul having a talk to the, just a slight delay. Looks like who might be ready to get started the action. They're not sure what it is. Looks like all the scores seem to be fine on the screens. So Hardy needs to try and get this right straight away. Very warm at the moment, folks, if you're joining us. I know a few people are joining us in the chat. I mentioned Helix already, is chirping away. Got a few people in there with him at the same time. Hello to Chris as well, Chris Smith. It's a real trouble start this for the new team, but you all got to start somewhere. Hello to Wayne as well, and Paul. Lovely to have you with us. And say good afternoon also to Alex, who joins us from Riga. Alex is doing the production for this match. Martins takes a couple of matches off. How are you doing, Alex? Are you well? Alex is saying he's very good. And I wonder if, Alex, you can show us Harjeet, because Harjeet is doing the press-ups. Now, that's where I remember Harjeet from. This is Harjeet Singh, the captain. Every opportunity that he gets, he's finished now, he's up, but every opportunity he gets, he's always doing press-up. So maybe we just had this break so he could get his 100 press-ups in. So here we go, we're back to the start. Oh, back to the match, not the start. And I think he sneaks this one in, so well done, dot ball.
Yeah, good for him. I think he would have fared really well at my old unit, which it just came from.
I've seen this before from Harjeet. He just loves to get down and do press-ups. Well, he's knocked his stumps over once already, isn't he, Lumsdale? On that occasion, fortunately for him, the ball was too high. It was a no ball, but he almost does it again here this time. He seems to like to play that flat bat shot rather than hit the ball straight down the ground, doesn't he? And once again here, you see that works for him. He doesn't like to go straight down. It's going to be another boundary. It's going to be another goal. As the crowd go wild, as another one ends up in the back of the net. And more runs. And Everest searching for their first victory. They've made a impressive start today. That's not a good delivery. It will be a wide, and it will also go to the boundary. So it's going to be a minimal, and runs coming quickly. And this is getting to a point where where will it come to an end? The expected score now is close to that 190s.
I mean, there might be a small concern at this stage if they can even get to the 8-over mark with the amount of extras they're bowling, considering when you look at that clock, I think this one's going to be a 6. It could just see a puff of dust on the right side of the rope from Everest's perspective. That's going to be signaled a 6 by the umpire. We'll just have a look at this again. Again, those lengths, they just failed to get them right throughout this innings. It's a bit over-pitched, and a beautiful shot by a really talented cricketer in Jeevan Lumsel. They're really enjoying themselves, these Everest batters. That's good to see. Obviously, they had a very miserable day yesterday, so it's good to see them get some confidence, a few runs under their belt today. And this time around, it's a low full toss. He'll stopped somehow by the fielder at mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Lumsel keeps strike for the 8th over. 142 for 1 at the end of 7.
Yeah, the one wicket that fell was that of Ashish Bam, who just 12 of 10 deliveries, but I suppose he didn't get too much of the strike because it was Arjun Shahi who's making the most of it at the moment. He's been on strike for a bit. I mentioned that when we saw his century from Qasim Mohammed earlier in the day, in the first match of the day here. And he was also off strike for a while, and sometimes that plays in your mind. I mean, he was in the 90s when that happened to him. Shahi's still got a bit to do here. Mind you, when he gets on strike, he can get there pretty quickly, especially with some of the bowling that's been offered. And, well, courtesy of that wide, way down the leg side, he will now get back on strike. So, Arjun Shahi, he's on 76. He's hit the ball beautifully. He was dropped on 19 by a Hardy, which was a bit of a straightforward chance earlier on. Will he make the most of it and go on to get a century? It's another wide here. So, well, I tell you what, Harjit Singh did about 20 or 30 press-ups before he came on to bowl. Well, I might as well just tell him to drop and do me another 20, because after warming up, he's bowled 2 wides.
It's up to 30 runs of extras already for this innings. And this is lofted over long off, and it's an enormous 6. That one's gone really, really far back. Huge hit, has a lot of distance and height. And Arjun Shahi now 18 runs away from a century. Are we going to see our second one of this series?
Well, he's on his way, isn't he? Oh, let's see. Who's up there in the tower? I think Ole. Ole, show us. Yeah, there you go, Ole. You're reading my mind. If you're wondering what's behind us when this ball goes over, there you go. It's the grapevines, and you've got to clear the olive trees for it to get there. So Harjit, his first legal delivery, gets smashed for a big 6. And now this one is up in the air, and this too will smash into our frame. Well, it went up. We knew it was coming this way somewhere, and that's given us both a bit of a fright. Nish, you okay?
Doing fine. I think it's a good thing you got these nice sturdy frames all around us. You can certainly hear that thud. And Arjun Shahi, terrific cricketer, strikes fear in the hearts of bowlers and commentators alike.
This is now, well, Harjit says, Bajao Minna Bajao, and it's foot fielding again. At least he does stop it. There's Chala, and gets the throw in. So 90 now to Shahi. He's in the 90s. Arjun Shahi.
Yeah, he just scrambles across and somehow stops that from going to a boundary. Better touch than Adeyemi yesterday when he was one-on-one with Courtois. This one's a low full toss, and it's going to be struck out towards long on. And that will just be a single. Yeah, these runs just continue to pile on. It's just wherever they turn to, it's just nothing seems to be working here for the Phillips Warriors. I think this is just one where they're going to have to suck it up and take this beating.
More extras. That's been the story. And look at the time. I think I said at the time the penalties are coming, but how many? How many will there be? I mean, it could even be, with this over, still got 2 balls to go. So it could even be as many as 10, depending on how long it takes them to. Oh, does he sneak this one in? Yeah, well, he's given the benefit of the doubt of this one. Arjun Shahi has already passed his highest score on the network, which was back last year, and it was against the Limassol Qalandars where he made 37.
Another one down the leg side. This one would have been wide to a left-hander as well.
Yeah, so before the start of today, he scored 299 runs, so he's gone past that quite easily, his highest score on the network. Another wide, so Well, Haji, I think when he finishes this one, he'll have to give us some more press-ups. Or maybe it's doing the press-ups that's tired him out. And hello to Monica as well, who's joining everybody in the chat. Haji, he has a long run-up, and he literally just comes to a standstill. So just have a look at Haji. He likes to get the exercise in, press-ups, and running for nothing. Look, he runs, and then look here. He just he stops. He literally stops and bowls another wide.
Yeah, his head's falling away a little bit as well, isn't it? Right at the end of his action. He's going to go round the wicket now and try to see if he can do any better. Hopefully he can bowl a legal delivery.
And yeah, the umpire says, I've had enough. My arms can't come up anymore. He says, I'll give you that one. It's the end of the over. But what that means is that over comes to an end. Now, let's see the time when they start this last over. I think the time, by the time they get around to it, might have already run out. And that means time running out before the start of the 9th over. So, it'd be interesting to see how many points are applied here, because let's have a look. There's the clock. It's about to run out. That's played away. Fielder is there and makes a stop. So just a single this time around. So Arjun will have to settle for just one. He's in the 90s.
Yeah, it's just these little things I think the Phillips Warriors could really, really work on. All these extras they've bowled, 34 runs of extras, and also their over rate. I mean, just to put into perspective, this one just popped up in the air. It's going to evade the captain. Does he have enough to go towards long off? Bit of foot fielding again by the fielder out in the deep. That's Amun Chahal who will keep that one out. But just to put into perspective, I mean, some of the really good teams here on the network, you know, they're getting to that final over with 5 minutes to spare. And
yeah,
Phillips Warriors get to the penultimate over with just about 15 seconds left on the clock. So a lot of work to do here for the Phillips Warriors. And it's yet another extra, 35 runs of extras. Extras has been one of the finest batters here so far in this innings.
Yeah, quite easily. Yeah, I'm surprised actually they went for 2 there, and that Lumsal went back on strike. All right, he doesn't get this out the middle, but he's going to get enough of this to get it over the fielder, and it's going to be another goal, you know. Well, that net has been busy. 4 more, and a goal to add to it as well. And Lumsal, I reckon, he's quite easily scored more goals than anyone else here on this Ipswich cricket ground, because he plays that shot quite nicely.
Yeah, they're very good, both Lumsal and as well as Ashish Baum. The two of them are really good at just working it towards fine leg, and also those dabs towards third man. We just see one right there, and it beats the first fielder, but there is someone backing up, so it's just going to be the 1 run, and Shahi gets on strike. Shahi in the nervy 90s, just 8 runs away from a first ever career 100 right here on the European Cricket Network.
Hits this to the fielder. So once again, it's just a single. So he's doing it the hard way, isn't he? It's a bit of ticky-taka for him. And by the way, keep an eye on the expected score. It's staying around about that 199. Will we get a 200 up on the board here? It is possible. That's worked over the infielder. That means the sweeper's got a lot to do. And he does well. Good grab and gets the early throw in as well. Somebody's got to stop this. And they don't. Gets through 1, gets through 2. And they will take another. I think Shahi was already preparing himself for to try to get to center. Just notice Shahi when he does get to the other end, because he's made to run here again. Obviously the heat is taking the toll. Shahi gets to the other end. And remember, he's been there right from the beginning. And, well, it's almost like he goes down to take something here. I suppose it works out well for him, because it was the last ball of the inning. So actually, he goes back on strike. So 176 for 1. We go into the last, and Shaji now here, surely he's got to be just thinking about staying on strike and seeing if he can get the 200 up here, or the 100 up, but also the 200. He wants his 100, and the team won a 200. There's the 5 penalty runs that have been signalled. So automatically the score jumps up to 181. All right, smashed. Well, that will get him close. That moves him to 99. Arjun Shahi on 99, looking to be the second player in this 2024 European Cricket Series Cyprus Encore to bring up the century. The first was in the first match here today, match number 6. Are we going to see the second here in match number 8? Arjun Shahi looking to bring up his first century on the European Cricket Network. And he will do it, will he? Yes, he will. And the fielder, I thought for a moment, was going to spoil the party, but it's not to be. And Arjun Shahi has got his century. It's taken him 33 deliveries, 105 not out. Congratulations to Arjun Shahi, who, well, not only scores his first half century, but goes on and scores his first century on the European Cricket Network. Well done to him. What a lovely moment that is for AJ.
Great moment for him. Fantastic young Nepali cricketer. He's been such a joy to watch throughout these last couple of years here on the European Cricket Network, and he richly deserves this. This would have been a slight heart and mouth moment for him. What would have happened if the fielder was all the way back on the rope? We'll never know. But what we certainly know is this man has scored his first ever ECS 100. Big congratulations to him, and richly deserved. Goes for the big shot again. Does this have the distance? It most certainly does. That one's been nestled behind the boundary rope. That's another 6 for Shahi, and he'll feel all the pressure's been lifted off his shoulders. He can play freely, and he smacks this one away for a 6. It would have been yet another extra, mind you. I mean, the extras total right now, I believe, is up to 35, but it could have been way, way more. I think the Everest have gone after a few of these wides.
And now that shot there will bring up the team's 200. A bit of foot fielding once again. I tell you what, he should definitely be looking at a career in playing football as well. And Aman Chahal, because he stopped everything with his feet, not his hands. 200 on the board. And what a great effort this has been, Everest. We're talking about a team that were bowled out for 48 yesterday in the last match. And yet here today they scored 176, and now they've put, well, it's still going. 201 now on the board, and the extra count is still going up as well. What a comeback.
Incredible comeback. Look at that partnership. 123 runs of just 36 deliveries. These two have played absolutely terrifically. Make that another extra.
Oh,
that's
my.
42 runs of extras, 33 just of wides.
It's better thought for the scorers. I mean, the scorers haven't had to deal with just Shai pumping the ball all over the place on 4s and 6s. They've had to keep dealing with the wides. Is it 1 wide, 2 wides? Well, that's another one for your scorers. You know what I find quite amazing here is that Phillip Warriors are still, well, it's gone down to 1% now, but they've got a 1%. They're still being given a 1% chance. He will I don't know about this one, you know. This one's getting given as a wide. I thought he'd probably just sneak this one in. I know it's going across the batter. Yeah, that's a tough call there for Mohammed Hussain, but he calls it as he sees it. A hit high in the air. Fielder is not going to stop it. It's going to be 4 more. So 204 becomes 208 with a ball to go. Question is, how many balls will it take him to bowl this one ball that's been left? Everest. You know what? I reckon that's the biggest transformation I've seen from a team from one match to another. 48 it was. They were bowled out for by Royal CC, and Royal CC winning that one convincingly with 37 balls to go. And yet they've come out here. Yeah, there's another wide, so that takes it to 209. Yet they came out here today and scored 176, chasing 186 for a win against the Limassol Qalandars. Now they've just posted a 200+ score. And chase is on. Forget chasing it. It's going to be 4 runs. It is the end of a very long, hot and frustrating innings for Phillip Warriors. Their first time on the network. They have the joy of only picking up 1 wicket. That was the important wicket of Ashish Bam. But then Jeevan Lamsal came in and he played his part. A fine 44 of 19 for him. So he is getting better all the time. But it's all about Arjun Shahi. Well done to Arjun. 112 of 35 deliveries. We have a second centurion here in Cyprus and century number 66 on the network.
Absolutely incredible innings there by Shahi. We saw a bit of everything. He hit it all over the park. A true 360-degree cricketer, and he's still going to have a big part to play in this second innings, being one of his side's gun bowlers. You can see smiles all around for that Everest team. They really turned things around with the bat in hand today, and they might just be about to taste their first victory in this second innings. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of this innings. It was a real joy to watch. Shahi out there in the middle made 112 runs of just 35 deliveries, smacked 12 big ones and 7 fours. At times you could just tell Philip Scholars, they looked a little bit inexperienced out there, weren't quite ready for the ECS stage, but you know, this side's only going to get better as this tournament progresses. There's a lot of avoidables. I think they could really improve in subsequent matches. 132-run partnership in the end for the second wicket between Lamsal and Shahi, and that's just set their side up for what could potentially be a bonus point victory.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, thing is, the way to look at this, I know it's not exactly that, but instead of playing, you know, instead of having to bowl 60 deliveries, they've sort of bowled another sort of 30 on top of that. So they've bowled like 90 balls. I know it's not quite that, but that's what all those extras mean. And then when you take that into account, you can sort of understand the score being 213 for 1 because, well, they've just all those extras to go on the board and then all those extra deliveries as well. So it's been a tough one really for the team from Larnaca and the team from the Phillips College. They are warriors, but really I think it was them that were taken to the sword this time. And Everest, well, we did say yesterday that they've left themselves a mountain to climb if they're to get anything from this series. But they've been climbing that mountain steadily. And after the disappointment of yesterday where they only picked up 1 point in 3 matches and they were bowled out, they were thrashed, weren't they, by Royal CC when they were out for 48. They've come back, and they've come back in style. They picked up a point against their opponents, the Limers of Columbus, this morning, chasing 186, and they were almost in there for a win. And then, well, the batters used that very well. As Arjun Shahi, he scored a half century the first time on the network back then, and then now he's backed that up and he's gone all the way and scored a century. What a marvellous moment it is for him. We often say the European Cricket Network is all about making players' dreams come true. And a lot of people dream about performing on the big stage, performing in front of the cameras, and maybe getting that that century or that hat-trick or that 5-wicket haul. Well, Arjun Shahi has joined the likes of Qasim Mohammed here in Cyprus and put a century on the board. We'll have his name up in lights as well in our Hall of Fame. 12 this time from Ashish Bam, but he played his part well, allowing Arjun Shahi to take most of the strike. Then Jeevan Lamsal, look, Jeevan, I mentioned him being very disappointing for me yesterday. I said yesterday he's a good player. He just hasn't shone today, hasn't found his touch. But he's finding his touch as well, little by little as well. He's still not at his best, but if he gets to his best as well, then Everest all of a sudden look like a team that could pull off a bit of a surprise. On the bowling front, well, if you got small children, look away. And that's why we take that off very quickly. It wasn't good, was it? They just weren't able to get anything going. Hardik Kumar is so far the only man to take a wicket for the Phillip Warriors. We're going to leave you with that mid-match summary. We're probably going to come back pretty quickly because that innings did go on for a fair bit, and we'll keep you updated as to the state of play for the next match coming up. It might, just might, be slightly delayed. I suppose it all depends on how the Phillip Warriors go on here. Everest, they're in the driving seat to get their first win in this 2024 European Cricket Series here in Cyprus. It is the Encore. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time to talk you through the innings of the Warriors.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello folks, and welcome back to well, I suppose you've got to say it's a bit of a historic day here in Cyprus. Last time we were here for the very first European Cricket Series of the year started on the 17th of January, and during that series we saw just the one century, so the very first century scored on the network in 2024 happened here. It was Akila Kalugala of the Sri Lankan Lions of Limassol that got that century, and that was it. And then of course we had tons of them in Barcelona, but we've had two here this time. Now I did, when I was out there yesterday talking about the pitch, I did say that I feel that a lot of runs are going to be scored here. It's just the, you know, the batters, once they get in, especially if you bowl badly to them, the ball is going to fly all over the place. This outfield is super fast, and that's basically what's happened here so far. So we see another century. Well done to Arjun Shahi. He gets a century to his name, his highest score on the network. But let's see what the Phillip Warriors can do in reply. Of course, their first outing in the field with the ball doesn't go well. Are they able to pick up a few highlights with the batting? Hardeep Kumar and Aman Chahal are the openers. And the first one gets away from the fielder. So that's going to be 4 runs to start off with Jeevan Lamsal. I suppose he was out there a fair bit, wasn't he? Doing the batting, maybe just feeling the heat, because the heat is a thing out there. Look, there's no denying it. It's very, very warm. So the heat will take its toll. So Jeevan lets that one get away from him. He was out there, scored 44 of 19, not out. Good start then. And that one gets played away. Jeevan will be called into action again. Yeah, I mean, they've got a big day here, have the Phillip Warriors. The team from Larnaca, the Larnaca University. So, big day. They've got 3 matches. This is their first. All right, it's not going to plan so far, but go out there and bat. Enjoy it, you know. And I think one thing they can do is play with no pressure, enjoy it, get some runs on the board, and prepare yourself for the next matches they've got coming up. They'll have a rest while the Nicosia Fighters and Napa Kings go head-to-head. But then they've got a match against the Fighters, and then they finish with a tough one, really, with the British Forces of Cyprus. It all depends, of course, on what squad the Forces have, but we know that they're pretty useful. So they've just got to build on it, don't they? Just build and try to make the day get better. Try and take some positives. Try to take a point out of the equation. Look, and to get a point here is they've got to get to 150 just to get a point. So you can see here that Everest, they're not just looking to win their first match this time round. They're looking to win and take all the points. Up in the air and catching opportunity and doesn't take it. It gets right for, I think this goes between his legs, you know. This goes between his legs, and let's just say it could have turned out pretty nasty. You won't say any more than this. So it's high up in the air. The fielder getting under it, and yeah, oh, that goes through his legs. That could have been very painful. That's Bandari is not able to take the catch, so Kuma. And Chahal looking to get started here. Chahal gets alive, he gets dropped on 0. And it's going to be a wide. Well, at least Chahal, I mean, it could have been worse, couldn't it? It could have been saying, right, the first time I've had a knock on the network. I've got a duck, but it's not to be. He does get runs. Kuma's got runs, so that's always good. I mean, let's face it. If you're playing for the first time, the one thing you don't want is a duck. You're thinking, oh, just let me get some runs, please. Well, he does get some runs. Let's see if that injects a little bit of confidence in his play. Well, he hits this firmly, and it's another chance, though. Fielder's done ever so well to come across. That's Shyam Pandit. He comes across, and he turns this into a catch, but unfortunately, he can't keep hold of it. So Sahil Akhtar will probably be feeling that he could have quite easily had 2 wickets in the over, and he doesn't get any, and it's Chahal, the man who has luck at the moment. He gets dropped on 0, and also Gee gets dropped on 2 there. So Pandit puts the catch down. It is the end of the over, and it's 9 without loss. I'm Rico Full, and joining us back as well is Nishay Bhatt. Nish, I think it's going to be a long, hard match, this one, for the Phillip Morris, but also it's part of the learning process.
It certainly is. I think the key thing for them is that they set personal milestones and that they look to sort of achieve some of these personal milestones. Get to our first ever Team 50, get to our first ever Team 100, build a few partnerships, give a few different batters the opportunity to see as many balls out in the middle as possible. I think it'll take some taking for them to even avoid the bonus point defeat, in all honesty. So let's just hope they put a good show out there, and it'll be a good moment for Everest as well. I mean, it's really been tough for them these first couple of days. Results haven't quite gone their way, so for them to get an emphatic victory, just enjoy themselves out in the second innings, is going to be certainly very nice for them.
Yeah, I think what you said there is very true. Is take the little moments, you know, take the little moments. And like you said there, you know, all batters, if you get a chance, get off the mark, try to get to a good score. But yeah, have those little, you know, say to yourself, right, okay, first thing, let's get to 25. Okay, no wickets lost for 25. Right, okay, got to 25. All right, next step, 50. You know, do it that way. That's a good way to look at it. And then build on that throughout what's going to be a long day for them. Oh, gets a hand on it. That another opportunity for Chahal. I don't know about you, but I reckon he's done a bit of a pujo or something, because luck is on his side. He now gets dropped for the 3rd time. And this time, it's a caught and bowled opportunity.
Oh, this was always going to be really, really tough in the end. He's going to have a very sore thumb. The skipper, Bhuvan Khatri, might have prevented a boundary.
Oh, really lays into this. He wants the big shot, doesn't he? But there's no footwork. That's what we're seeing here from Kuma. So maybe the idea is right, but he's not getting himself in the right place. He's got to take a little step, a little hop across the off stump before he plays that shot. Khatri is looking to knock the timber over, and he will knock the timber over. Self-afflicted, really, by Kuma. Well, Chahal is having all the luck, And Hardik Kumar is not. Tries to give himself a little bit of space, but it's a little bit too close to play this shot. And he cannons it back onto these stumps. The first wicket will go down, and it's the captain, Bhuvan Khatri, that gets the breakthrough with the last ball of the second over. It'll be 10 for 1 at the end of 2.
The inside edges it onto his stumps, and they lose their first ever wicket here. The Phillips Warriors saw Kumar play a nice shot earlier to get a boundary, but in the end, his innings will be cut short. Just the 5 runs for him. He stays in single digits. And for the first time, a Philip Warrior falls prey to an opposition bowler.
Start of this, the next over. So it's going to be Sahil Akhtar who's going to continue. And just a slight delay here now. I think this might be, they're just checking whether that in fact was the end of the over. I suppose it has to be the end of the over because that last ball hasn't been registered as yet. I think this goes down just some more issues that we're having there with the connection here. While we're doing that, let's talk about the field that's being set here at the moment from Everest. You can see they've got a very straight long off. You can't see him on, he's just under the camera there now. He's very straight. And out there on the offside, you've got a sweeper there. He's just in front of the officials. So that's the field to go with. I don't mind that because batters will look to go straight. So they get a man who's dead straight, can cover long on and long off, and then you've got the sweeper out there. But keeping third up, I suppose because you've got so many runs on the board, they're saying they'll have the third in the catching position, so that's understandable. Try and go straight to the fielder. Throw comes in, and well, it's one that the bowler and the batter running to the safe end. Look at the running here, and if that hits the stumps, that's out, by the way. He's got to be thinking of running and get himself in. He's standing outside of the crease, waiting for the ball to go by. If it hits the stumps, it's adios. Ravi, also similarly to what we saw from Hardik Kumar, is trying to play the same shot. This is Ravi Kant, but he's not getting it right. You've got to use your feet. Akhtar, sensing that he has an opportunity to get in the wickets himself here. He's getting closer. Another one that gets through. Just have a look at the batter here. So trying to give himself a bit of room, but that foot is being planted the wrong side. He's got to be planting that foot outside the off stump. So he's going to the ball. In fact, trying to get down the leg side. He's taking him away from the ball. Looks like lunch is here. Diana Oros, or I should say Diana Raluca Oros, has put the burrito down for a moment and is tucking into a bit of, well, it looks like a bit of buttered chicken and some rice. Looks pretty nice. Diana's giving it the nod of appreciation, the thumbs up.
Yeah, the old coaching tip really is that you should be looking to kiss the ball. You should be trying to get as close to it as possible. And I think Kant, his head's just not going towards the ball. The head's obviously your heaviest part of the body. You want it really going towards the ball, and as you can see right now, no real foot movement. His head position is all wrong. I think you should just maybe look to get bat on ball. Play a couple of shots with a straight bat, and then look to expand your arsenal a little bit and go for the bigger strokes.
You're right. Think big. Think of 3 matches in the day. Think of 3 innings. So think of bat onto the ball, get the hands and the eyes working, stroke it around a little bit. Thinking about 215, that's not going to happen. This one is, once again, well fielded. Everest. One thing you touched on when we saw Everest yesterday, I know, I don't want to focus on the runs they scored in one match, 82, when they were chasing the Lions, big score. They were bowled out for 48. Obviously, those things we know can happen to a team. We know they've got to play. But where they let us down, I think me and you, is their fielding. Because we know normally the fielding is so good. It's nice to see that so far here, it looks like they've got that fielding sorted. They feel up for it here now. Well, we'll see if this is an opportunity. No, gets away, and it's going to go to the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs. Not where Chahal was hoping for it to go. Well, Chahal's a man who's had all the luck. He's been dropped on 0, 2, and 3. And let's see if he can make it work to his advantage. At least Jahal there is prepared to this time around use his feet and try and get to the pitch of it. So boundary at the end of that over. So the power play complete. It's 17 for 1.
And that's what the confidence of finally having a big total on the board does to you. I mean, these bowlers, you know, they won't be feeling that much pressure. So will the fielders. And I think they just feel way more positive as a side. There's some of that negativity we saw yesterday has just dissipated. And, you know, that's the beauty of professional sport. I mean, you know, momentum just changes so quickly. And, I mean, this was the same side we saw struggling mightily this time yesterday. And now they look a completely changed side. This one has just gone down the ground. It's going to evade the fielder at mid-off. And it's going to be a single. And we can just have a look at this over here. Goes past the fielder. Just the 1 run. This is better from Kun. I mean, this is what you should be looking to do. Just try to get bat on ball, get a few singles, and hit the odd bad one away. Jahal, well, it's certainly a right shot selection. Probably not executed completely right. Could be getting to the pitch of the ball a bit better, and I think in the end he's just missed one. In all honesty.
This one just goes over the stumps here. I think you can't underestimate how important a match this is for Everest. I think the confidence levels from them would have grown hugely when they picked up a point against Limassol Columbus earlier today, chasing that massive score of 186. They got to 176, so they got to within 10 runs. That was superb. 2 batters also got in and made half centuries. And that was Ashish Bam and also Arjun Sahi. Overthrows here now. Where's this one gone? Doesn't go to the boundary. Umpire's just having a check there. So definite buzzers here. Everybody's looking at everyone here. So they go for the throw, but the throw comes in here now, and then the batter, look, he doesn't know too much about it. I think he's hit this while he's running accidental, and it's so accidental they're entitled to run, and they did run. They'll take the couple. It's a nice looking shot. He actually uses his feet. Oh, he's going to get 4. And that's just what we were saying. That one thing that Everest did that let us down yesterday was their fielding more than anything else. Ram Joshua gets this completely wrong. Well, we'll take a good look at this. Gets down, but he gets it wrong. The ball does bubble, but you've got to be prepared for that. He's a bit slow getting his hands to it.
This is where it's really important to Everest. Don't get too casual. You still want to maintain good habits for future games. I mean, Joshua, you can see he's a bit relaxed. He knows that this side are well ahead of this game. You just want to maintain those good habits and carry them into future games that might be a lot closer than this one. And as we come to the end of the 4th over, still scores. We're just 25 for 1. And trying to salvage that sole point is going to be quite a steep task for them. The first 3 games they're going to play.
It's missed. You should be playing this. Just once again, he's a little bit of room, doesn't he? But it's there, totally. And the time you've got to has got to be going into the balance. Good balance. See if he a jump. You probably be looking to. He does, and as well. Nice to fielder does. It loses it for a. There's a little bit of that, but Chaha. Fielder just gets this.
A little bit trapped in his crease when you watch him play, and he's his hands, but this needs to be a learning. So many cricketers. ECS improve year. This one just Alexa. I mean, how often do you and then just see which continues to get better? It's going to be the same for all Phillips Warriors players. I'd be surprised if this is a much better team than the team we've just we're pretty much showing you the equation Phillips Warriors need to a bonus. Gonna take something to prevent that as well. Just gonna settle for
wicket. Bit of luck. Can't really got going out first badly, but yeah, off at the moment. But 100 serve them well. They're really short. The difference is fairness when you example boundary that was happening. Them was being it to the boundary. So difference between the Arjun anything short he was big. So the time will come. They see one in the first that was going to the into there for the juniors. But so bowlers also they're getting all bids delivery against other teams. I would have been always good. Look, we always say to see new teams. New teams, it'll take them to get their touch. What Everest have done here today. Saw them yesterday.
Yeah, improvement for them here today. They struggle to make runs. They match the day, make one runs, and then post. We've seen so far this season completely change side.
And of course, we are in Cyprus just a couple of days ago. A cat day. Like your cats, this is a Cyprus. There's more Cyprus than there are people. I've noticed here a lot of shelters where the quite merrily go nations and then go around helping the cats. To where we are, our hotel in Limassol, leave, and everyone's got a well fed and of course it's well watered. Everybody, they love their cats.
You won't find a street own 2 or 3. Where I live, we've got our own cats of our neighborhood and army base in Cyprus. Own 3 or 4 streets.
That and stripes.
Some of them do. Yep, they've got their camo.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for joining us. I was on Hardy. He said, "You ever on Hardy?" You looked at me. The reason I mentioned that, you've got to go with the Lauren Hardys. There was a particular one about the Foreign Legion. I think, but it was fantastic. Stories you've been telling me, you know, about the food. It was very well that episode. So you gotta look at it. Those of you that are just well, I'm here with Nisha's military service forces here, so have a little bit of military. And well, you had a for your country, haven't you?
It was well worth experience, a chance to that I was raised, and also made a few good, some wonderful people.
Yeah, obviously you're limited. Say otherwise, I think we're gonna land here because we're not that far from, of course, some of the base. But yeah, some you think of some you can tell us when it. Remember today, the final match number 5 says, well. the same old really. Surprised that they've Arjun Sahi would have been an opportunity to use some other bowl. You've just been out there, you basically the whole innings absolutely shattered break.
Oh, absolutely. I think it would be just to give a few other to in my opinion, I think it'd be better if viewers said, because most of them probably not television out on television.
That we get like where's Nish? Might have something to do with tourist that he's on. I think he's been lost. Yeah, you're back. Is that he played is going to be 4 runs. Jahal. He'll get another bounce. Is there? ECS, I get your question. Tilda. Anytime that you want to get on this Sunday, have you? Sunday. Hey, let like where you are able to enjoy the weather, or tucking it down and in front of the fire. All mixed weather around Europe at the moment. I know very similar to here, and the people for a little bit of rain. It's not happening. Very, very hot. I can tell you it's a little bit cold and miserable. Probably one of the summers that they've had in days coming up in the next 3 months. I tell you, boys, I know we're all right. The sunshine any. We see. Is this the Simo that is? So the that gets the Philip. This is it, just here. Sugar, and it's gets this away.
Of economy, we were obviously technique a little bit earlier. Just balanced a little bit better. Closely hit and strikes it 6. So good little milestone he can cherish. The first ever network 6, of course. There, that one is a wide. So a little bit about cats. A little bit of right after this delivery.
It's up in the air, coming. Vast field can't. There's going to be 4 more. See the Warriors start voice. Yeah, I like that. About. Come on, then tell us.
The oldest known was found in Cyprus, 500-year-old, and it even predates about caps by. Can be found in the. That's this one's popped up. Fairly simple. There, that's who will dismiss. It's good to see kind of the couple of boundaries. Things we saw him struggling a little at the start of it, but a little bit close. And those last 5 this time around, though, he found it. His innings come of breeze for him, and obviously will also be the first ever European Cricket Network.
Yeah, Dari as well, who yeah, a wicket as well, and an opportunity for players to have a here as well. I mean, probably if they tied a match, may not a chance. So here, so hated cat also here. It is also perfume. So ladies over there at Italy, maybe even Spain, but perfumated here inside.
Now one of the more than 4,000 cases they found right in the here.
There you go. I told you. A thing or two as well. You that. Wild swing, really hitting this on the and not smashing it. The leg side, yeah. World's oldest perfume. Cyprus. I think unearthed back, dated back to more than 1,000 years.
Interesting thing about that, I believe it was a making factory about 1,000 goes away. Found about 60 mixing balls bottles. So this was a huge operation. Think about it at the time. Think of it as an original something along fantasy dashboard. Next match, fighters in the Napa, and the fighters featuring who's here. Of course, all available for the fighter. Once upon a time, for this fight, do have two Hussein. We're looking forward to seeing class. And we'll who won't be featuring in. Watch out for him in the rest. Another six. Sixes. The Phillips Warrior all with a little just cover.
Yeah. Pitch and Chahal watching the ball now. He's not. He waits for it and gets smashed. Now, nicely dodged. Says I'll make you home pandit, Sam. And well, that's it. It's a bit like when you see a vault and he's up in the void catching. From Chahal. 50 up now. Oh, he's walking. He's got to stop himself doing. He's walking the other work for him, and he just gets that one good end of him. Up in the air, and it's held. That is a catch for a number. Even it, the picks up a little bit. In the way he's back, and then he loads to the ground. Catch. That's a great.
Really well. Solid catch. Talking about how Everest improved today, and it's just a completely different today. Took a little bit of time. ECS about to see the best over these coming days. And we just see for a big. There, of course, that's Gorsevic coming out. Not to be confused. Legend Gorsevic. Back when he's on a really absolutely position out at long on.
In the air. With the infielder now. If he's not going to the boundary, he'll be getting two. Get to. It will get. This might be good. Actually, that comes out. Because Singh still yet to come. Yeah, good at sync. He can get a way here. I mean, oh, short here. They're not. But let's get close to that 100. That's right. That is it's one on the way. Fielder doesn't get anything. So nice shot, and still to have. So good. Gets his first boundary.
Yeah, gets away. Gurkirat Singh. And ever ECS moment for him. Cherishing these little moments. A member of the Phillips. Of course, the economy. Massive gap of. That river looks as wide as big the gap is. And yeah, Phillips Warrior to come to a massive. But it's just about moments of this innings to beat the. A little bit surprised Shahi's would have just probably rested him and also a chance to roll.
Yeah, I'm with that. Thinking here is that day is done. Time to rest this afternoon, and Shahi just tidying up. He's also been guilty of a few wides or two. So I don't. But yeah, for me, why not use somebody else? Batter wants to get funky. Arjun Shai, he said that game. In full and delivery. Can't get the pads. Well bowled, and that's the way to be. As soon as you see the bit, get that your. It's called a wide. Just being very strict. These calls as there about his calling. Tired, I have to say.
Nice amount of consistency. Gonna be the does get the last lap. He gets rid of Singh. Terrific bit of bowling for him. Wicket to his ECS. Look at this one, full and straight. I hit a little bit of a ricochet as well. So wicket be the end for Singh.
Go and now this is another. Keep Singh comes out deep and finds some. He's got a couple of shots. All Yorker working. So, well, there it is. An inside edge. A fortuitous for a Vishal deep Singh. Score moves now.
That's Vishal as well gets his ECS boundary. For these players, they show to their friends and for a week.
I suppose one thing here, you see he's not waiting. And once again, he well watched. He'll take just the, as you see, he puts the, just take one. At least they can turn around. At least we got that. We got more than 4. Evers, of course, out for 48. And say, well, we got side throw. Asking the question here. Hasn't seemed to have decision yet, or whether he's going up. It's a direct hit. Self in. Let's have a. It gets in. Yeah. He's standing behind us. Don't get at the umpire bit. No. That's it. It's saying, don't worry. 69 after 9.
Over coming up over here. It looks like he will. 5 bowlers. The countries decided to use a little bit more different guys and to roll their arm, but plan in his head, and he's going to.
They didn't go for Lamsal. I don't. I think Jim Lamsal was doing some. It's a little bit tired. Didn't eat so. It's a good. Here the bowler. This he goes a lot. So and he just keeps going. There he is. It's like you see some mirror or something out there. Exactly what. Just swinging him. He knows he's dead. The thing about Ardeep Singh is in it, but he can't stop him trying to hit a ball out. That's what he happened. It. Who's also in the another Singh, yeah. Sing song, you know that, Wayne. to was directed throw, saying it away, and so I think you knew where he was going to exactly in that area. On a wicket there, he'll finish 2 for, and the Phillip Warriors, they have had a battle. They've had a stinker, a huge, and 39, 74. Yeah, the thing surely get back. They will have today. They'll rest the as the fighters go. Napa Kings, but then the spin first. Nicosia fighters against the of Cyprus. So take a break. The water, maybe have some for a big finish in the fighters. They get a win under their belt. They played 8, and I was saying probably their key Usman Mohammed. Well, the Napa Kings, good signs earlier. They look that they will certainly be challenged. For Ali Khan still in the Manzoor Ali, captain, is finding his, and Gurdeep Sharma. I mean, you got him listed. No, kid, you as well, and he's somebody that can make a difference for as well. And then experience or something like in the side as well. Coming up in 20 minutes time. Look at the highlights and then a break, and nice shots. There's a lucky. He certainly did, didn't he? He was dropped. That was one of them. He was also dropped. Pandit when he was on 2. By the captain. He was on 3 as well. This one for Buwan. I mean, that one. Fingers off. First time the player back onto Hardeep that had to depend. And well, we did see it. That's when we compliment, when we said it looks like their field is sort of, I suppose, which sometimes you're looking to win some 100. And then there was this. There was some. But you also saw as well were a little bit for Phillip Warriors. It's a start for them.
Yeah, it's a rough fire, but they'll certainly from this. Well, they had a few moments where a couple of back first ever. Easily can just that wicket sing. This was a stroke by Vishal, and of course we saw hardly some big ones, and then it would be dismissed. That off his Shampan celebration, his second Everest pickup of this tournament. Style that was his emphatic bonus points for huge boost.
Yeah, massive boost. So they pick up 4 points that they had already. The news is the net in that match by some 39. A quick look then there for, he'll be happy with there. You can see the good indeed. Arjun Shahi. We're looking, I can tell, will be the. So we're going to take just over, and when we come first time, see the Nicosia fighters, the inform, yes, the pronto. So the fighters, we're going to see them for the first time. They're not bearing their trademark orange kit. Tracy Pasquale is the umpire again, with Mohammed Hussein is putting in a real marathon performance here. The president of gets started pretty soon. This is the fantasy dashboard, and someone like Usman Mohammed become pretty key, I think, for the Nicosia fighters, and of course, a good performance in this time around. I know in the early days that they were one of the teams to watch. I know that they have lost a few players since then. Fortune and Napa Kings. They've Hardeep Singh will be hoping that the likes once again of Ali Khan and Manzoor Ali will be in good form, and Gurdeep Singh as well. To 23, I think this is, and also the current form, I guess, from the Kings as well. So just a few issues here. Now, apologies. I know that some of you were saying that you weren't able to hear us on comms very well, that we were breaking up, and those, I think all of these issues are related to just the connection issues. And normally we have these issues when we have a lot of bad weather. It just seems to be maybe the heat is causing the issues here today. So first things first is welcome back, everyone, and if you can hear me, maybe give us a thumbs up if it's okay. If it's not okay, give us a thumbs down, and I'll let Martins know. They'll try and sort things out here. They did have a play about with things before. Looks like we're still waiting for a little bit before the start of this one, and two batters will just take an opportunity to talk to each other. A few people are talking about, well, what's the format here? I know we've got two groups, Group A and Group B, 8 teams in each group, and we can maybe put that up on the screen for you. It just tells you how things will go. So I suppose the key thing to remember is that teams will not want to be finishing 7th or 8th. So I suppose if you finish 7th or 8th, forget it. And then 3rd to 6th is on that day. That will be Wednesday, the 12th of June. And then quarterfinal day on Thursday, the 13th. Play in that. And then, of course, the winner of the quarterfinals to final. Yeah, though, that action continues here in Cyprus. We then have some internationals, I believe, Estonia. Estonian men and women in action at that beautiful ground to Cyprus to get involved in that and while we're still waiting, it's a graphic that we put up a fair few times for you, the European cricket of September. This will be happening in Andalusia at the magnificent Cartama Oval in Malaga, and we've touched on and I think they've got a good opportunity to finish top of that group and then take on the winners of group. Basically book their place. Two teams will go up. Only one will go down from Group A, B, C, and D in the Premier Division. I think that's just because it'll probably be a straight exciting. And I suppose I could see Cyprus winning Group 2, and then in Group A, well, Bulgaria showing signs of recovering, good players coming into play there as well. So that will be interesting. Maybe perhaps the Isle of Man may be the favourites in that one. We are ready to finally go. So looks like man with the ball is going to be Ali Khan to bowl the first here. Look at the fighters. Let's see what fight they've got this time round. That's been played away, but to the fielder makes the stop. No run, and that's Mr. Evergreen. Lagwinder Singh makes the stop. Chetan is saying 80% okay. I think, Chetan, are you referring to the sound? So I'll feed that back. I know that Martins is listening and Alex is with me again in the engine room. So 80% okay. Well, that is 100%. Thank you very much. As a wicket gets taken, Zakir Hussain will go. And high fives all around. And that's going to be the first wicket. Doesn't get it right. It climbs up on him. It sort of follows him, doesn't it? He thinks perhaps it's going down the leg side. It's not. He has a go at it, and it's going to be a 2-ball duck. One gets played away in the gap. I've just been told that by Martins that there are still some issues. So I know that some of you are mentioning it on the chat to do with the live stream. We're working on it behind the scenes, and I know it's a little bit hit and miss at the moment, but I'll keep plucking away here, and hopefully I'm talking to somebody. Somebody can hear me, but if you can't, thank you for your patience. We will sort it out. The work is being carried out on it as I speak to you. 1 for 1 then. As we get a sudden gush of wind. It's nicely played. It'll take a single though. The non-striker, I think he was asleep there. Was Mohammed Tanveer. Tanveer must have been having a nap. And he gets back on strike here. Anwar, both myself and Anish said that we think he's going to be pretty key. He has lost the other Hussain pretty early. Zakir Hussain just hoiked out without scoring. Simple catch was taken by Sanaullah Safi. Once again, it's the likes of Ali Khan. You see him there. 8K. Swings right around this, and that's going to be the end of the first over. So it's a good start. The Napa Kings, just the 3 conceded, and they have picked up the wicket of one of the openers. So Anwar Hussain and Mohammed Tanveer. And Chetan just letting me know it's getting bad to worse. Thank you, Chetan, and everyone else that's feeding back to us on this. We are working on it. Apologies. So hopefully we'll get that fixed pretty soon. Hardeep Singh, the captain, to come on now. Hardeep didn't have the best of last overs, did he? In that last match. sort of got taken to the cleaners, didn't he? And that one's played out. A quick early call. Here comes the throw. And, the two batters, they do talk well to each other. Yeah, they did get that win against the Limassol Columbus, but he was expensive, the most expensive bowler. So Hardeep trying to bounce back here and bounce back well. So once again, just another little delay here. Yes, well, while we're having a delay, some of the fielders deciding, well, look, you've got a bit of shade there, Rico. I'll just come in and stay there with you for a while. Why not? I don't mind. Who have I got with me? Who's here with me? Ah, it's Mr.
Thank you, sir. How are you doing?
Well, we'll get Ali on here for a moment. Ali hasn't been in the. I don't think he's done this often. He's just sort of. By the time we sort this out, he's going to be time to go back for him. So Ali, tell me, how are you enjoying the tournament so far?
So far is going better as well. And the second last time we qualified for the final and we lost the final, and now we will trying best, so inshallah we will win the final.
Now last time when you lost the final, remind me, you were the team that had that magnificent win against the Sri Lankan Lions, right?
Yes, I was in the part of the team.
Yeah, but since then, I have to say, since then the Lions,
Yes.
they haven't lost a match. They didn't lose a match here in January. So do you see they as the main team to beat this time around? Are they the main team?
I think so, but my team is also playing well, so we will trying the best. Unfortunately, first match we lost.
Yeah.
We fight best, we do best, but it's a part of the game. One will win, one will lose, so we will trying our best. So inshallah we will win.
You're having a good time at the moment, bowling very well. Good over there from you this time round as well. Do you feel that this pitch suits the quicker bowlers? The ball seems to come through pretty fast, right?
Yes, it's better, but it's suitable for the batting as well, because I saw in the 2-3 matches the score is going 170 plus, 180 to 200, so it's suitable for batting as well.
Okay, well, Ali, I think some people can hear us, some can't, because we are, as you can see, having a few issues. Tell a few people where you started to play your cricket. Where are you from?
I am from Pakistan basically, so I start from my village. So slowly I came in
In the shade.
Thank you.
It's
Yes.
better to be in here than out there in the sunshine. So thank you very much there. There you see, we try and make the most of the opportunities we get. I think they're all lining up now. They're all having a look over here and said, me next, me next. I want to be in the shade. Yeah, that's Ali Khan. He's just bowled that first over, picked up the wicket. But unfortunately, we are having a few issues. And I don't even know if I'm talking to myself, and I don't even know if people had the chance to hear me talking there to Ali. I'm just having a quick butchers to see if anybody's telling me what is going on here at the moment. But there seems to be a few problems, but we will try and sort that out whenever we can. So all I can say is thank you for your patience, thank you for being with it. This is the last thing that we needed on a day that we're going to have so many matches as well. I'm just having a look at the comments in the chat to see if people can hear me or not. I know some people were saying you could only just about. I mean, Robinson's saying hi to Steve, to Helix, and to me as well. So if you can hear me, I hope that's good. Helix is saying not sure what the delay is. Yeah, we don't know what the issue is here. I get the feeling that it might be something to do with the stream. The stream is not. I reckon it's just to do with the heat. Real heat here at the moment. Maybe some of the the wires are being fried. So what can I tell you? I mentioned that some of the data today. Hey, look, I know that we have a lot of viewers tuning in from around the world, and I know a lot of the Italians, the Azzurri, like to tune in from time to time. And I know the big celebrations in Italy today, the Italian Republic, a day also known as Festa della Repubblica by the Italians. And happy celebrations on this day, the 2nd of June. On this day, a massive celebration takes place in the city of Rome to celebrate the creation of the Italian Republic. And just getting some messages through that we should be looking to start pretty soon. I know that a lot of the English will be celebrating this day, because on this day back in 1953, the 27-year-old Elizabeth II was given the news that she would be the Queen. She'll be crowned the Queen of the United Kingdom at Westminster Abbey. And I've already mentioned the birth of Sri Lankan all-rounder Angelo Matthews. It was a man that I remember when he set that world record in a stand of 132, the 9th wicket with Malinga, in a match that Sri Lanka then went on to win. And in February 2013, he became Sri Lanka's youngest test captain at the age of 25. And in the next year, Matthews led them to the first series victory in England, scoring hundreds in both tests. So, yeah, congratulations to Matthews. And also, I've touched on today, born both of them back in 1965. A great few minutes for Australian cricket, as the War brothers are born in the Sydney suburb of Bankstown. Right, I think we might be ready to go. So hopefully everything has been sorted. So just to give you an update, Nicosia Fighters, they been put into bat. They're 4 for 1, and we're getting ready for the 8th ball of the innings. And it's a wild swing, really is. He's trying to send this to the moon, isn't he? A swing and a miss. And T10 is saying it sounds great now and smooth. Well, that's good. Well, they know sometimes they call me Rico Suave, so I do like to be smooth. I'm the smooth operator, you know, I am. Firmly hit. Fielder's got a bit of work to do here, and he can't get there. Well, Ali Khan was with me a few moments ago. I hope you were able to hear me having that impromptu little chat with Ali while he was sat in the shade, and now he's out in the heat, and it's too hot out there. It is hot and spicy. And Chris Smith just saying there was issues with the feed. Steve McVeigh saying hi. Hello, Steve. Hope you're well. Oh, this one has got past the keeper, and I get the feeling this might be... Oh, no, it's been given as by. So this must have gone in between the batter. Let's have a look at this as well. Yeah, it does. It sort of cuts him in half. And unfortunately, the keeper, Kamaljeet Singh, he can't get anything on it. Will race away. Just an update, folks, to those of you that are just joining us. Namaste, salam alaikum, sastirikal, aibawan, welcome. Welcome to the European Cricket Series here in Cyprus, the Cyprus Encore. It is hot, everybody. It is hot. People are frying. The cables are frying. The stream is frying. Give me a frying pan and I'll crack a few eggs, because that chicken is annoying me. And I can nick a few eggs from him. And who knows, we could maybe put chicken on the menu for tomorrow. In fact, we have had chicken on the menu, thanks to the Federation. Mohammed Hussain is out there doing some umpiring here today. 3 matches he's doing today, the president, but he organises our lunch, and we had a lovely bit of chicken and rice today. I think a bit of butter chicken. It was lovely, actually. So thank you. We get well looked after here by the Federation. Bowling a good heavy ball here is Hardeep Singh. I think Hardeep is definitely learnt from the over that he bowled to the Qalandars. He's not pitching up. Big effort being made to bang the ball into the deck, and with Hussain playing and missing, he's winning this battle at the moment. The battle between the two captains, Hardeep Singh and Anwar Hussain. Another one. He doesn't like it, does he? Into the body. I think that one probably is. Is it going to be a leg by or is it given as runs? Looks like it is given as runs. But yeah, he's tucking him up. And that one, well, must have been a little bit of bat on there. I thought it was straight onto the thigh bat. It is the end of the over. And it's a very good over as well. You can hear them saying, Jaldi karo, Jaldi. These are the standings at the moment. So Napa Kings, they're eyeing up. Hey, look, if they can get a 4-pointer here, they go top. All right, they play the game more. But well done also to Everest. Look at that, their first win. And it gets them, elevates them right up. Top of the table. Gurdeep Sharma, a good guy to come on. Score 14 for 1. And the batter, not sure what Anwar was saying there, but he's on 6, not out. Gurdeep. Oh, look at this one come in. Really good delivery. I wonder if we can see this one again, Alex. Alex can hear me? I'm just testing here if Alex can hear me. I've said before when I was talking to Alex in Estonia, it'd be nice to be able to, not just me hear Alex, but you hear Alex, because sometimes we have a good chin wag. So, well, that's played nicely. Alex is gone. I thought Alex was doing the next 2 games, but Martins is back. Hello, Martins. And that's nicely played away. Yeah, Martins is the man who we should all be thanking if everything is working again. Good job, Martins. Gets everything going again. Spring Media, they're simply the best. Got Martins here. We got Ole. I know he's not Ole, but he said I can call him Ole because I think it's Oleg. Ole will do. Ole, 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 Ole. And we got Martha Maria as well. Great crew here in Cyprus. Sharma. Oh, look at this come in. And this one really, and this is sensational movement. It looks like it's going to be a wide, and then it boomerangs back in. Take a look at this, folks. Look where this comes in from. That's exceptional swing bowling. And I think the batter now here, Anwar just knows, he's just got to go for these because they're coming in a long way. Well, he hits it up in the air as a miscue. Doesn't carry to the fielder. Just for a moment there, I think that's Ahmad Kill. Thought he was going to get an opportunity of getting a catch here. 19 for 1 at the moment. Sharma back to his mark. Gone. That's the ball, isn't it? Full straight. Jog the putty. That is that boogie, oogie, oogie, grizzly 5 ball. And Gurdeep Sharma knocks the stumps over of Tanvir. Just look at that, he's pitching. And he has no answer to this at all. It's an absolute beauty. Look at that ball swing. Brilliant delivery. I just wonder if we can slow this one down a little bit and you appreciate how good a ball this is. Because it's full and look at the movement. Oh, that's a sensational ball. It really is. And watch where this is pitching as well. Now, when you talk about the perfect ball and the perfect Yorker, that is what you're talking about. And I know it does Tanvir, but that would have got a lot of batters out. Tanvir going for 3 of the 4 balls that he faces. It's not the first time that Gurdeep's done it either. Gurdeep Sharma, I think he's a very classy all-rounder. And well, if he can stay fit and in form, he certainly is going to help the Napa Kings to get there or thereabout. The end of 3 overs, 20 for 2 now. You can hear the fielders now saying, come on, 3 overs are done. We can start spread the field a little bit here now. Hussain going at a run of ball 11. And, Ali Hamid is the new batter that comes out at number 4. Deacon McVeigh saying hi. Hello to you as well. But, once again, those issues surrounding what's happening at the ground also affecting the chat from my side. I'm not catching up with a lot of it, and sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. So do accept my apologies for not being up to date with the chat. I'm trying to reboot. The only way I can do it, folks, is I have to keep rebooting it all the time. So I'll keep doing that. Nish is he's probably tucking into that curry right now. That's well played. That's actually beautifully timed, and the fielder's not going to get there, you know. That's an exquisitely timed shot. Well, wide sweat buckets and swing hard for nothing when you can time it like that. And it's timed and placed beautifully. So Ali Hamid gets his first boundary. That's a good looking shot. Chickens are very confusing animals, aren't they? I mean, I was told they're supposed to do kukuruku at like 5 in the morning or when the sun comes up. It is now roasting hot. It's 2:30 in the afternoon, and well, that chicken is on steroids, and so is the grizzly, because this one just takes off. It's quite unbelievable. And they're saying ball badia because of this. Look, that is an incredible. It just climbs from nowhere. Look at the fielder. Yeah, does well. Gets a hand onto it. That cockerel has probably heard what I said about me catching it and using it. We have pollo asado in Spain. I tell you what, that one's going to go on the spit roast if it carries on like this. It reminds me a little bit like Kartama. I know those of you that that tune into, of course, one of our main events, the next one coming up starting on the 23rd of September at the Kartama Oval. We have the same issue there. There's a cockerel that's always chirping away. Cockerels and the dogs. No dog. No dog here, by the way, at the moment. I know Charlie probably will be asking me. Hello, Charlie. Hope you're well. And Charlie did a great job in Estonia and, of course, in England. I know Charlie was saying that if I do see Luna, say hi to Luna. I haven't seen Luna yet, Charlie. Mind you, if Luna's smart, being that she is a black dog, she will stay in the shade close to some water somewhere. You don't want to be here at the moment, unless you have to be, because it's very warm. Though there's a nice breeze that's just turned up at the moment. That's nicely played. That's the timing of this again. It's going to be 4 more. Well, Hamid showing that the first one was not luck. This is exquisite. And we've seen a lot of big shots, but just have a look at that. That is sexy. That is probably my HCL shot of the day so far. And Hamid doesn't just execute it once, but he does it twice. Lovely striking. And he's going to finish the 4th over with a boundary. So 35 for 2. Beautiful hitting there. And Manzoor Ali is go for 15 off his first. I hope you enjoyed that little spell that I had. Ali Khan in there 4, and that is going to be 6 as well. So there was still a ball to go, and it gets smashed. So this is better. And Hamid, if you thought he's only good at pushing the ball down the ground, well, he can give it a thump as well. So 17 off the over. Graphic's just sometimes running just a little bit slow. So 37 for 2. All right, they're still shy of that 100 mark if they keep going at this sort of pace. But with that little bit of acceleration here, I think they should, if they can maintain that now, should be looking to touch on 125. But I think most teams, having seen what's happened so far in a day and a half of action here, will certainly be looking to go around about 140. If I just reel off some of the scores that we've seen then. So starting on day 1, I'm not going to say the teams, it's just going to give you the scores first and second innings. So 144 to 101, 160 to 122, 176 to 82, Then, of course, that low scoring 48 to 53. That was Everest, by the way, that were bowled out for 48. Just wait, though, before you lay into Everest. And we finished the day with 116, 117. And then today, we start with 185 to 176. Everest, the team that made 48 all out yesterday, scored 176. Then we saw 121 to 127. And then Everest, the same team, the same team. They went from 48 to 176 to 213, winning against Phillip Warriors by 139 runs. So that just goes to show you that there is something in this for bowlers. I think this guy here, Gurdeep Sharma, has shown us that already. The ball does swing, and if you bowl a good length, you will get reward. So bowlers can get something out of this if they bowl well. It's the wide, the last one was a wide, just being confirmed for the scorers. But if batters get in, you can score big runs. So something for everyone in this pitch. That's a nice looking shot. Up and over. I'm a little bit surprised, I have to say, that to Ali Hamid that they haven't put a fielder out there, because he's now played 2 along the deck, and now this one is gone aerial in that area. So I'm just having a quick look at the field here. You've got 2 men on the leg side. And I just wonder if you could maybe move the long on over to long off, and they all move round one, so you get 2 in that area. They have plugged it now, and straight away you can see Hamid now going for a different shot. So that field, interesting field. You literally have got, if you were to look at a bird's eye view of this pitch, so going from 3 o'clock on the watch to 6 o'clock, that's where all the fielders are out, all 5 of them. And this will go to one of those fielders. Does very well. Keeps his eye on the ball to the last minute. That's a Hardeep Singh. And makes a stop. All right, now this is where the issues have been so far. Anwar Hussain is going run a ball 13. So he hasn't been able to really get anything away yet. That's nicely played. The chase is on. Oh, that's a lovely shot. What a beautiful shot. Beautifully played. Exquisite timing. It's in the slot though, isn't it? Look at where he's batting here as well. So he's decided to bat further out. Now the reason for that is, I know it's half term in a lot of places. Well, the reason for that is he knows that Gurdeep Sharma is swinging the ball a lot. So rather than go back and get beaten by the swing, he's trying to take himself further so he can get to the ball before it swings. And it seems to be working, because after playing a delightful shot outside the off, Anwar now, he drops back because he's expecting the shorter one, and he plays it away for a big 6. So 4 and 6, looking pretty slick at the moment here is Anwar Hussain. There you go, Charlie, I remembered. End of that over, and it's a better over. So like I said, if they continue at the sort of pace that they did in that over number 4, they should get themselves up to around about a 125 to 130 score. But one good magical over along the way can certainly get a bit more acceleration in. That's what they're looking to do here now. They know that the Napa Kings, they're a team capable of scoring big runs. We saw them make easy work of chasing 122 early against the Qalandars. Just that nice shot again there from Hamid, bobbling away. Hardeep Singh does very well. A lot of discussion about the field because both batters play a very different style of cricket. Hamid looks very correct. Anwar has just opened up the last 2 deliveries. That's pushed away. Take a single. Doesn't mind taking a single now because I suppose Anwar, this partnership is flourishing nicely. Hamid has played some nice shots. They came together with the score of 19. So it's been a nice, good, solid partnership at the moment. Goes for it, but scuffs it. He's a bit lucky, really. I think if he hits this better, I think that would have been an opportunity for the fielder to come in and take the catch. That's Sanuola Safi who's out there. He's already shown that he's a good catcher off the ball. Ali Khan, after his first appearance in the commentary box, while we had that delay, I hope you were able to hear him. It was very nice talking to him, actually. Very nice man. Of course, he touched base on how they got that victory, didn't they? A good victory it was against the Sri Lankan Lions there back a couple of years ago. And then they had, if my memory serves me right, they restricted Punjab to a low score. I think it was a score around about the 80s. And I remember Hardeep Singh bowling brilliantly well on that day. And it looked like they were going to be victorious. But then they went on to lose. And I know they would have been very disappointed with that performance from them. Similarly, the same way the Sri Lankan Lions were on that day. But it's the way that the Lions came back. I mean, I talked about that loss that the Lions had to the Napa Kings that day earlier this year, January, when we were here. But they came back strong, and of course they won every match. There was no blip in their batting, and they've maintained that from what we saw from them yesterday. We get to a point now where we'll just take that strategic timeout. Looks like some water coming out for some of the batters, and I think some of the fielders will take some drinks on board here as well. That makes sense because it is so hot out there, and I think already I was talking to Nilkesh Patel and the likes of some of the team there like Andy O, and they've already said, look, you know, if I know fielders can get the 12th, can bring water and leave it on the edge of the field for them, that's perfectly fine. But batters, if they need a drink, they will be entitled to have one because it is very, very warm. You can hear Tracy saying, quickly, quickly. As long as the players do it quickly, I don't see any problem with it, if I'm honest. Hardeep Singh comes back, and he stays with that shorter length. I think this one he holds back. I think he holds it across the seam because it doesn't really take off either. So 59 for 2. Oh, well, this one's up in the air. Farlo, but nobody's there. It just goes straight up and goes nowhere. So once again, it's the shorter ball that's been deployed to Anwar Hussain. And at the moment, he hasn't really had an answer to it. He's been good when he's been given a little bit of width outside the off. He's flicked them off his pads well enough, but he hasn't been able to deal with that shorter delivery. Hardeep Singh now to Hamid, who has already played some lovely shots. How does he deal with the short one from Hardeep? And, well, let's just say pretty well. That's nicely played away. He just waits for it. It's not a wild swing. It's a proper shot from Hamid. And I'm liking the look of Hamid here. These two came together with the score at 19 when Zakir Hussain went early, 2-ball duck. And Mohamed Tanveer got bowled brilliantly by Gurudeep Sharma. But Sharma, he's been bowled out. Ali Khan's been bowled out here now as well. Well, that's a slower ball attempted. It'd be worth just having a look at this side on. It's going to go for 4. So we're going to have a chance to look at it again. 4's been given. I know it's slower, but how high is that? It's okay. It's almost like all the life is coming out of that ball as it starts to sink to the ground. And not only does the Grizzly sink to the ground, so does the fielder. He's not able to make the stop. So Hardeep just trying something different rather than just going for that heavy short ball, but doesn't get it right. And now he goes fuller, and gets the dot ball in, so a little bit of success. That expected score at the moment. Sort of rocking up and down. It's a bit like a seesaw. Look at that good movement there. Nice look at the seam there from Hardy. Really good shot off that delivery. We're going to miss again, so another dot joining up the dots. Now we've talked about cricket coming up at the Khartoum Oval. Well, don't forget, we'll also have the Women's European Cricket Championship as well, and that also will this year have a Challenger Division and a Premier Division. So 10 teams will take part in the Challenger Division: Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey and Czechia. That'll be very well contested, won't it? And then, of course, Premier Division: England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands and Italy. And I'm guessing that on that one, somebody can confirm for me that it might be the same, that perhaps one team from the Premier will come down, so the team that finishes bottom, and the team that finishes top in the Challenger will go up. So exciting times coming up on the European Cricket Network, and I hope you're all going to tune in and enjoy that. We're seeing some wonderful women's cricket at the moment. Of course, it was a pleasure to see and welcome the Maltese team, both men and women, to Estonia, where I was. And Malta, the men, getting a good victory there. But well done to the Estonian women, who got their revenge over the Maltese, where they lost towards the end of last year in the tournament. They lost all their matches, but they came good and won that series in Estonia. Lakwinder Singh, Mr. Evergreen. There comes on to bowl. He was bowled very well in the last match. This one is going to get over one and just race away. As soon as this ball hits the deck, it speeds away. So Hamid and Anwar putting a partnership together. That partnership now worth over 50. 56 runs they put on together. The rate they're going at, though, sort of keeps going. I said this before, it's a bit like a roller coaster. Keeps going up and down, and that's more like it. We haven't seen too many shots hit straight down the ground into and above the olive trees, and that's because there haven't been too many put in the slot. Now, that's a slower delivery from Lakwinder. Not that he's fast normally, but slower, but he's put it in the slot, and Ali Hamid has said thank you very much. So maybe the first time in a long time we're starting to see a flurry of consecutive boundaries. And that's high up in the air. Fielder getting under it. He doesn't drop him, you know, and he ain't going to drop this one either. He's just a class act, is Gurdeep Singh, and doesn't quite get the full swing into this, Hamid. That's probably because of the length of it. It doesn't allow him to get the full shot in. If you have a look at this, he's just reaching for it a little. He's not able to get a stride into the shot. That means it goes more up than high. And as soon as I clock in the corner of my eye that is Gurdeep Sharma under it, I know it's going to be out. He's been class in everything that he does. He certainly is a huge player for Napa. So that's the end of Hamid. Fine 42 from him, 42 of 19. Sharma takes the catch. And this one goes down the leg side. That's going to be disappointing from Lakwinder. A new batter comes in, Jahid Haq. Yeah, you've got to really attack the new batter straight away with a good ball. And he doesn't. Ooh, that's well bowled. Clever delivery. This is all about the length. So the batter wants to go straight down the ground. But look where this is pitching. It's just not on for the drive. And then he does well to get back. And luckily for him, that bat doesn't bounce up to a point where the bails are coming off while the bat is in the air. And I like that one from Steve McVeigh. He's saying, how do you make a Maltese cross? And then, of course, the reply is beat them in an ECI series. It's a good one. It's a good one, Steve. I hope you're well. Now, Steve, I think I asked you yesterday, but for a number of reasons, I wasn't able to see your answer. But did you make it to England in the end? I think you were going to try and make it for Friday's finals day. End of the over, 82 for 3. And that's 8 overs now complete. So can they get a big finish on here? Maybe go. I mean, even if they went 2 lots of 15s, I still think I think they are looking for 35. I'm looking for 35. If I'm the captain, I've got wickets in hand. Only 3 wickets are lost. I'm saying to my boys here, right, every ball has to be a run. I want you pushing. I want you to turn those 50-50 twos into twos. I don't mind if there's a run out, but I want us to really have a go at everything here. Well, that will help as that one spikes off, and it's going to be a goal. Yeah, it is. Well, there was a lot of celebrations, of course, in the capital of Spain yesterday when Real Madrid were able to get 2 of those and they win another Champions League victory, a record 15th time. Congratulations to them. You didn't hear that, did you? I'm not really a Barcelona fan. But, yeah, look, what can you say about him? And well, that one's going to race away as well. So, iba, si puede. No puede. Laquinda sings, yar, de no pasa many kini ejwa. No kade de kya man, in the well, he does try, Laguinda. He's got those, I can tell you now, those knees are strapped together by duct tape. But he still tries, but he can't get there. Yeah, Real Madrid, fair play to them. And I think for all the years that I've lived in Spain, so around coming up to 24 now, I think I have to say that even though Barca have had their time, but Real Madrid certainly have been the team to watch. And certainly you can't argue. Oh, what's happened here? And this is going to go. Well, has he saved this? I guess we're going to have a long, hard look at it because he goes. Does he actually get this and then it goes out of his hand, or does he miss it completely? We might have a chance to have a look. So does he get? No, he misses it completely, and then right at the last here, this is, I suppose, if that ball doesn't go back into the rope there, which it doesn't look like it does, it actually ends up being a pretty good save. They'll get a couple. Ten off the over so far. And that's they're the ones that Anwar Hussain has missed out on a few times. The ball that's a little bit short, he just hasn't been able to get that one away. It's been a gutsy knock, though, from the captain. First time we are seeing the Nixia final, so you'd expect him to be maybe just a little bit rusty. That one is gone. So, nice catch taken. That's the end of Hussain. He'll go for 35. 35 of 26 deliveries. So Mansoor Ali, it is again, bowling that heavy length. Who gets the wicket. Mansoor is the bowler that gave Anwar a difficult time earlier as well. He just hasn't liked the shorter delivery. Just get a mouthful of this dry dust here now. I'm just having a look. I just decided that to wear dark trousers and black shoes here is not a good idea. Every time I brush the dust, I'm calling it dust. You can't really call this dust. I think you'd have to say, what would you call it? Turf? Mud? Can't call it mud because it's not really mud, because mud you normally say is sticky. Up in the air, it should be gone. It will be gone. So Raza, Ali Raza comes in. He's only going to last one delivery. Well, while I'm dusting down my trousers, it's the bowler Mansoor Ali who's dusting down another batter, Ali Raza, Well, his hopes turn to dust of getting any runs. He's going to go for a golden duck. So he's going to get quacked off. And let's see Goldie. We haven't seen Goldie for a while. Okay, we'll have a look at those bowling figures first. 2 for 25 for Mansoor, 92 for 5. He's still got time for Goldie. If not, here's Goldie. And Goldie says, I've had enough. I'm going back into me cool pond. I don't know where the water is around here. I don't think there is any around here, so no wonder the ducks are a little bit slow to come out. 2 for 25 from Mansoor, 92 for 5. Expected now, 105. Lakwinda gets a chance to bowl the last. And if he hits, he's gone. He's gone. Well done. Well bowled from Lakwinda. What a good delivery this is. Look at the movement. You know that the batter's going to try and go for this. And Jahid Huq is going to depart. So that's a team hat-trick. We saw a team hat-trick yesterday. So 2 wickets for Mansoor. And then it's another one. I don't think let's have a look at this again. He's definitely not trying to run. And that's going to be stumped. That wicket will be Lakwinda Singh's. So Lakwinda, Mr. Evergreen. And Lakwinda. मैंने लगना था राज के इन्हें चोरी चोरी परोंठे खाते हैं और लक्की परोंठे खा के आए कि नहीं खाते होने परोंठे Lakwinda Singh. I know he always says his family and friends are tuning in. I think Lakwinda Singh कहना मैं फ्रूट नहीं खाता मैं सीरियल नहीं खाता मैं परोंठे खाता तां मेरी लत्तां हाले चलदियां. And gets a dealt ball in here now, so all of a sudden they don't even get to that. At one point we were seeing that one sort of 115, 118. It went up to 120 temporarily. It may not even get to the 100. It's another dot. Lakwinda just getting this ball short of a length, moving it away. And Usman Mohammed playing and missing. Just 3 balls to go. Well, he had to get bat onto ball on this one. Otherwise, he would have been plumb in front. Very good bowling. Loving this at the moment. Yeah, so black, dark colours, definitely not the ones to wear here. Hello, Terry Richmond. Hope you're well. And Steve was telling me he did come. He was there on the Wednesday, flew back to Portugal Thursday, and had an evening at Miranda de Corvo. Good on ya. Not out because it's not been caught. Now whether there was bat on there or not, I guess we'll not know. Right, so last delivery. They're not going to get the 100 here, are they? And this one gets worked away. It will be 4 to finish, but they won't get that 100. It's going to be a disappointing 97. And at no point did the computer or I think they weren't going to get to the 100. I suppose the finish, that over number 9 from Mansoor. They say all that happens in the 9th. That one went for 10. It started off with 2 boundaries and then a leg by. That was the 10. And then it went 0, wicket, wicket. And then Lakwinda starts with a wicket as well. A team hat-trick. And just that 1 boundary at the end of the over means that they'll finish with 97 for 6. And that's going to be disappointing, especially when you have a look at the scorecard and you see that there was 2 batters there that made good contributions. Anwar Hussain, 35 and 26. Yeah, he batted slowly, but I think he was just trying to keep the innings together. And when you can see why when we saw what came in there towards the end. Great bit of bowling from Sharma. I'm loving Sharma the more I see of him. He's always doing something good in every match. Ali Hamid made 42 of 19, and if it wasn't for that knock, they would have been in all sorts of trouble. This is when Anwar did finally get going. It was a couple of back-to-back boundaries from him. He played a lovely shot out on the off, and then he played that one over long on. This one was another that got away. This was when we saw that partnership, 51 partnership there between Hamid and Anwar. But they had to find a way to break it. And that's the way to do it. The catch gets nicely taken. He just doesn't drop them good deep. And Lukwinda, the difference between Lukwinda is he doesn't really put any pace on the ball. He holds the pace off, and the batter's not getting the pace, then really not able to clear the field. This is a long, hard chase for Lukwinda. Lukwinda said, "Oh yaar, pata mani mahale bowling karni hai, mera ek over hale paya." He was all right though, even though he has to run hard. The man who's eaten the piranhas this afternoon came back, and he bowled a very good last over as well. Well, this was the wickets to start off with. It was 2 and 2 from Manzoor, and then the very next over, it was Lukwinda that would get the wicket as well. And the man who's powered by piranhas then went wicket ... 1-0, and then it was a 4 right at the end. So you would imagine there's not enough runs on the board there going by that, as the Nicosia Fighters, their first outing in the Encore here in Cyprus, they will get to 97. And like I say, that's the disappointment there. Anwar Hussain, 35 of 26, and then Ali Hamid, 42 of 19. Hamid, you can't question him, but I think Anwar, I think the idea there would have been, even though he was a slow start, that he would be there towards the end, at least give them the finish that they needed to get to that 120 score. That was on the card briefly, but well done to the Napa Kings. What I'm seeing from the Kings is they've got a little bit of it all. If you look at the bowling there, Ali Khan, fast. Hardip Khan, Gurdeep Singh, fast, swings the ball around a bit. Manzoor Ali bangs it in a little bit short. And then Lakwinder Singh takes the pace off and wins the battle with pace of bowling. All the bowlers, I think, bowled very well. A very good performance from the Napa Kings there once again. I think a good, tidy, and I have to say, polished performance from them. They put themselves in the driving seat. We'll take a break of around about 10 minutes time. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. Join me back and Nish when we're back in about 10 minutes time to see the reply from the Napa Kings, who are looking to make it another victory for them here today. Can they win their 2 matches here? And if they can win in style, if they can get this score in 7 overs, and it is definitely on, they will find themselves finishing the day the top of the standings. Join me back in about 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back as the Napa Kings have put a good shift in the field. They've restricted the Nicosia Fighters to 97 for 6 and now they'll be looking to go out there and knock these runs up pretty quickly. Just to remind you of the way the standings are looking, if they can get the 4 points here then they would take top spot away from the Sri Lankan Lions. Though be it, they would have played a match more, but still that would be a good finish to them. Rico Fool is here and Nishay Bhatt joins me again, and hope you had a nice lunch break, a bit of butter chicken.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always love the lunches here in the European Cricket Series we do in Cyprus. Had a couple of options, paneer and some butter chicken as well. Tried out both of them, and it was certainly very nourishing. But yeah, this was rather subpar performance by the fighters, unfortunately, with the bat in hand. Just the 97 runs. And you feel the Napa Kings, they're going to be eyeing those bonus points. You know, we saw them pick up some bonus points earlier in this series, and once again they've got a chance. They'll probably look to try to chase this down within 7 overs.
What's good at the moment, and this certainly is being appreciated by the players and the officials, and of course the ECN crew alike, is we've just got that breeze that's come in, and it's cool and it's soothing. So long may that breeze stay, because it certainly makes it a little bit cooler for everybody. It's going to be Tanveer with the ball, and he's going to be bowling to Gurdeep Sharma, and the non-striker is going to be Rajinder Kumar. So no change with the openers. So we've got the bit of the oranges and the lemons out there at the moment. The orange of Nicosia, and that's probably one that would have been better off just leaving alone. Gurdeep Sharma just a little step inside. That would have been a difficult one probably for Zakir Hussain, the wicket keeper, to stop, but they'll take the leg by. A chance now for the Kuma. And this is the bonus point equation, so restrict to 67 if you want to take all the points, but I think really what we're looking for is to try and get this inside the 7, and it would be, oh, that's a chance, you know. He's been hit hard. He might catch up with it. He does. He's done ever so well. It's a good recovery, but I think at the same time he's going to be a little bit disappointed that he's not been able to take the catch. I mean, that could have been Rajinder Kumar going very first ball. He's hit it really well, but he's hit it high. The fielder, you see, just gets hands to it, but not able to take the catch. It would have been a great catch if that was held by Sijan.
Yeah, he does a really good back heel as well to prevent that from going to the boundary. You have to be really careful when you try to use your feet on the boundary rope like that. You could always easily roll an ankle. This one is struck high. It's going straight up to the fielder at mid-on.
Oh, what's happened here?
This is a bit of a real mix-up. I think 2 fielders went at that. It's yours, it's mine. In the end, it was no one's. I think he would have been a lot more comfortable where the fielder was stationed in the more orthodox mid-on position. We'll have another look at this opportunity right here.
Yeah, I think that's Hussain and another fielder getting each other's way. You can see Hussain is probably saying, well, you came right in my way, so I didn't see it coming. So, yeah, a real mess up there between the fielders. Opportunity missed. Certainly bowling with some pace here, isn't he, Tanveer? And Mohamed Tanveer coming in quick and fast. There's a little bit of the Mohamed Hussain about him. Of course, Hussain, we didn't get a chance to see him in the last few matches, the Everest bowler. But, yeah, some genuine pace being generated here by Mohamed Tanveer. That's 4 runs. It's just using the pace against the bowler, and hits it. It's like a straight pull, and if the bowler's not stopping it, it goes to the boundary. And the question is, how far has this one gone? I think this is another one that our friend Gulzar is going to have to try and find. It's gone just behind the fence. With the fielder going getting in there. Gulzar comes across, and well, he's beaten the snakes to it. It's well done there to Munir Islam.
Yeah, this was just a bit of a forehand, wasn't it? Cross-batted shot straight down the ground. And nice boundary there for Sharma. One ball to come in this over.
It's a good leave. I mean, he's got pace, hasn't he? He's got wheels. You can see just from the way that Zakir Hussain is taking this, but that one down the leg side. And this is what I think Gurdeep Sharma should have done with the first ball he faced. He tried to play it, he scuffs it with his pad, but the right thing to do is you know, it's not going to hit the stumps. You just take a step away and take the wide and make it a difficult stop for the keeper. Tanvir steaming in. And this one to the fielder. And no run. Nicely stopped by the man who came back from the snake pit and survived. So the Kings 9 on the board. They need to be going at just about 9.5 if they to register a win. But of course, there's an opportunity there to try and get this win inside the 7 and take all the points. That will see them go top of the stack. So the first one doesn't quite go to plan.
Yeah, if you just look at Tanvir, he's 27 years old, and then earlier this year, of course, he was involved in the ECS. We had back in January, was playing for the Punjab Lions, the finalist back then, had a pretty decent showing, an economy rate of 9.5 over the 10 overs he bowled, and picked up 4 wickets as well. So now he's playing a straight for a different side, playing for the Nicosia Tigers. And it's also going to be interesting to see just how he adapts to the role over here. He's probably going to play a lot more cricket with this Nicosia Fighters side. And he'll certainly have way more responsibility.
Oh, that's a big wide from the captain, Anwar Hussain, his first delivery. What did you make of his innings? I mean, he stuck around for a while, didn't he? I mean, 35 of 26.
Yeah, Hussain, you kind of know what you're going to get with him. He sort of has his favorite shot. He's always trying to target that mid-wicket region. And if he connects, he can hit a few big ones, but he's also one to face a lot of dot balls.
Gets a dot ball in here, finds the right areas. 49 matches since that golden ball, so let's see if we're going to pick one up here or not. Shouts to catch it, doesn't quite carry. Of course, the last golden ball that we had was there in the internationals in Estonia, and it was a high-scoring one between Malta and Estonia. Charlie Hunt, of course, was there. How quickly the matches are coming up at the moment, especially with this series going back-to-back, as this one is going to be hit firmly and nicely. That's what they need to do. Get the runs away. They don't want to make this a difficult chase. And I think when the opportunity presents itself, they need to get the boundaries. That one's going to be nicely played. Nice shot to play in the power play. No risk involved there at all. So they get a boundary here, but they're being contained at the moment to around about that 9. Well, definitely under the 10 and over. Once again, shorter delivery from Anwar, and Sharma not able to get it away, plays it into the deck to take the single, so 16.
Yeah, considering, you know, he just moved a long off out on the previous ball, that was a rather puzzling length for him to go short and wide. Probably needs to bowl a lot fuller here.
I get the feeling that that Kumar, he's been bought. I think they're going with Kumar as the opener because they think that he's somebody who will swing hard and get them off to a good start. What I've seen the last few times, though, that hasn't really gone to plan. I think I can understand Sharma being there. Me, personally, I'll go with Sharma, then either an Ali Khan or Manzoor Ali. Because I think just leaving those guys sitting on the bench and then having somebody like Rajinder out there and you expecting him to be giving you quick runs and quick boundaries. Well, the thing is, he's a slogger, really. He'll either click or he won't. And if he doesn't, he chews up deliveries. And you see here already, he chewed up 6 balls for 5, whereas any one of Ali Khan or Mansour Ali can come out there and get you that of 1 ball. So I just think that's something that they need to look at. We saw Everest play around with a few options at the top of the order, and they've gone to their recognised batters here today, and it served them well. It served them beautifully, and I think that's one thing that here the Kings need to do as well. You know who your 3 key batters are. There's no point hiding them. There's no point making sure that 2 of them miss out on the power play. One of them's got to be in there.
I certainly agree with that sentiment. I just wonder if they think that it'd be a good opportunity to get Rajinder Kumar just to face a few balls here. There's an edge over there, but I wonder what the appeal was about. The keeper never got a hold of that.
Well, they're surely not appealing for LBW. It's being given as bye, so you see Tracy's convinced this doesn't catch anything. So look, I thought maybe they would, yeah, it's definitely caught something. There's a big deflection. I think it is the pad. It can't be LBW because the ball was going down the leg side. So it's been given byes, but I think that, yeah, there's leg byes now there, given quite correctly by Tracy. So leg byes, that was, once again, a quick delivery. Just got to try and find a way to get this ball sort of outside the off stump. Yeah, that's the areas. That's where you want to be. And you can see straight away, batters have difficulty. And if the ball doesn't come up as much as the batter's expecting, there's every chance that that gets chopped on back onto the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's got that brisk pace as well. Always just beat the batter with his pace. That fielder a deep third man as well. Could be very interested. Any top edges could go flying to him. It's going to be another dot ball. So Kumar, well, he decided to gamble a little bit, give him a chance to go further up the order. And exactly as feared, he's been chewing up a lot of dot balls here. They've failed to capitalize on the power play so far, the Napa Kings. And it's just going to make it that much harder for them to try to chase this down in under 7 overs.
Tempeh, a good fiery spell from him at the moment. On the stumps, this one gets fended away. And the fielders getting a little bit over keen there. Running across, wanting to make the stop and get there first. That's Sijan. Sijan, who had the opportunity to take that catch earlier, didn't he? Could have removed Kuma on 0. Kuma then was dropped a second time as well. But hasn't hurt them. If I'm the fielding side, I'm thinking I'd rather have Kuma out there than get someone like the Ali Khan or Mansour Ali come out. So I'm quite happy leaving him there at the moment, because if he's out there, well, you never know. He could be so slow that you give yourself a chance to win the game, but certainly he's not going to help them win the match inside the 7 overs. So I'll just leave him there. I'll be saying tactically, hey guys, let's not try and get this guy out. Let's leave him there, because he ain't hurting us at the moment.
Even Sharma looking a little bit off color. You know, we're so used to him batting so explosively, and that sort of a delivery, usually he's smacking that behind square leg all the way. Well, that was a very tame shot, and in the end, this has been a miserly power play. Just 22 runs off it, and the Fighters, is the upset on the cards over here?
Well, you just get the feeling that an over will come where the Kings will just, you know, blast 20 or so for an over, and then after that they'll cruise to victory. But will they cruise to all the points here? That's one thing that you definitely got to be going for. Remember, we've had a look at how this this series pans out, so you've got to finish in the top 6 in your group to progress, and then we know that 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th play in the eliminator day coming up. So you can avoid that day by finishing in the top 2. So if you get a chance to take an extra point, you've got to take it. And I'm a little bit surprised with this start here from the Napa Kings, but this to me is all about not having your right openers. All right, Sharma, He normally clicks better than this. He's 9 of 8. But Kuma, 10 balls for 6. Yeah, you don't mind having one batter, like similarly to what happened with the fighters. I mean, Anwar didn't go great guns, but he was keeping one end going while wickets were falling at the other end. Then he got a good partnership going there with Hamid. But when you got two batters like this, that good partnership going, it's not on the cards. Well, that's a nice looking shot, but found a fielder, fielded as well, gets down. So that's once again is Sijan, who despite putting down that sharp chance of a catch has been very good in the field. So once again, it's just another single.
Just singles right now. Just the 2 boundaries so far this innings. It's not akin to what we tend to expect from this Napa Kings side, who are usually so clinical, so ruthless and explosive during that early stage of the innings. Credit the fighters here. They've bowled extremely good lines and lengths. And right on cue, he bowls a wide, so we call that our first commentator's curse of this innings.
Yeah, we've been pretty good at so far. We haven't cursed too many. Look, hey, how often? I reckon I'm on a roll here, you know. I think I've been calling centuries now. And I called probably all of the ones there in Estonia, and nobody missed out on it. And called 2 here today. We've seen 2, so what commentators cursed? No such thing. This is up in the air, and that's an incredible catch. That is an amazing catch. Unbelievable. Well, I tell you what, we're going to have a look at this again to appreciate it. It is breathtaking. Well, it's left me and Nish gobsmacked because he has come from nowhere to take this catch of Sharma. I wonder if we get a good look at this again. He is sprinting in from the boundary. Look how low this ball gets. And that is just tremendous. Look at the momentum. That tells you the speed that he was coming in at. What a catch, Nish.
What an incredible catch for a moment. We just thought he must have spilled it, but he somehow clings on, holds on. And that was a really, really special moment. And maybe just the spark this fighter side needs to pull off a really, really good late fight back in this match. That was Usman Mahmood who took that catch. Terrific work. And that is going to be one of our top plays of this day.
Yeah, I mean, that could be your HCL player of the day, but it's going down leg side. I don't think that's out. He's missing the stumps. And yeah, the batter knows it. He says, I won't move my leg so you can have a good look at where I am. Yeah, the but is, it could be something that the Napa Kings needed just to get one of those batters out of the way. So someone like Ali Khan or even Manzoor could come out there and wrap things up. And at the moment, it's game on. They started off needing to go at just under 10. That 10 has become 11. Inside edge, he chases on, and well, the fielder could have kicked this anywhere. Fortunately for him, he kicks it to a zone where he's able to get to the ball. So that would be Khan who gets off the mark. But a tremendous over so far here from Munirul Islam.
Yeah, you can just see he kicks that one away. Could have been much worse for his team, but in the end, it's just going to be the 1 run. So not too much harm done on that delivery. And Kumar, well, we were talking about tactically trying to keep him on strike. Surely just got to look the ball wide outside the off stump to him. Yeah, great plan. That's exactly where it needs to be. Just make sure he can't get any contact with the ball and he doesn't get out, so he continues to chew up dot balls.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Nish. That's the plan. Just bowl on the off stump corridor. You can see no movement from the batter. He's just planting his foot and hoping for the best. This is good. I'm liking this. Well, they are the fighters, and they're fighting. Up in the air, but this one will go all the way. Well, they're fighting, and then the batter, Kuma, he needs to fight himself out of this sticky spell, and that will help. It's a good hit, 6 runs, and that comes at a good moment. Just a little bit too close, isn't it? And this time, I think that might have been slightly slower as well, but it does get picked, and it gets sent out of here. So the over comes to an end. And the Kings 31 for 1 after 4. And what I can tell you here right now is that these two teams were basically neck and neck at the moment. But of course, the 5th over is when things change a little bit as the acceleration came in. As that over, the fifth over from Charma, he's second. Didn't quite go to plan. Charma, well, his batting hasn't gone to plan either. He is out of there. But you've still got two good batters and one good batter still to come. And then you've still got the likes of people like Hardeep Singh that can come out and give the ball a bit of a crutch as well. So there is still batting to come. But 31 scored in 4. The 99 that they need to get to, so another 67 of 3 overs. Looks a bit unrealistic at the moment when you consider they only got 22 of the first 3. Liking this. Bit of spin. And starts down the leg side. Wide to start off with, but still, I'm liking they have the option. And if not in this match, having the likes of Jahid Huq could prove to be pretty vital in other matches. And that one just goes straight through the legs, I think. And, well, I'm loving the appeal. Well, this appeal has the old Shaba effect all around it, don't they?
But they're up and about here, the Nicosia fighters. You love that. They're putting so much pressure on the Napa Kings side, who probably would have thought this would be a fairly straightforward chase. We're just going to see a change of angle here for Huq.
Okay, it's good areas. I like it. I'm not sure if I would have gone around the wicket. I would have stuck to over the wicket. He's not losing the battle there. Well, I love that appeal from Huq. It was, well, let's get jiggy with it. Hit firmly. Oh, that's brilliant save. Brilliant save. Superbly done. Excellent work.
And he's done an outstanding job to not touch the boundary. We had a perfect view of that from our commentary position. Let's just take a look at this. Holds onto the ball, and he does ever so well to make sure he makes no contact with that rope. And this is going to be a chase for the fielder at mid-wicket. The bowler just tells him to calm down with the throw.
Does so well here, does Huq, because that's one he has to take for his team. That was a nasty one. Let's watch this throw come back and see. He just has to somehow get something on it to stop it, and he sort of uses his shoulder. Up in the air. A little bit of good fortune for the batting side. They're not having it their own way. And the Napa Kings, a lot of people thought that they were going to coast to this score, and inside 7 overs, that's not the plan as far as the Nicosia fighters are concerned. They're making them work hard. A ball to go here as we're getting to the halfway point. Asking the question again, there's a little shake of the head here. I reckon keep it on with this is pitching, and this is why I think coming round the wicket probably wasn't the option. We'll have a look at this again. This ball has got to be pitching for me outside the leg stick. Let's see. Yeah, can't be out. Look, I mean, I'm loving that's one thing that's good about this, whatever you want to call it, dust, sand, soot, mud, but having it underneath the surface there when the ball bounces, you can see exactly where it's bouncing. And we'll take the opportunity to say hello to our global audience around the world. Once again, apologies that you had a few issues with the stream and hearing us earlier, but I believe that's all been sorted. I think you can hear us loud and clear now. Lovely to have you with us.
It's great to have you all alongside us, and this has proved to be a really, really great game. You know, many of us came in here thinking that the Napa Kings would just roll past these Nicosia fighters, but like their name, they're fighting hard.
They are fighting hard, and again, like I say, one good over either way. Let's say we have an over here with a couple of wickets for. We know how crucial that could be, because I think the Napa Kings, they are relying mainly on 3 batters. 2 quick wickets or 1 big over can decide which way this contest is going. At the moment, it's very evenly poised, 35 for 1, and they're 20 runs behind where the Nicosia fighters were at this point.
Yeah, when Huq came into ball, I think when he saw that first delivery, I think there would have been a little bit of anxiety amongst the Nicosia Fighters faithful, but then he got through that over so well, really used his strength to perfection, made it tough for the batters. And I just love the way these Fighters players are bowling, sticking to their plan, keeping things simple, not overcomplicating it. We could have a really exciting latter half of this innings in our hand.
Yeah, Hamid, I like the way that he batted. He looks like a player that's played a lot of the longer format game. Well struck and well fielded again. I tell you what, the fielding, the ground fielding particularly, I mean, that again is fantastically done by the man who's just to our right here. Great bit of fielding by Mohamed Tanvir. We've seen some good fielding also on that offside boundary from Sajan. Yorker length delivery gets, oh no, and that's what you don't need. Little things like that can just release all the pressure. Because you've just seen a good save, then a Yorker length delivery that has to be dug out, and there's no way this should be going to the boundary. But the fielder, there's no excuses, just bad technique.
Hey, he's got to do better, and that's also Saurav Ahmed out at square, like somebody who you'd expect to play a role with the ball later in this innings. Looks like they're saving him for the death overs.
Ali Khan just looking to clip this away, and the wicketkeeper just struggling to pick that up straight away. So even Ali Khan is normally a pretty aggressive batter. Even he's not having things his own way. But Kumar, just have a look at his strike rate here. And 16 balls for 18. That's 17 now for 18. So Ali Khan will probably be feeling the pressure to go big. And I think he was shaping up for it, you know, but changes his mind. Very good bowling. 2 balls to go in the over, and it looks like it's going to be another big win here in terms of the over per over. And that rate is approaching the 13 mark here now.
I mean, they were paying attention to the games yesterday. They know that Ali Khan likes it over pitch, so they're pulling their length back to him. Here's another one just outside the off stump. No real foot movement by Khan. And it's another dot ball. I mean, you take away that misfield, and boy, this over could have been a real screw tightener for this Nicosia Fighters side.
Big shot coming here. Big shot is all or nothing, I get the feeling. And he goes for it. It's not quite where he wants it. It will be well fielded. They will only get a single, so the pressure stays on. Incredible over from Hamid. Don't forget, he played a great part with the bat as well with that 42, and now he gets an over in where only 6 come off it. And you're right, if it wasn't for the misfield, it should have been probably only, well, just 3 runs from it. So very good bowling. And Napa Kings, 41 for 1 and 42 for 1. So you can see what they need to try and get to here. It's 56 required of 6.
Yeah, both Mohamed Tanvir and Usman Mohammed have been so good at long off and long on. They've been the unsung heroes so far of this innings, not let anything get past them. And it's one of the reasons why Napa Kings find themselves in a spot of bother right now. I think we can rule out any chance of a bonus point now. It's time to move on to the other graphic. 56 needed of 4 overs if the Napa Kings want to get this victory.
Bit of a gamble, this one for me. I'll tell you why. I just think sometimes in a game so tight like this, if you do something different, and Jahid Haq was something different, and you get away with it, he got 1 over in and just conceded 4. Sometimes I think you just take that as a captain, because you just feel that maybe, again, great fielding. The fielding has been exceptional. I think the fielders have probably saved, for me, already 16 runs, quite easily. And that's why they're in this competition. But yeah, you know, you just go back to that bowl, and then the next over becomes an expensive one, and then you think, I probably shouldn't have gone with it. Well, he could get away. Oh, they're all over the place. They end up taking a catch here. Have a look at the fielder who was first game for this one. He was nowhere, and I thought he was going to get in the way. But that's brilliantly done, because he bypassed the first fielder, and that's the back of him there. That was Hossein. Look at Hossein going for this one first up. We'll have a good look at it from the other angle. Hossein is like all over the place, but finally somebody comes in and takes the catch. Catch gets taken, so there you go. Let's have a look at it from the other angle if you've got it. He comes from nowhere to grab it from Hossein. If Hossein was going for that catch, it was never going to be taken. So another wicket gets taken, and Jahid Haq, well, the captain, he takes and makes a brave call, and they get the breakthrough.
But is this the result that the fighters would have wanted? They just get rid of Kumar, who was struggling, and bring out the dangerous Manzoor Ali. So how terrifically Manzoor Ali batted yesterday. Was involved in that terrific partnership alongside Khan, where these two made 72 of just 22 deliveries.
Yeah,
now they're going to have to guide their side to a victory.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from with that. It's been hit pretty well, and the fielder this time can't stop it. Tries to palm this back into the fielder player, Ali Raza. And I don't want to be too critical. The fielding has been really good, but I just think some of the other standards that they've shown, that this is one that maybe perhaps should have been stopped, but it's going to be 4 runs. But you're right, you know, and it's Anwar Hussain, the captain of all people, that takes that catch to remove Kumar. I tell you what, if I would have, let's just say, I wouldn't have taken the catch.
It's going to be a single as well, so Manzoor Ali is going to stay on strike for the 8th over. Pretty good outcome here for the Napa Kings. Haq gets a big wicket, but the big story, though, is that Manzoor Ali has come out there, and we know his firepower and batting abilities. But the Casilla fighters have achieved the point, so they're certainly not going to go down with a bonus points loss. So 50 runs needed from the last 3 overs.
Yeah, now, I think it's definitely on. I'm not saying this isn't on. I mean, if we were looking at the normal, let's say these two were batting at the top of the order, you would think, oh yeah, they'll get them, because these guys can hit the ball and they can hit it well. But it's just not happened here. I love the introduction of spin. I've been saying all along, teams have to have something different in their bowling attack. And, well, we can see the fighters do have it. That's a no-y. That is the worst possible scenario. That's got to be called. That's the 7-up. That is game-changing. There you go. There's the free hit. Manzoor Ali straight away makes impact, doesn't he? First of all, you got a boundary. He goes back on strike, smashes it away. And I suppose it's a Anwar, what have you done? Why did you take that catch?
No, this could be the game changer. This could be the turning point in the match right there. It's a huge, huge no ball. And he's been whacked, dispatched over the boundary rope. 7-up, free hit coming up.
All right, high in the air. Obviously, the catch won't matter. It won't be out. And he gets the throw in. So makes the most of his life, does Manzoor. A nice catch taken. And fielding, most of the time, has been exceptional. Tanveer takes the catch, keeps it to 1. And now the question is can Ali Khan also find his rhythm? And yeah, he can, because that one is going to race away to the boundary. Just strays onto the pads. Ali Khan whips this away as well. Can they do it? Yeah, they can. But Nicosia fighters, whatever the outcome of this, if people were wondering why they call the fighters, I think they've shown us, because even with that low score of 98, they're making a part of this. Imagine if they did get to that expected score when it was the 118, 120. It could have made all the difference, those extra runs. They would have been definitely in the driving seat here.
Yeah, you certainly do wonder what would have happened. On the other hand, the Royal Kings as well, just experimenting a little bit with the top of their order, sending in a different opener rather than going with Khan and Ali. I mean, these two, in my opinion, should be opening the batting all the time for this Napa Kings side. And there's just going to be a single.
I mean, I must admit, I don't mind Sharma being there, but I just think having two, I mean, it's always good to hold one of them back. I think Sharma can do a job. He just never clicked this time. But certainly Kumar, not sure why he's there. Manzoor, oh, wow, that is huge, humongous. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Well, that is ole, 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 ole. Are you okay, Ole? That's going up in the tower. And Ole, give me a thumbs up. Let me know you're okay. Oh, this is a biggie. Is it Ole up there? Is it Martha Maria? It might be Martha Maria now, actually. I think they've changed over. Well, we'll soon know, because is it going to be a thumbs up with somebody who's got the best nails in the business? Or is it going to be the short little hands of Ole? Show us. Who's up there? Give us the thumbs up. I want to see. Nobody yet. Nobody yet. All right, well, maybe they're lying on the deck. We'll have to come back to that one. And in the air, big moment. They're coming in from everywhere. Can anyone get there? No, they can't. Oh, what a moment that could have been. What a moment that could have been. It's a miscue from Manzoor. They came in from everywhere trying to get there, but not able to do it. It's a ball to go here. Ali Khan on strike.
Oh, that was a massive, massive moment. We talk about how catches win matches. And huge opportunity there. Just let that one slip by. It's a low full toss that's thrashed down the ground, and there's no way the fielder's going to get to that. And this was the huge over that the Napa Kings were looking for. That's the thing with these low-scoring chases. It just takes one over to turn things around, and there's our confirmation about who's up in the camera tower.
Yeah, I told you, the best nails in the business there from Martha Maria. Well, she's okay. I'm glad about that because that last 6 smashed in to the scaffolding where a camera is. Well, Martha is giving us a little bit of love, and at the moment, Manzoor Ali, he's not showing any love at all. But it all goes back to that smart cricket, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not one of these people that say, you know, you don't drop a catch or whatever on purpose, but tactics are tactics. If you've got somebody who's going a run a ball 18, do you want to see them out of the way and let somebody like the beast of Manzoor Ali come out? No, you don't. That could be the mistake here. But still, there's still work to be done. 26 or 12. Game on here, everyone. Anybody feeling a tingle? I know we always say, myself and Charlie always say, the low-scoring matches are the ones that can produce a bit of a thriller. Well, are we going to get to 50 matches without a golden ball, or will we stop it? I know we're on 49. All right, who are they going with here? It looks like Munir Islam, and he bowled a good first over. Gets a dot ball through. He wants the wicket. I don't think there is anything on this. I think there's a little bit of begging going on here. But Ali, he's got to try and get bat onto ball. Got to go towards it. He's trying to hit it too hard, isn't he? Trying to hit it too hard.
It's a really optimistic appeal there, but you know they can still take their singles and doubles. The required isn't that much, so you push a couple around, hit a couple of boundaries, and it's going to be more than good enough to take this win.
No dot balls is what you got to be saying to yourself. Oh, that's hit hard, but straight to the fielder. And they take the single. That's clever. That's smart. Clever and smart. Just have a look at this. The fielder marches up to the bowler. It's the captain, Hussain, that makes the stop. All right, now this is where it matters. This is the wicket they need. Smashed. Well, where's this going? Well, I didn't even see that one. I knew it was coming in this direction. He turns it into a full toss and absolutely clobbers it. 6 runs.
Huge hit there by Khan. He's just starting to shift up the gears these last 5 or 10 balls. He was batting on 6 of 12, but then he's hit a couple of boundaries. And these last 3 balls just comes forward, hits the low full toss, gets underneath the ball. That's 6 more runs, and that's just so deflating for the Nicosia Fighters after negotiating Ali pretty well at the other end.
19 of 9. Yeah, just watching that again. I mean, Munir Islam is coming to the ball, and you can see that Ali Khan is walking towards him. I think there the best thing to do is you don't go at the stumps, you fire it slightly wider, or even better still, you bowl that slower delivery because you don't want to, you know he wants to turn it into a full toss. Now it's on the legs, it's up in the air, fielder coming across. Is anybody going to be able to stop this? No. They get into each other's way, I think, and this drops in between them. I think the umpires will check if there's 4 or 6. I think it is 4. Now they need the cap. They've got 2 fielders there. Come on, guys, just give us a signal. You know what it is. But anyway, let's see here. I think this one probably, where's this dropping? It will drop just before the rope, I think. And, well, you can see a good image of this. Does it hit any of that rope there? That's a tough call for the umpires. I'm going to go for 4.
I think it's a 4 as well. I think that's the conclusive frame for me right there. You just see that big puff of dust in front of the rope.
Yeah, the 2 fielders, they'll be disappointed they weren't able to stop it. That's the eeriest. That's better. That's better. Dot ball in here. 15 required of 7. Ooh, tingle, tingle, everybody. Tingle, tingle. Good delivery, good comeback. This time round, you saw the batter doesn't charge at it. But would have been better off he did. Okay, big delivery. Hits it hard. Gets 4 runs. 4 carreras. And that's his shot, isn't it? when he's coming down, and the one he decided not to, he gets beaten by. He goes back to what he does best. He starts to walk down. He hits this pretty hard. It means it goes for 4. We go into the last, everybody. 11 needed of 6.
But that's where the great T10 bowlers are just able to adapt with the batter. I think it would have been a good idea. Just pull his length a little bit. He's seen what the batters wanted to do throughout this over. He pitches it up. He gets punished, and that was a huge boundary. That just swings things back in favor of the Napa Kings for this final over. 11 runs needed the last over. You'd fancy the Kings to take this one, but it's going to be a huge challenge on Anwar Hussain bowling this final over.
If only they could have picked up those extra 15 or so runs, it could have made all the difference. But still, it's not over yet. Manzoor is given a few chances. I mean, he'll still be going for his shot. The best thing that could happen here is they get the wicket, and it becomes a dot ball. New batter then goes on strike. Then you're needing 11 off 5. But yeah, that's the talk here between these two. They're probably saying, look, you know, we both can hit the ball pretty well. If it's a good delivery, bat onto ball, and take a single. If we take something of every ball, then we should win the match. It's going to be the captain, I believe, that's going to finish off here. Anwar Hussain has the ball in hand. He only went for 8 in his first. If he can do the same here, he wins them the game.
Yeah, full and straight at the stumps is what looks like his plan is going to be. He's got a long off, a long on. And he's just brought mid-wicket back into the ring. And he's going to have a deep cover, a deep backward point, and a deep third. It's gone up in the air. This is a miscue. Where's this going to land? Safely in front of the fielder. It's just going to be a single.
Third back, saves the boundary. And that's why he's got to be back. Comes around, holds on to it, does really well. Gets a little bit fortunate and lucky with the bounce. It's only a single. 10 off 5. 2 ball required, but it is now Ali Khan on strike, who, well, just lately, the last few deliveries has been hitting the ball better. But I reckon that Anwar Hussain probably fancies having a bowl here to Khan, because he gets the ball to swing away. So if he can bowl that good length, it could be a swing and a miss here. Firmly hit. Shouldn't be a boundary. Should only be 1. It gets picked up. In comes the throw. Darted in back to the captain. Only a single. This game is alive. It's going to the wire. 9 required of 4.
Yeah, this is going to be a real nail-biting finish. And the captain, he's decided to now go with a deep third and then a long stop as well. You can probably just see him on the top of your screen.
Goes for it, and how far will it go? Fielder coming across. Can he stop it? He can't stop it. So that is going to be 4. 4 runs. Just goes a little bit too short this time. 5 off 3. And Ali Khan and Manzoor Ali, they're getting jiggy with it. They are. Come on, getting jiggy with it. They're liking it. They're liking it a lot. And yeah, well, they're liking it. We're liking it. You got to be looking to see if you can get a dot ball in here now. The batter still same, I think, for them. They don't want that dot ball. They don't want that pressure. This becomes a very important delivery. Hussain, the captain, bowling to Manzoor Ali. He plays that well. Third is back. It hits him. It gets away from him. But now everybody's down. What's happened here? What has happened? I'm watching the fielder. There's 2 men down. They're in the middle. There's been some sort of collision here. The umpires will call the ball as dead. Well, Anwar Hussain is down. The batter is down. They've gone into each other here. Oh, what drama late on in this one. I think the 1 run will count. There's no doubt about that. It'll be 4 required of 2. But let's have a look what happens here. Let's see this collision. It doesn't look so good. And I get the feeling they've gone into each other. Now let's show it and then we'll...
Yeah, this could be a huge collision by the looks of it. I think Anwar Hussain, the captain, is down for the Nicosia Fighters, and you can just see...
They are getting up. Let's see it here. I mean, I was watching the ball like everyone, but watch, they're watching the ball. In comes the throw. The 2... Yeah, look, just there, they crash into each other. And I think what you see there is, I think Anwar Hussain has got the worst of this. He gets the lid. I reckon he gets the lid on the chin. Oh, that's a real nasty one. The batter is up, so Manzoor is up. But, yeah, I think it's all about Hussain. Hussain gets that. That's nasty. And don't forget, he's also the bowler. The good news is that, well, one of them is up. Hussein is still down. He's just checking, but, well, he literally gets head-butted by the batter, Manzoor. So they will get the single. I think as soon as that collision's done, the ball is called dead. So after that, no more runs are possible. Not that Manzoor was going to get up and be looking to run anyway. So just going to take time here to make sure that both the batter and the bowler is okay. Oh, a little bit of carnage all over the place.
Yeah, literally taking one on the chin for the team over there. Anwar Hussain, that looked nasty. And you just hope that he's able to continue after this. Let's take another look at that.
Yeah, I mean, just watch here. We were all looking there because the fielder nearly makes the error. But watch this. Both are watching with the ballers, and they absolutely thud into each other. And, oh, both men go down. Manzoor, he comes up. Anwar, he's up. Well, I'm so glad. That could have been so nasty. Anwar, I think, gets the worst of it. But the surprise element of it, really, because nobody really sees each other. They don't see it happening. They don't see it coming. And a big collision. But, well, I'm happy to report nobody injured. And let's go back to the contest of this match. So, that, I mean, little things like that can make a difference, can't they? I mean, the bowler could be shook up, has to sort of recapture his composure. The batters, their momentum gets broken a little bit. I'm glad it's just momentum that gets broken and nothing else. So 2 balls to come. And it is 4 in 2. 4 in 2. One hit out of one of these 2 balls could do it. Oh, what drama. We talked earlier, Nish, about a golden ball, saying we will have one. We need one. We're on 49 matches without. Will this be it? We still got 2 balls to go. 4 required in 2. Anwar picks himself up. He gets knocked down, but he gets up again. In he comes, the captain of the fighters. And it's a dot. It is a dot. So now we go to the last ball. Dot ball. 4 required for a victory. So the golden ball, you would assume, is out of it here now because you'll need 3 to get there. Oh, well, unless it's a wide or something.
But here's the key thing, though, if you're the Nicosia Fighters, if this isn't a boundary, you've got to make sure to not have any overthrows whatsoever. Hold on to the ball for dear life and just walk it back to the stumps.
Ali Khan, 30 of 21. Captain, who gets knocked over, comes back with a dot. 4 required of this ball. Hits it, and that'll be the winning run. It will go all the way to the boundary. It is going to be 6. And just watch them running onto the field of play. There is joy from the Napa Kings. It is pain and dismay for the Nicosia Fighters. But the fighters, they fought hard. They took it all the way down to the last. But it is Ali Khan who holds his nerve and smashes the ball for 6 to get a victory. Ali Khan, the man that I had in the commentary queue for a while when we had those delays. He talked about his team. He talked about his form. He said that this time, yeah, why not? They could go all the way. I tell you what, if they believe in themselves and if these 2 play the way they are playing, they could get there. Just look at the joy. What a moment that is for them. But also pain there for the fighters and particularly the captain, Anwar.
Absolutely. Commiserations to the Nicosia Fighters. This is going to be a tough loss to take. This Fighters side who've unfortunately gone winless throughout this calendar year on the European Cricket Network are still going to have to wait for their first ECS victory of 2024. This is going to be a really tough one to take. The captain at the end, they could just taste victory, and it was snatched right at the death by one of the most talented cricketers we have seen here throughout this series. An incredible story. This partnership of Ali and Khan continue to pull rabbits out of the hat for this Napa Kings side.
Has to be said, and I have to touch on it, the wicket of Kumar, and it was Anwar of all people, the captain, that took that catch. I bet he wishes he could have that time back again and not take that catch, because it was then Manzoor Ali that came out. He scores 26 of 12 deliveries. Remind you, Ranjinder Kumar at the time was 18 of 18.
Absolutely. What a turning point that moment proved to be. A costly dropped catch. And, of course, whenever you lose these really close margins. You're going to look back at a number of moments and rue what could have been. Here's the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. It's our 5th, but not final match. We've got a big Super Sunday with 6 games coming up for you. Phillips Warriors, who are coming off a massive drubbing at the hands of Everest, will take on the Nicosia Fighters. Are going to have to rally and come back for this big match, which should be coming up in just about 6 minutes' time.
Yeah, we just have a look at the highlights, the way it started here, but they never really got going, did they? 9 off the first over, 17 after 2, 22 after 3, and that's without any wickets going down. And then when they needed the acceleration to come, it didn't happen because Munirul Islam came in that 4th over and he got the wickets that mattered as well. They made hard work of it. I mean, up until the inside that 7th over, they had only got 43. That was when that 2nd wicket fell down, and that was when Manzoor came in. And then after that, well, those two, Manzoor Ali and Ali Khan, put a 57-run partnership on together. Just remind you, they needed 50 of 18 to win. And, well, that's what these two can do when they're together. Some good hitting, some hard hitting, and they certainly did make the difference. And we saw action, we saw entertainment. Some of it was explosive as well. We saw players, batters and bowlers falling all over the place. I mean, what a brave move that was, wasn't it, to go back to the likes of Huck to bowl that one, and it proved to be vital. They got a wicket, but did it prove to be vital? Well, yeah, because the man they removed was the man they probably would have wanted out there, because then Manzoor came out, and between him and Ali Khan, they saw and brought it home off the last ball.
Absolutely sensational victory for the Napa Kings. We're just taking a look at some of the highlights of that penultimate over. That was the shot of the day by Manzoor Ali, getting down and blasting it straight down the ground. A terrific hit. And at that point, you just felt like momentum had swung back in favor of the Napa Kings. But then the skipper, Anwar Hussain, will come in that final over, bowled terrifically for the first few deliveries. This one just landed in front of the boundary rope. You know, it's a game of millimeters, and every tiny margin could have a huge impact in the outcome of the match. This was an important boundary right at the start of the over, and then we saw this. What a massive moment this was. Huge collision between Anwar Hussain and Ali. Takes a massive thought right on the chin, the captain, but he braved it somehow. He got back up and he bowled a terrific ball to take it to the final delivery of this innings, but unfortunately it simply wasn't enough, as the Napa Kings would have the last laugh.
Yeah, what a moment that is. Moment of sheer joy for one side, the Napa Kings, and despair for the Fighters. We're going to have a very quick turnaround. The next match, just so you know, is starting just 5 minutes later than the scheduled time. So we've got a change around here of around about 9 minutes as we have a look at the scorecard. So once again, a 50-run partnership there between Ali Khan and Manzoor Ali. Well done to them. They get the victory for their side. And I suppose the next match is going to feature the Nicosia Fighters taking on the Phillips Warriors. It's all a question of how the Fighters can, well, get over that defeat in that cruel way and come back. I think one thing that they're going to have to be saying to themselves is, look, most people didn't give us a chance. We took it to the wire. Let's take the confidence from that. We know our bowling's good, our fielding's good. Let's see if we can get a few more runs on the board when we go out there and have a bat. So we're going to leave that up there for you. I'm Rico Full, and with me is Nishay Bhatt. We're going to be back in about 7 minutes time to talk you through match number 10. But remember, we have one more after this one to come, and then also at some point during that the 6th match here, we'll also see some of the action from Portugal as well. So join us back in just over 5 minutes time for match number 10.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our fifth, but not final, match of the day on this massive Super Sunday is between the Phillip Warriors and the Nicosia Fighters, two teams who will both be playing their second match of this series. Let's head over to the coin toss where the match referee, Nilkesh Patel, is alongside both the captains.
Is your call? Oh, tails. It is head.
We decide ball first.
Phillips Warriors won the toss and decide to bowl first.
So we just saw the news from out in the middle, and we can confirm that the Phillips Warriors have won the toss and they're going to have a ball. I think the main thing for them in this inning is going to be to cut down those extras. They gave up 45 runs of extras in their previous match, so we'll look for a much more disciplined performance from this Phillips Warriors side. In the second innings, I'm looking at a player like Chahal. He should step up and play that big innings, so we saw a lot of potential from him in the previous match. Meanwhile, for the Nicosia Fighters, it all starts with their captain, Anwar Hussain, the talented all-rounder who has over 350 ECS runs to his name. And in that second innings, it's going to be all about Ahmed. Beautiful swing bowler. He can get it to move both ways. Let's see if he can get that right line and length. Let's head back to Rico Full in the commentary box. The news from out in the middle is Phillips are going to have a bowl.
Thank you very much to Nishay Bhatt doing a wonderful job out there in the middle, absorbing the heat of the afternoon. Local time here just coming up to 4:05. So this one just 5 minutes later than the scheduled time, mainly because, of course, a little bit of time that was taken when there was that collision between Anwar and Manzoor Ali. What a match that was. That really had us all on the edges of our seat. And we came close, didn't we, to that golden ball. Well done to both teams in a dramatic match between the Nicosia Fighters and the Napa Kings. So Phillip Warriors, we saw them earlier. They struggled with the bat, didn't they? They lost by 139 runs to Everest, who scored 213 against them. Some of the highlights there, I think Chahal, who was okay with 29 runs on the board. But really, nobody else really stood out. So this is a big opportunity for them to find their form. There's always sometimes teams need an outing out there in the middle before they find their feet. And that's what I think they're hoping is going to be the case here for Phillip Warrior. They're up against a good side, though. 77% favourites to go on to win this one. And I think it's not surprising, really, the Nicosia Fighters. But it has to be said, it's all about how they recover from that loss. I mean, they're right back out there again. I think they'll be happy that they're having a bat, because I think it would have been difficult for them to take the field again straight away. And maybe they wouldn't have been able to get that out of their head. So let's see how they go here. See, big match for both these two teams, really. One of them will get a victory. Who will it be? It's a nice start. Dot ball to start off with. Welcome back to everybody. I know everyone was getting a little bit excited in the chat. I heard no ball called here, so this is up in the air. It wouldn't have mattered because no ball was called, and that has to be because I guess there's an issue here in the field, so no ball gets called here. Let's see this again. So don't think, I mean, maybe it was called for height there, but let's have a look at it. It's definitely not because of the height, it's because of fielding. See there, there's nothing wrong really with the delivery. All right, this is up in the air. This is over us. That's going to be a big six. And, well, that one might just end up at the edge of the fence there, but that gets absolutely cracked. That's the way to deal with a free hit. Absolutely clobbers it. They're smashed away. And, that's Ali Raza. Gets that one clean out of the middle. So, Raza and Hussain goes for it again, and this gets it over the infielders. It'll be another boundary. This time it's 4. 6 and 4. hungry for more. And that's what Nicosia Fighters are. Hungry for more, but not more losses. They want to win. And Raza is trying to get them that for him. Oh, that is huge. Humongous. That is a Bizaway Super 6. That has gone a long way. That is clean out of the middle of that bat. Wow, that is a juicy one. He hits that sweet. That's sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 runs. Humongous. So, Singh doing the bowling, and he's just bowling runs at the moment. Smashed. This one is in the same place as where he hit one before. But this over has gone magical now. Sensational hitting. Well, they struggled to get to 97 in the last match. But what a start this is. And 25 of the over already. High in the air. Opportunity. Can't take it. That's going to be 4 runs. So cuatro más. And once again, you watch this, the fielder got to be in a position to be taking the catch. He's too far away from the rope. The ball drops behind him and inside the field of play. So that's just bad positioning. 29 come off that one from Singh. It's a magical start. And it's almost like the Nicosia Fighters are wanting to come back and come back with the bang because they don't want to be finishing out of touch. Both these teams could be in that position. Remember, 7th and 8th in the group means that you're not going to play any further part in the competition when it comes to the end of match 56. Then we go into that elimination Wednesday on the 12th of June where 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th all are in action. That's where, well, I suppose if you don't finish in the top 2, that's where you'll be. If you finish in the top 2, you avoid those uncomfortable elimination matches. And this is not where he wants this to go. He gets it over the short third. It's going to be 4 runs, so Hossein, the captain, starts at the boundary. Anwar, nice to see him out there. Obviously, that means there's no real long-term effects of that collision with Manzoor Ali. It's going to be 4 runs. It's nice to welcome back Nish into the action. Well, Nish, it's quick and fast here this afternoon. No sooner does one exciting match come to an end, another one starts. A much better start, though, here with the bat for the Fighters.
Yeah, flying start for the Fighters. Great stuff by Raza in that first over. Now Hossein gets a little bit lucky on that first delivery, but gets the boundary nonetheless. Goes for the big one here. Anwar Hossein has popped up in the air, and oh, he's put that catch down. I think he had the technique all wrong there, in all honesty. For the reverse cup, just spills right out of his hands. Well, that's not great, is it? That's not the best catching technique. And Hossein lives to fight another day. It's a much better ball by Singh. Nicosia Fighters, as you can see from that win predictor, already fancied as massive favorites in this game. But I think we can expect the Phillips Warriors to fight a lot harder, to put on a better show in this match. And right on cue, we see a minimo. Well, I'm not quite sure if that qualifies for a commentator's curse, but that's certainly come at an inopportune moment. I think he's got this one badly wrong, and there's not too much the keeper can do about that. I mean, he does get nutmegged in the end. Could he have gone down quicker? Maybe. But off it goes, away for a minimo. Yeah, remember this key stat from that first match. Phillips College gave up 45 runs of extras in that very first match. So in all honesty, the only way is up for them. That one's a wide. Outside the tram line. Umpire stretches his arms and signals it. Goes a bit too far down the leg side, just needs a little bit of bat on it, and away it goes for 4. Yeah, with that angle, you just need to be pitching it much further outside the off stump. Instead, it's just going to be easy pickings. Goes away for a 4. It's another boundary. Fighters off to a flying start. 44 for no loss at the end of 2. Here's a look at the standings for Group A. There's just one team we haven't seen play yet. Those are the British Forces of Cyprus, who will play in our final match of the day. Looking forward to seeing them. And it's the captain taking charge over here for Phillips Warriors. Last over the power play. That ball was a little bit slower than Hossein anticipated. Up in the air. Is this a chance? Is this an opportunity? Will they take it? No, they won't. Another one slips out of their hands. And it looks like they've rubbed their hands in grease before entering this match. Another opportunity gets spilled. It's a bit of Butterfingers out there. Nothing sticking, unfortunately, for Phillips Warriors. This one is struck firmly down the ground. 1 bounce over the rope. 4 more runs for Raza, who races on to 36 of just 11. This one's gone high up in the air, and it looks like it has the distance to go all the way. That's a huge hit for Raza. It's another 6 as he continues that great form we saw from him in the very first match of the day. Incredible hit. Goes big again. This one's gone the distance too. It's another 6. Raza is putting on a show over here. And Singh, well, he's an unwelcome invitee. Overpitched this one. And he goes bang. This one's gone the distance, sailed well over the camera tower. Enormous 6. Raza now 2 runs away from a half century. And it's a rare dot ball that's been snuck in right at the end. A respite there for Phillips College. 61 for nothing at the end of the power play. It's a really good one. That's a tight call, but the right call. Let's just have a look at this equation. You can see quite a few skyscrapers getting built there. Looks a lot like the skyline of Limassol right now. A lot of new projects being built. 29 runs in that first over, 15 and 17 in the subsequent overs. The alarm bell's ringing once again for the Phillips Warriors. Got to find a way to stem the bleeding here. And they're going to go to the other Singh right now to see if he can somehow salvage this situation. This man, Hossein, he's had the best seat in the house to watch Raza. Oh, that's really wide. That is a Gundy ball. Really, really wide. That would have been wide to a right-hander as well. It's another freebie for the Nicosia Fighters. Feeling very charitable today, Phillips Warriors. Just looking to make some room there to try to hoik that one over cow corner, but fails to connect. I think Singh, though, he's certainly a bowler who looks like he does have some potential. Bowling off a little bit of a shorter run-up than the one we saw in the previous game. Yeah, I think his Nico mentioned in that previous match, just if he can just improve that follow through, if he can just complete that action a lot nicer, I think he can become a better bowler. Add a few more miles to the speed gun. In the air, is this going to beat the fielder? It will. Just the one run. Big Super Sunday here. Of course, we have 6 matches of action, and we're on match 5 of this incredible day of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. This one has gone up in the air. Will it be taken? It will. At last, a chance sticks. They've put down a number of opportunities here, the Phillips Warriors, but they finally hold on to one, and this one is really important. It's Raza who will depart. Falls just 2 runs short of his half century. It's gone up in the air, and the fielder coming in from long on will cling on to it. Great catch. And look at the elation. Look at the elation for Singh. He knows how much that one means. Absolutely massive moment in this game. Now then, is there a chance they can just get this run rate to dive down a little bit? Now that they've gotten rid of Raza, we know that this Nicosia Fighters lineup is a little bit thin. They're not blessed with too much depth. Bottom edge, it's gonna go all the way down the ground. Oh, a little bit of miscommunication here. And there was still a bit of a chance for a run out. And I think, it's just little mistakes like this, which I think the Phillips Warriors will just improve with as the series progresses. Let's take another look at this. It's a throw to the keeper's end. The keeper not quite able to collect it, but the chance was still on at the non-striker's end. At the end of 4 overs, Nicosia Fighters are 69 for 1. Good over there by Singh, just brought his side back into the game. It's going to be Manpreet Singh bowling this 5th over. Big hit here for Hossain, but he's got the height, not quite the distance, and it's another chance that's been spilled. Unfortunately, they're just letting a few too many slip by. Bowler gets underneath it, take one off his own bowling. Oh, he's just completely missed the ball, completely misread it. That's the 3rd catch they put down this innings. If you're dropping 75% of your catches, you're really not going to win too many matches. One that just goes in straight through to the keeper. Leg sign, that's going to be a wide. Good length there, much better length. It's really hard for the batter to get that one away, but misfield. Oh, that misfield will just allow them to pinch an extra single. Smart stuff there by the Fighters, and this is just where the experience difference between these two teams is evident. Fighters, despite some of their lack of talent, have played in plenty of ECS cricket. Just know how to pounce on these little moments, especially against inexperienced teams like the Warriors. Down the ground, chance to catch it. Oh, is this going to go away for a 4 as well? No, it won't. But they will come back for a second run. I swear they just need to keep their heads a little bit here, the Warriors. Feels long off to attack that Badan Singh. And unfortunately for him, that ball just didn't quite have the power on it to go to the rope. Swing and a miss. That's going to be a dead ball. So it's been signaled a dead ball. Oh yeah, the keeper is still just picking up that glove. So, well, if this ball ends up going for runs, the keeper will feel very disappointed with himself. In the end, all's well that ends well. That ball does end up being a dot ball, so we're halfway through the innings. The Nicosia Fighters are 75 for 1. Yeah, it's not the first time I've seen Anwar Hussain do that, where he's denied his teammate a few runs by getting his bat in the way. Of course, we'll have a drinks break now that we're halfway through the innings. It's sweltering hot outside, just under 35 degrees Celsius. Humidity north of 50%. Very difficult conditions to play cricket, and you got to commend these players for being out there in such hot conditions. So an interesting stage in the game we're at right now. The Nicosia Fighters, of course, jumped out to a great start, largely thanks to that great opening partnership. But let's have a look at the groups for the ECC. Of course, the big change this year is that we have a Challenger Division and a Premier Division, a real massive reorganization of the European Cricket Championship that will be taking place between the 23rd of September and the 19th of October. So you've got your autumn plans set if you're a fan of European cricket. As you can see, the host nation, Cyprus, they're in Group 2. Host nation of this series, I should say. Oh, that's another one. It's really wide down the leg side of the keeper. It's a bit too hot for him to handle. So it's a couple of bonus runs here for Nicosia Fighters. 2 runs gifted needlessly. I have to say in the extras department, they have improved from the previous match, but the only way was up after giving up 45 runs of extras. It's now at 13 of extras. Still rather disappointing at the halfway stage of an innings. Certainly an improvement. That's a better ball there by Singh, much better. And finally, legal ball. First over, obviously, for the captain, very expensive one. Went for 20 runs. Looking to make amends now. That Raza is back in the dugout. And this is good bowling again. I just want to keep Anwar Hussain off strike. I mean, he is a terrific cricketer, despite the fact that he's been struggling so far this innings. 10 balls in. And here will be a speed to make sure Muhammad, or whoever's at the other end, keeps as much strike as possible, just to bring this run rate down. For that leg stump Yorker. And doesn't perfectly execute it, but still gets a pretty decent result. Just a 1 run off it. Alvin Hussain, he's at 10 balls. The skipper, and he's on just 9. A little bit disappointing from his point of view. What's he got in store for us here? a touch too straight, and it's gonna go away for a 4. Yeah, just veering a bit too far down the leg side there. It's a bit too straight. And even though Anwar Hussain doesn't strike it cleanly, he does manage to get it behind square leg. That goes away for a 4. Struck hard, struck firmly, and it goes right through the fielder at long off. We remember for the fighters, in that previous match we witnessed between the fighters and the Napa Kings, just how many runs they saved through long off and long on. Just think long off and long on for Phillips Warriors are probably a little bit inexperienced. And they've let a few too many go past them. Full toss. This one is struck towards long on, should be fielded quite comfortably. They'll come back for a second run. Just great work here by the Nicosia fighters. They're running this first run really hard. And you gotta credit them for that, especially in this sweltering heat. Putting a lot of pressure on these Warriors fielders. Slight miscollection, and they're off stealing a second run. At the end of 6, it's 89 for 1. We'll have a look at the scorecard. Of course, Ali Raza, the standout performer for the Nicosia Warriors so far. Missed out on his half century by just a couple of runs, but batted absolutely terrifically and put his side in an outstanding position in this innings. One is down the leg side for a wide. Struck firmly, shouts a catch. It's going to take a few bounces. Going to the fielder at cover. That's another wide delivery there for Singh. Low full toss, and oh, the umpire's done a terrific job to get out of the way of that. I was traveling at the rate of knots, and the baller as well gets a hand to it. He's going to be really, really sore. That was struck so firmly. Just raced at him like a rocket. Oh, he's in a bit of pain here. Let's have another look at this. It's a low full toss. It's struck hard, gets his hand to it. And the umpire just flying out of the way. Nowhere near him in the end, but does get out of the way nonetheless. And yeah, Singh is going to be very, very sore. In the end, he's actually sent back some of our medical crew here, as he doesn't wish to have the magic spray, I should say. Can't quite middle that. And once again, a bit of confusion running between the wickets. But a yes-no, but in the end it amounts to nothing. This is good stuff by Gurkirat Singh. I've been very impressed by him. I think he's put in a much better performance this match. Up towards long on, and he just tried to take that one down low. It's always going to be a tough catch. But some of the better teams in this series are going to be taking those sorts of catches. Just put down an awful lot of these for the Phillips side. Far too many. And credit that as the 5th catch they have dropped so far this innings. Take 1 out of 6 catches. Well, it's going to be very hard to get results to go your way, as it's going to be another Y. That would be a Y to a left-hander as well. And a very good afternoon to everybody joining us from all around the world here on the ECN chat. Top edge, and it's going to take 1 bounce and go to the fielder out at deep third. And we come to the end of the 7th over. The Nicosia Fighters in a fairly healthy position heading into the death overs. Still 1 ball left in this over, it seems. So, yep, still 1 ball to go. I think there was a bit of confusion over here. The umpires as well thought it was over. All of us were a little bit thrown off, so still 1 ball to come in this over. Yeah, this can be really challenging for the bowler. Just got to refocus and put 1 good ball in. Oh, is there something there? There was definitely a sound. I think it was pad. It sounded like pad. Just to listen to that again. Yeah, it does look like it's come off the pad. It did give a sort of a pad sound. So, end of the 7th over, the Nicosia Fighters are 97 for 1. Why are we having a look at this sheet? Well, we were lucky enough to witness a couple of hundreds today. 2 exquisite batting performances earlier today. And as we can see, Qasim Mohammed and Arjun Shahi have added their name to the 2024 Hall of Fame, notching 2 centuries, 2 magnificent performances, and innings that neither of them will ever forget. It's just an absolutely incredible exhibition of hitting. I mean, Qasim Mohammed was so close to adding himself to one of the all-time greatest hundreds on the European Cricket Network. And Shahi, well, he was seeing it like a beach ball against these very Phillip Warriors. Played out towards mid-wicket, should be a catching chance, and it's finally held onto. So they do take this one. They're now about 2 for 7 by my accounts with their catching. And just have a look at the replay. Just one that's hung up for the fielder at mid-wicket. Taken well in the end. And a solid bit of work. .99 for 2. And they can see Fighters after 7.1 overs. Goes for the big hit, and he's launched it over extra cover for a 6. Islam takes absolutely no time whatsoever to settle into his innings. Blasts one off his very first ball. Solid hit. Oh, the keeper just lets this one slip right past him. A little bit disappointed with that. There's going to be a few needless runs here. And more importantly, it brings Anwar Hussain back on strike. Been a little bit off color so far this innings, but we know how quickly he can just shift up the gears. Plays us out towards the third man, and it's going to be a 4, so a really good hit by Anwar Hussain. I think sometimes he's just a bit guilty of trying to overhit the ball, but he just plays that little dab down to third man so well. And he just nudges it away for a boundary. Good hit. And he gets 4 runs, moves on to 24 of 17. Gonna push for the quick single, and they'll certainly get that one fairly comfortably. This is just pushed away behind square leg. It's going to be quite a chase for the fielder, and well, he's not quite able to just backheel that one over the boundary rope. We've seen quite a bit of footwork and foot fielding over these early days in this Cyprus series, and we saw a pretty good backheel the last time the Phillips Warriors played. This time around, he can't prevent it from going to the boundary rope. Castillo Fighters 115 for 2. At the end of 8 overs. And this is struck towards long on, and it's going to be a single. Just a little bit of extra carry there for Singh. Islam just trying to hop down the wicket and bash this one. Yeah, he's just done him there. Great bit of bowling. Pulls his length back. A little bit of a variation in pace as well. And he's unable to do anything there, Islam. It's a full toss, and he's dropped his bat over there, Monroe Islam. He's going to charge to the other end, fatless. Just take another look at this. It was a full toss. Could be some question marks here about height as well. Oh, this looks very close to me. This looks really, really close. It's going to be interesting to see what the umpire's verdict's going to be here. I think you can see he just hits him really high on the bat, right up on the sticker. In the end, it's deemed a legal delivery. Up in the air, shout to catch it. But it won't matter as it's going to go over the rope for a 6. And Anwar Hussain, after a little bit of a slow start to his innings, has just found his groove. His last 5 or 10 deliveries. That is a 6. Plants that one well over the boundary rope. Hussain now moves on to 32 of 20. Islam as well playing his part, 11 of 5. It's going to be another dot ball, but the keeper, well, he's had a difficult time out there, hasn't he? He's let a few too many slip past him. I think Gursevic Singh with the gloves. He's going to be a little bit disappointed with his keeping performance. I think a few too many have just gone underneath him or been a bit too hot for him to handle. That's a free hit. That is a definite free hit. No question about that. That's a no ball. That's going to be 5 runs. And the free hit is going to be coming up as well. Just not a good ball. Really, really poor delivery. And if he bowls another one like that, he's going to be thrown out of this game. Free hit coming up. It's going to be a dot ball, the free hit. No runs off the free hit. So Phillips Warriors, I think one positive they can take from this innings is that they certainly managed to get through their overs a lot faster than the previous one. We saw them barely make it into the penultimate over. Not even the final, the penultimate over with about 15 seconds to go. But this time around, they make it into the final over with a good 4 minutes to spare. So certainly an improved performance in terms of their over rate. They'll still feel they've given up plenty of runs here against the Nicosia Fighters. 129 for 2 with an over to go. It's going to be Chahal bowling this final over. Shouts to catch it, but I think this is going to clear the rope. It certainly will. And Hussein is looking really, really scintillating. His last 10 deliveries. Just found his mojo again after getting off to a really slow start. Keep in mind, he was on 9 runs of 8 deliveries, and since then, he's just motored on with 29 runs off the next 14. It's wide down the leg side. And it goes over the fielder, fine leg, goes for a boundary, just really gets his line wrong here in all honesty. It's way down the leg side. It's a good effort by the fielder, a good leaping effort, but it goes right through his hands and away for 4. So Hussein now, he's got a chance to get this half century, 8 runs needed. Still 4 balls left in this innings. A couple of boundaries will get him there. Yeah, just look how far he's batting outside his crease on Anwar Hussein. Drilled down the ground. Is this going to be stopped? It will. Nice bit of fielding. I think we've had a few comments about the fielders at long off and long on, but this time around, that was a splendid bit of work. It's going to be another wide. Just lets this one go wide down the leg side. Now Chahal, he just needs to focus and get through these 3 deliveries. Where is Monroe Islam going to be targeting? He goes a bit too straight again. There's not much protection behind square leg. I just see the frustration from Monroe Islam. He feels he's missed out on an opportunity there. Oh, this could be a stumping. It is. And well, Monroe Islam, that is rather puzzling. I mean, he's surely got to fight back to try to get back in his crease. I mean, he's a settled batter. He's been out there. He's faced 9 deliveries. Surely you'd want him to face the last ball of the innings. Instead, he's just completely given up. Have a look at this. He says, you know what? I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to head back to the dugout. And, you know, you've got to fight for every scrap at the table. It's good bowling as well. Very smart bowling. Saw the batter advancing down the wicket. Just pushed it wide. And Nicosia Fighters now have 1 ball left in their innings. Can they get to that 149? It's going to be wide, so a 6 here. They could get 150 as well. And it's going to be Sajan facing this final ball. It's a big hit. Doesn't have enough to go to the boundary rope. Not quite. And they'll sprint back for a 2nd run. So good running between the wickets here by the Fighters. In the end, looks like they're going to post 146 runs. A very respectable total, one must say. A commendable performance for this Fighters side with the bat in hand. And let's see whether the Warriors can put on a better show with a bat in hand in this 2nd innings than what we saw from them in their previous match. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. These are some really, really good shots, some incredible cricket strokes here by the Nicosia Fighters. Raza was terrific right at the top of the order. 48 runs of just 15 deliveries, struck 9 boundaries. But the biggest talking point of this inning will be all those catches that the Phillips Warriors dropped. Took just 2 out of 7 of the catching opportunities they had. And mind you, these were not difficult opportunities. They were fairly simple ones. They really should take it at this level. And just looking at some of the really good shots on this fighter's side plate. Of course, you also just saw the end of Usman Muhammad popped one up. That was gobbled up by Manpreet Singh. Anwar Hussain, who started off very slowly, made just 9 runs of his first 8 deliveries, ends up with a 43 of 24. Nice recovery at the end by him. And this was the end of Usman Mahmood. Good hits here by Monroe Islam. He would make 15 runs of 9 deliveries, 2 fours, and 1 big 6. Really poor no ball over there. Slipped out of his hands and it went away. We'll take a look at this over here. This is stumping. It would be the end. Monroe Islam, who just wasn't quite able to get back into the popping crease. And we'll just have a look at this first innings recap. Of course, Ali Raza with that standout innings, 48 runs of just 15 deliveries. Terrific work by him. Anwar Hussain making 43 of 24. And then Monroe Islam with handy little cameo. 3 boundaries, helping his side get to 146. We'll then have a look at the bowling card for the Warriors. A little bit of a difficult day at the office. Gurkirat Singh, of course, the pick of the bowlers with figures of 1 for 16. But once again, the Warriors struggling a lot with extras. 28 runs of extras. And they're going to have a really, really tall task in their second innings. Well, they'll attempt to chase down a target of 147. Join us again in a few moments as we'll bring you the second innings of Match 10 from here in Cyprus.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello folks, and welcome back. We're halfway through this match number 10, and it's time to see what the Philips Warrior can do when they go out there. They're chasing 147 for a victory here against the Nicosia Fighters. The Fighters, of course, they went down in a real battle with the Napa Kings in the match before, just failing to defend that 97 score, losing off the very last ball. But they, this time, have gone out there, put the runs on the board. Good knock there from Ali Raza. Quick fire 48 from him. And Anwar Hussain just doing what he did in the last match, just sticking around and getting to a score. So the bonus point equation here, 102. So restrict to 102, and then it could be all the points here for the Nicosia Fighters. Philip Warriors, we saw them struggle with the bat. That was the big struggle for them. Everest, remember, put 213 on the board against them. In reply, it was only really Amal Jahal who managed to get some real runs on the board, scored 29. So they're going to be up against it here. Let's see if they can fare any better with the bat the second time that we're going to see them on the network. It's going to be Mohamed Tanvir to start with the ball, and it's going to be bowling to Hadip Kumar. Gone. And I think that's got to be out here, surely. There's a big noise. The batter, he ain't moving. They're all celebrating. The umpire is, well, he finally gives it. I don't quite, well, I don't know what sort of umpiring this is from Abdul. It's a clear-cut snick. But the umpire doesn't give it. Everybody is celebrating. I mean, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. They're all going up. The umpire, look at him here. He's just looking around. He's doing nothing. He's walking around. He's just like he's having a little walk in the park. Then at the last minute, he does put his finger up. There's going to be a royal duck there for Hadip Kumar. A little bit of royalty around here. Hello, Royal. I wonder if we can stay on the umpire here. I mean, there's a catch. Everybody's going all over the place. Teams coming from around. The batter is not moving. And the umpire's walking around. The last minute says, yeah, you're out. But I like the way he signals it to the scorers, but not to the batter. It's almost like, yeah, you're me, mate. I can't give you out. Anyway, he's going to be gone. Good afternoon, John Gray. Welcome. As when I come back and we start off with a little bit of royalty. And yeah, nice to have so many of you. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. Remember, we've got this and one more still to come. That's right. Don't forget, 6 matches from Cyprus tonight. We're going to have a late finish, early start and a late finish. And then, of course, you have some of the matches that will be starting in Portugal. So Portugal will be starting sort of at the same time that we'll be starting our final match here. Good heavy ball be bowled here by Tanvir. Tanvir certainly has got a bit of pace, and he's going to, you would think, against the teams that haven't played too much of this format, or teams that are new to this format, he's going to trouble a lot of batters, and you can see that's exactly what he's doing here. I'm Rico Full, and joining us back in the commentary position here in a rather sunny commentary position is Nisha Bhatt, and Nisha having a few laptop problems as that sun starts to come down and glisten all over us. That's a great take, one-handed take there from the keeper. Nicely done there by Hussain.
Yeah, it always emphasizes just how hot it is when the computer systems start to heat up. There's a good take there by the keeper, but just going back to that dismissal, the batter really should have walked. I mean, when it's that thick a deflection, don't be Stuart Broad. Just walk back to the dugout.
Yeah, I mean, he should work, yeah, walk, yeah, but I suppose he's thinking, well, the umpire's just having a walk around in the park. I'll have a little walk and see what happens. In the end, he was given out, but yeah, that was a bit of a comical moment. This one is going to be called wide. He is getting this ball to go right across. We'll have a look at this one more time. And, okay, I think he's all right there myself, but I suppose the umpire is in the best position as this one is going right across the right-hander.
Really big fan of Tanvir. Reminds me a lot of Mohamed Hussain, but like a right-handed version of him. Personally, I'd like to see him bowling over the wicket and really looking to attack the stumps and play some aggressive cricket.
Yeah, the good thing about him is, though, I suppose most of the time he is getting that ball to go outside the off. He's getting that little bit of movement away as well. And also, fair play to him, he's not running in front of the umpire. So it's obviously he's comfortable doing this. He's obviously done it for a while. He's trying to imitate the left armer. But you're right, if he doesn't get it right and he ends up being on the pads, then that's when some good batters will sort of use his pace against him. Oh, this has been lashed away. Talk about using the pace against him. There you go. That's not in the areas I was quite thinking. But if you have a look at this delivery, it is, yeah, look, it's a bit of a full toss. And he can, because of the angle of that, it works in the favour of the batter. So he's able to get this away. End of the over. That boundary means only the 5 come from it. So well bowled. 5 for 1 at the end of the first over.
And we've unfortunately hit the half century in terms of our wait for a golden ball. 50 matches since we last had one, of course. The previous match involving the fighters was an absolute thriller that came down to the final ball, but wasn't quite able to deliver the golden ball.
Yeah, we came close. This one, just be a single. Chahal does get off the mark. And remember, he gave a few chances, didn't he? When he did get to that 29, but that little knock would have given him some confidence. He's out there with Badan Singh. That man's guided away, and well, he's running, but he's getting no joy from his partner.
A nice hard length here by the bowler, Ali Raza. We saw him bat terrifically, and now he's very impressed with the way he's bowled these first couple of deliveries. Just to go for the slower ball, and well, the fielder at mid-wicket went for some foot fielding in the end, wrong-footed himself, and allows a needless boundary to leak here for the Nicosia Fighters. Won't be too pleased with his effort over here. Might look a little bit silly on this replay. Ooh, well,
yeah. It won't be long this before somebody gets himself a nasty injury to this bit of this foot fielding. I mean, that one, it could have been the double whammer because it could have caught him on the ankle, or he could have put his foot on the ball and twisted it. You just don't, got to get your hands down to it. You've got to. Bowling, good length. Ali Raza, wasn't he? I mean, the way he started, I was watching somebody who's hitting from the side. The way he started, it looked like that maybe the Warriors is going to be chasing over 200 again. They did well to get him out. Short again, and they just don't like this short length, do they? You can see that they're going the wrong way. They're trying to get out the way of it, and Ali Raza here just basically following the batter.
Yeah, it was really smart by Ali Raza. You could see what the batter wanted to do, just pull his length back and followed the batter terrifically.
This time a little slower, swinging and missing, swinging and missing. And this is Badan Singh. Well, Badan Singh doing a little bit of dancing maybe, but he's dancing out of the way. The Grizzly, it's the end of the second over, and it's 10 for 1. So we know about the issues of the Warriors. There they are at the wrong end of the table. British Forces Cyprus, will they get a chance to open their account? They will be playing the last match here, and it's the Warriors that they're taking on. So things don't look like they're going to get any easier for the Warriors. And certainly if the British Forces have got their normal team out, they will be a bit of a handful for the likes of the Phillips Warrior. Usman Mohammed. That's given the third over. It's very much the same. Just have a look at where the batters finish. Just look at the batter's stance here. So it's almost like we're watching a team who are relatively new to the game. They've still got a little bit of fear factor about them, about the cricket ball, and seem to be moving away. Mind you, that's a much better shot. But this time it doesn't run away from the ball, it actually goes to it. He uses his feet well, dances down, Does get bad on it, but just will be a single for Chahal. Back to Singh now. Well, is it going to be very much the same for Singh? Swing and miss, or is he going to be able to get a few out of the middle? Swing and miss, good heavy delivery. You can see he's got no idea where this ball is for Dan Singh, because he's playing and missing it and then looking at the umpire wanting the wide, and the ball is literally more or less going over off stick. Yeah, same again here, Nista. Just not getting this, not picking the length, not playing the right shots, not going the right way. It's well, it's a little bit painful to watch, it has to be said.
Yeah, at times you just wonder if they should just look to play traditional cricketing shots and just try to get bat on ball. I think a little bit too much hero ball here from the Phillips Warriors. Everyone wants to play the spectacular stroke, and in the end, the outcome is they're just facing way too many dot balls. They'll get it wide and an extra run over here, so 2 runs to their account.
Yeah, but if you think about it here now, what do they have here? 24, 28 deliveries, right? And if you think, if they took a single every ball, they would be better off here. So they're just not getting it right. And there you go. That's the, look where he ends up here. If we could have a look at this. Well, no, I don't think it does that at all. The batter is seeing something completely different. Here's Badan Singh. And he's going to be gone here big time. Yeah, just have a look at this delivery. And look where he ends up. It's a straight ball. And you can see Badan Singh, he says, ball yaar inni move hoyi na, dekh lo kidhar aayi hai. Pehla siddhi si. Look at him here, he's just sort of saying, it was here, it came in. Nah, he's just running away from it. And that just shows me it's basically batters that are not comfortable with the ball coming into them. So yeah, I mean, yeah, getting my math slightly wrong there, but 16 deliveries have been faced. And if you go run a ball, you're at 16, they're on 13. So all of that swinging and missing is for nothing. It doesn't get you anywhere.
Yeah, you can just tell he looks really intimidated. That's the kind of shot an intimidated batter plays. He's backing away and just pushing at it with his hands. And everyone really should be playing it nicely in the line of the ball, as another dot ball goes past the Philip Warriors. Make just 13 runs in the power play, and they'll lose a couple of wickets.
Yeah, 13 for 2. It's a nice look there off the ground here. And one thing you will notice is there is not a cloud in the sky, and you can probably see the heat coming off the ground. It is hot. We've been quite fortunate that we've had a little bit of breeze here this afternoon, because if it wasn't for that, it would be stifling hot. And I think everybody is making sure that they're taking on plenty of fluids, and that's why you'll see that the players at the end of 5 overs, 75 overs, are taking on some drinks as well. Very warm here in Cyprus. This is the Ipsonas cricket ground, a lovely lush green area around here, very lot of agricultural land. So next over number 4, very much the same sort of pattern that they followed before. Munirul Islam will come on and have a bowl. And it's the same sort of response from the batter. It's almost like they're all playing the same shot. I think I mentioned this before about the Warriors. They've got so far in the batting book. They've learnt to play one shot, but there's a lot of other shots that they've got to try and learn to play. Okay, well, occasionally you will hit one, and if you do, the chances are you're swinging so hard you'll get a boundary. So a rare bit of bat on ball as Badan Singh gets the boundary.
Yeah, good shot straight down the ground. He beats the fielder at long off. Munirul Islam just slightly over pitching that one. It's just he's the only player to have struck any boundaries so far this inning, Singh. It's a little bit tough to see how the Phillips Warriors will look to turn things around. I think they really have to treat this series as sort of a development program for them, and try to use this series to gain valuable experience they might be able to use in future ECSs, or just try to improve week on week, day by day, set certain goals for yourself as a team.
Well, they might get that second runner here now as the two fielders backing up kind of get this a little bit wrong. You can see that was Usman Mohammed who comes across, gets hands to it, but unfortunately he doesn't take it cleanly. It means that it gets away then from the fielder who was backing up. That's Mohammed Tanvir. So they'll get two. That's well hit. Now that's better. Now this shot, it wasn't just a wild swing. He actually tries to get to the ball. Look, uses his feet, and that's more like it. And you get much more success rate if you do that. So, but I'm saying, okay, he has played out a lot of deliveries, but as you said quite rightly, at least he is hitting some boundaries. So he gets another one away here. So he moves now to 18. That's 4 fours that he's hit. Yeah, somebody's got to want it, and the bowler in the end going for this, but I have to be fair. I'm a little bit surprised the captain, Anwar Hussain, I just did watching this. I think this is his catch. If he's walking in from the initial point, he should be getting to that quite comfortably. And he watches as the bowler tries to take it and get a wicket for himself. Islam can't get there, but it's still a tidy over. 11 come from it. And at the end of 4 overs, Phillips Warrior are 24 for 2. Phillips Warrior, those of you that didn't tune into the first match, they're a team that's a part of Phillips College. They're very much a university side. They're from Larnaca, so we welcome them. They're playing their very first European cricket series, so there's a big learning process for them. And you're going to expect them to take a few matches near. I suppose one thing, I mean, if you're them going back to base tonight, they've got still one more match to play after this. So it's going to be a tough initiation for them, isn't it? Because you're not playing just one. You're playing 3 matches in this heat. They're going to go back a little bit exhausted. But what are the sort of things you're saying to each other here after this day?
I think the main thing is just try to celebrate some of your little milestones and achievements today. As we just see some good running between the wickets here, you know. Share the fact that he got to hit your first boundary in ECS cricket, the fact that you reached your first double-digit score.
Yeah.
And then just look at some of the little mistakes you made, the things you could improve on. I mean, started off with giving up 45 runs of extras in the first game, 29 in this match. Those are the little things they can iron out. Try to get rid of the avoidables.
Yeah, I think that's very well said. It's very easy, isn't it? And especially if you're, you know, if you're sat there and you're watching. And when you go back, you can be very picky and say, right, you know, did this, you were bad at this. But that's how you can deflate them. I think you're right. Focus on the positives that you've seen. This one is going to be a teaser. Watch the bounce, and they can't do anything about it. This is a proper Tortuga bounce. Let's cue the music here. Nish, give it to me.
Tortuga.
Tortuga. Yeah, that's a beauty. But yeah, but look, if you look back at what we saw, I mean, Aman Chahal, he scored 29 in the first match. He took 2 for 34 in this one. You can see a Singh here, 25. So these are the positives. And well, how about this? It's a no-look shot. Will he get there? Yeah, he will. All right, no looky from Badan Singh. Have a look at this. Oh, he's not looking at this. Watch this. No-look shot. Ay. Well, if that went to the boundary, that would have been something special. That would have been a highlight. And no-look shot from him. And okay, chance and taken. So that's going to be the end of Ravi. And Ravi can't score a run. That's what he can't do. 2 balls for nothing. So it's going to be a Derek for Ravi, a 2-ball Derek. There's another wicket goes down. It gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary position as well. A very good afternoon. I can say a very warm welcome from Cyprus. It is nice and warm here, a little bit sticky as well. And we're just talking about the Warriors here. The first time we've seen them on the network, they've had a difficult time. They were chasing 214 in the first one against Everest. Everest getting their first win in the series this time around. And they've got a bit of a chase on here as well. But it's about the positives to take from it. The positives for me are you're playing, You're representing your club. You're doing your best for your club, and it's not through shortage of trying, but you're trying to pick up. You're trying to pick up a little few pointers all the way along the line. I mentioned a couple of individual performances there, and I think as a team, I think you touched on this very early on. Even when things are not going well for them, they're not ridiculing each other. They're supporting each other. So if a catch is dropped, they're saying, "Don't worry, good try, whatever." I think that's important as well.
Yeah, I think they're aware of the fact that they've come into a really challenging environment. They're going to go up in an appeal over here. Doesn't seem like there was any bat on that. So they have to be pretty realistic about their expectations. And I think for them, the really important thing is just to try to cherish and enjoy this ECS experience and look to see where it can take their club. I mean, maybe this could act as a recruiting platform to get new cricketers into their team. So really, that's how they have to look at this opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. It's and the thing is, they're a club. They'll relish the opportunity to be here. Of course, they know that the first day is going to be difficult. It's what they learn from it that's important. One thing they can really look back and do is obviously they can tighten up the fielding. I think the fielding, if they take the chances to them, I think he gets a bit of bat on this one. That's why I think that appeal is diffused pretty quickly. It's a big bit of an inside edge on this. Bat comes onto it. Yeah, there you go. See, and so that's why. But yeah, and I think with the batting, maybe get to the point and say, look, we're swinging and missing. Let's just try and get bat on the ball, play a bit smarter, start to see the ball well first, and then we start going for the big hits. Little things like that. If you're just swinging blind, you get a bit of pad on that or something, and you don't get the wide. So just keep an eye on the ball, see where it is, let it go by if it's a wide. If it's a shot that needs you to play in the offside, go for it. Don't have a one-track mind of thinking it's T10 and you're going to blast everything out the park, because if you have that attitude, it's not going to work. It's a clever delivery, and tries to draw the batter out there as well. That's just going to be another dot. Islam, nice little spell from him at the moment.
You've just got to know your strength, don't you, as a side? The key for them really here is just to try to develop different facets of their game. I mean, they do know they're not the biggest slogging side, so try to manufacture runs through intelligence, quick running, playing traditional cricketing shots. A rather optimistic appeal. That one was probably going down the leg side and a bit too high as well.
Is that a bit of fake fielding here? I want to see this again from the bowler. Now, he can be in a bit of trouble here. Look at the bowler here for a moment. Now, he sees the batter running. Watch the bowler. Look, that's fake fielding. I wonder if our tournament referee's seen that. Fake fielding, and remember, fake fielding, what is it, 5 penalty runs these days for fake fielding? That was definitely fake fielding for me. I know Nukesh Patel will have a good look at that. Yeah, you don't want to be doing things like that, especially when you're on the camera. End of the over, and the score 35 for 3. 6 overs have now been completed. Other thing is, see if you can get little individual and also team highlights. Individual highlights, we've seen a few of them here. Badan Singh is getting one in at the moment. But a team highlight, if they can get past the 74. They got 74 in the first match when they were battered out of the game by Everest. So get past the 74 mark. It's another highlight for them. Let's see if they can get that, because at this stage, even that 103 seems a long way away. A bit of bat on ball this time from Badan Singh. So Singh will be hoping that he gets a bit of support here from Gurkrat Singh as well.
Yeah, just wondering now if they're going to just experiment a little bit with their bowling attack here. Nicosia Fighters. It's a good opportunity to give a number of other players a chance to roll their arm, because at this stage, they look set to probably pick up a bonus point victory as well. So maybe they just want to experiment a little bit, give a few other players a chance to bowl.
Yeah, Minajuddin Sijan gets an opportunity. And yeah, it's got to get the good areas. The wicketkeeper, I tell you what, Nish, if me and you end up going bowling one of these nights we're here in Cyprus, I can tell you this for nothing, Zakir Hussain is on your team, because he's had so many tries at those stumps. He's missed every time. And well bowled, good areas. I've liked Sijan today, you know. I haven't seen too much off him, but the way he's fielded here today, he's literally being the guy that's patrolled that offside boundary. He's been very good, and he's making a good start here with the ball as well. Getting a nice bit of pace, and he could be rewarded with a wicket. It just won't carry. In comes the throw, and it gets through the wicket keeper. So the batters, they come through for a single. So good thing does get off the mark, and he hands the strike now back here to Madan Singh. He's on 29. Charged his arm a little bit. I'm just waiting for Nish. I'm waiting for him to hit one, because if he hits one the way he's trying to out of the middle, that ball is not going to come back. It is going to disappear. It will certainly be the biggest hit that we see. Anyway, this is what I'm looking forward to, seeing the British Forces of Cyprus back in action. They're up against the Warriors, and I can tell you straight away, the top three there, Scott Burdekin and Heaven Isidore and Matty Hone, they are going to be very key. Ed Sanderson, we've seen him before as well as Windy Miller. Windy Miller, I think, on this pitch could be somebody who makes a difference. Doesn't bowl too fast, just gets the ball in the right areas and is capable of taking wickets. He's a bit like a Lakhwinder Singh. And they played very well here last time. They finished third in Group A with a 3-5 record. They lost the Eliminator 4 to the Black Caps, so they had a good run, really. Black Caps, of course, eventually would go on and win, or go on and get into the final before being beaten by the Sri Lankan Lions. So there's no shame in where they reached. But the one thing that put them down, when you have a look at some of the runs that their batters scored as well, it's another one of that no-look shot. This time he'll get one. He might even get two. He will get two. So he likes that shot, doesn't he? But doesn't see the no-look shot. Yeah, if you have a look at the scores, I mean, Scott Burdekin 346 and 10 wickets. He was certainly MVP talk. I mean, Isidore 299. I wonder if he's going to keep wicket. He was outstanding behind the stumps. The best keeper that I've seen out here in Cyprus by far. The man from St. Lucia. And also, Matty Hone scored 221 runs and took 8 wickets as well. So there was no issues with their batting, but they leaked a lot of runs. That was the issue that they had, and big teams did score big against them, and basically battered them out of the competition.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they've addressed a few of those concerns from the last ECS, and absolutely, Isidore and Burdekin, both of them were amongst the top run getters, and Burdekin was just an incredible all-round performance by him. I mean, he could easily have been up there as one of the players of the tournament. This has gone up in the air as the fielders converging underneath it, can't quite grasp it, and spilt a chance over there. Let's just have a look at this. It was never going to be easy. He was coming forward. It's going to be a tough chance.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, Nish, where I suppose if a lot depend on it, you'd probably get a little dive forward, hopefully take the catch. But for your efforts, you're going to badly graze your elbows and your knees. Or you think, we've won this match. My brain is telling me, leave it alone. I don't need to do this. Otherwise, I'm going to end up in a lot of trouble. So I can understand why he doesn't go for it. Oh, how does this miss? That's such a good ball as Raza comes back into the attack.
This is a terrific ball by Raza. Desperately unlucky that hasn't hit the off stump. It's just missed it by a whisker. You can see how close that is with that reverse angle. Oh, I guess gets a little bit of a way movement there. Is there an edge? No, there isn't, according to the umpire. Terrific ball. Have a look at this. Look how it just moves away from the batter.
Yeah, it's too good to get an edge. I think that one, it does too much from Sijan. That's clobbered away. So another boundary. So well done. Yes, now it's good. Get it. Singh. That finds one to get away. Yeah, this one just a little bit over pitch, so that gets smashed away. So nice moments. Important moments as well. Let's see if they can get the highest score that they've scored so far.
This could be rather close. Is it going on to hit the leg stump? It is, according to the umpire. And another wicket falls here. Sijan really deserves this one. He's bowled terrifically. He's come close a number of times, but he finally gets that wicket. Singh has to depart.
Yeah, let's have a look at this again. He is standing right in front. And I suppose the question is the height. But looking at that from their side will give us a good idea. Is it on the way up? Is it going to miss the stumps? It's got a lot to do. I'm just saying it's got a lot to do. I get the feeling it's umpire's call for me. Umpire's got to decide if that's going to go on and hit the stumps. Batter gets given out there by a no ball called. I hear it now. You can be run out of a no ball. The fielder doesn't want to get the throw in. So this has been called for what now? I reckon too many out. I think I'm just having a look there behind square, and it looked like they got, what did they have there? 2 men out over there. We've got, yeah, too many out. Too many outside. All right, let's see if they get this right here now. So yeah, third now comes back in. The man backward point is back in the circle. That looks a little better. So free hit for the batter. License to go the full Monty. Might as well have a big swing at this. Oh, wait. No, what's going on here? And now there might be, I think they just wanted to score us. Probably just a little bit behind and getting that free hit register. You see the graphics have just gone for a moment. So you might have just a little delay. Any plans tonight for you, Nish?
I think the main plan today would be to rest up after a long six match day, I should say, rather than a 6 day, a 6 match day. I think that'll be the key, really rest up and come ready for tomorrow's games. We got 5 more tomorrow.
5 more tomorrow, non-stop, and it's going to be another hot day. Was a free hit, does swing, but he misses. He gets nothing from here. So Badan Singh is still there. He's been joined out there now by Manpreet. And that's well hit. That's a good hit. And once again here, Badan Singh is just showing that if you can spend a bit of time out there in the middle, then you can play shots like this. He uses his feet well. He turns what could have been a Yorker into a full toss, hits it over the top, gets another boundary. So he's going well, isn't he? He moves to 36 or 32. Score 52. 4 wickets are down, and we go down now to the last over. So it doesn't look like they're going to get past the 74. So the only thing is, I suppose the only highlight, whereas in the last match it was Aman Chahal that managed to get in the runs with 29 and 23. At least this time they find another batter that's scoring some runs in Badan Singh. I think the batter has to go the other side here. Yep. He gets told there by umpire Saranga, who's out there with Abdul. Captain to bowl the last. So we're going to miss. And Anwar says, give it straight back to me.
Yeah, a lot less dramatic than the final over. Anwar Hussain bowled in the previous match, where, of course, came down to Napa Kings inning 11 to win of that over. And, of course, it was heartbreak for the fighters as a 6 was smashed off the very last ball to take it for the Napa Kings in that one. But this time around, it looks like the fighters are going to take this one extremely comfortably, pick up the bonus point as well. And their net run rate will look incredibly healthy at the end of this win.
Yeah, it certainly will. Over 100. Well, almost 195. Big appeal, but they like appeal, don't they? Do the Nicosia fighters. And yeah, I mean, one thing that's developing here is that a lot of teams seem to be going down and then coming back with a 4-point win. And I think when we have a look at the standings, maybe sort of at the end of the second over in the final match, you'll see that teams are getting pretty closely congested together. And I think at the top of the standings, you'll see 2 teams which are on the same number of points, and you'll see a number of teams now around about that 4-5 points. And that means that is very important for the likes of the British forces to try and pick up points straight away. But more so, I think for Phillip Warriors, they really need something to happen in that last match. They will not want to go home without any points to their name. And they're at risk at the moment of that happening, because they're not going to get anything here. They didn't get anything against Everest. It's firmly hit, catching opportunity, great effort, but it gets through him and it will go for 4. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. You either commit and go for it, and if you do, you could end up being hurt. And also, you could concede a boundary, and that's what Tanvir does here. That gets well hit by Badan Singh. And, the chance presents itself, but doesn't get taken by Tanvir. And you can see him dusting himself off. That's well hit as well. And, well, what is this? Does this hit the umpire? Oh, that now. We're going to have to see if this is the ball or the hand of the fielder. First of all, I want to know who stops this, because it's well hit here. Is this a fielder? It is the fielder. Umpire gets out of the way. Here's the throw. Now, the only thing you have to see is keep an eye on what breaks the stumps. Now, I don't think the ball hits the stumps here. No, it doesn't. I reckon that's the hand. What do you reckon, Nish?
Yeah, it looks like the hand to me as well. You can see in that frame, if you watch carefully, the bails only come off when the hand makes contact.
Yeah,
with the stumps.
I think that's hand. Oh, hang on a minute. Well, I think we're still having a look at it. I don't know what the decision is. We'll have to wait and see. It will come up probably on the scorecard later. The umpires are still discussing it. I think it's not out. I reckon it's the bowler that breaks the stumps, and when you first look at it, it looks like it's the ball hitting the stumps, but it's not to be. It is the end of this match. It is going to be a big, comfortable victory for the Nicosia Fighters. So credit to them, really, because they would have been a little bit flat, it has to be said, after losing match number 9 to the Napa Kings off the very last ball, where the Napa Kings hit the 6 to win the match. But they came back. They are the fighters. They came back and they fought to get the win. BFC Cyprus are going to be taking on the Phillips Warriors in the final match of the day. Match number 6 in the day. That one coming up in around about 25 minutes time. Let's take a little look at the highlights here. And to be fair, the only highlight there was there from the Warriors was that knock of Badan Singh. He stuck around. He was there a long time, coming in at number 3, and he finishes on 41 of, in the end, 34 deliveries. But he stuck around, but he never really got a partnership going with anyone, and I think that was the problem.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't really have too many teammates around him supporting him during that innings. He played a few no-look shots as well. Those were certainly some major highlights in this innings. Nicosia Fighters were exceptional in the field. Didn't put down too many opportunities, except some of the more challenging ones, like the one you just saw previously. Just the 8 boundaries this innings for the Nicosia Fighters. They'll probably have to find a little bit more explosiveness in this batting, but those are facets of their game. I'm sure these players will develop over the coming days and weeks. Here's another look at a catching attempt. That was a good chance, a good bit of effort to really attack the ball, but he wasn't quite able to grasp it. And this is the moment right in the end. Is that a run out or not? In the end, the umpires agreed with us, and it wasn't given a run out. They deemed that Anwar Hussain clipped the bails with his hand, and it made no contact. The ball made no contact with the bails. Let's have a look at this scorecard for the Warriors. The only score of note is Badan Singh with 41 of 34. Outside of that, it's some really paltry totals.
Yeah, and credit also, I think, here to the fighters this time around on the number of extras. Just a 7, 4 wides, 2 leg byes, and 1 no ball. So better from them all around. And Nicosia Fighters, I think what we're seeing there really, Nish, is the fighters, a team that have been around for a while, showing their experience in playing this format. And, well, the Phillips Warriors, they've only just started here today, and that's really what they've got to try and thrive to. But the key could be there for a team that haven't got too many strong batters in this side. The key has to be to keep those extras down.
Absolutely. I think that's going to be a big area of improvement for the Phillips Warriors. As we'll, of course, have a look at the match summary. In the end, the Nicosia Fighters pick up their first victory of this ECS. They take the bonus points and they defeat the Warriors by 88 runs. We've had 5 matches in the books, but there's still one more match to come on this Super Sunday. It's a huge cricketing feast today. And, well, join us for our final match of the day in just a few moments' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, our cricketing feast isn't over yet on the European Cricket Network. We've still got one more match in our hextuple header on this Super Sunday in Cyprus. This game will be between the British Forces of Cyprus and the Philips Warriors. Let's head over to the coin toss where the match referee is joined by both the captains.
Your call?
Tails.
Tails is call. It is tails.
We're going to have a bat.
Bat first.
So we've just had the news from out in the middle. Of course, I have to thank match referee Nilkesh Patel for that update. This should be a really interesting match. The first time you get to see the British forces in this series. They went 3-5 in their 8 games back in January, and it'll be interesting to see if they've made some improvement, particularly with the ball in hand. Look out for players like Scott Baretkin, who's of course played for the Cyprus national team, as well as their skipper Matty Hone. Both of them are really talented cricketers. As for the Philips Warriors, well, I think we've seen some real improvement from them in that second game, and I'm looking for them to continue that development throughout this series. Let's see if they put on a good show against the British forces. Let's head back to Rico Full in the commentary box.
Thank you very much to Nishay for that update. Looks really lush there, doesn't it? Look at those crops growing. As I said, this is a part of the agriculture area here in Ipswich. And right in the middle of all of that, well, you know, you can see where the water isn't going, but all the water's being used for the crops. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. And the only bit of greenery you see there is the artificial pitch. And that's where these two teams will do battle. The British Forces of Cyprus taking on Philips Warriors. I just get the feeling here, folks, that the British Forces of Cyprus are going to sort of introduce themselves in style. Second time that we're going to be seeing them in a European cricket series, and I think the likes of Scott Burkin and Heaven Isidore, I can see those two probably being the openers. Matty Hone might come in at number 3. I can see them trying to get big runs on the board. 97% to 3%, and I'm not really too surprised about that. The question is just how much more the Warriors can, how much better they can perform in this one. Also bearing in mind they're playing the 3rd match, back-to-back matches in this heat is not going to be easy. So they are going to struggle out there, and I think if things don't go well for them in the first 3 or 4 overs, you're going to start to see their body language start to go down a little bit. Heads are going to start to drop, and that could have an impact for the rest of the match. So let's see how it goes, and let's see if it does go the way that most of us are feeling, that it's going to end up being big runs on the board for the British Forces of Cyprus. Great to have them back, and great to see them in their pink as well. Well, we saw a little bit of pink certainly there at Wimbledon. Wimbledon were wearing pinks in the European Cricket Series there in England, and also in Estonia it was Italian hippo. So pink seems to be the colour. Here's the British Forces of Cyprus batting first, and let's see how this one goes. They'll be wanting to get a very good start here. Here's the first ball, going to be bowled by the captain, Harjeet Singh. It gets worked away. It goes down. Well, it's a bit of a dust storm, isn't it? Yeah, but he makes a stop, liking that. Gets down, it gets dirty for his side. And you know what? Little things like this can rub off on the other players. If he's diving around, that's Hardeep Singh. And if he's doing it, well, we should be doing it as well. So Scott Burkin gets off the mark straight away. And having Isidore, the man from St. Lucia. It's a very nice guy, a real gentleman, and a powerful hitter. Just, you know, you can see that from him. If he hits it, it stays hit. Hits it out on the offside. Going to be 4 straight away. Nice shot. Gentle applause there from the bench of the Forces. Nice shot straight away. Gets into position pretty early. You see that real shuffle across. I think the bowler there early on, you probably think, all right, why don't we have a go full and straight, see if we can get him in front. So there's that little shuffle. And yeah, fair enough. It is straighter. It gets played down the ground. And once again, good fielding this time is Ravi Kumar. That makes the stop and gets the throw in. Now, we're getting into the time of day we wouldn't normally be out here in this last match. So one thing certainly I'll be interested in is how the sun coming down plays a part in this match. There's going to be some long shadows. It's nicely played. No, it's the call from Scott early on. So at the moment, those shadows, I suppose if you're having a look at the ground there, if you're looking at it on your screen from behind the bowler's arm, they're sort of coming from around about, say, 5 o'clock and going across to around about 10 o'clock on your watch. So you can see where it is now. But as that sun starts to go around, I wonder if that will cause a few issues, maybe, for the fielders in that third man area, the wicketkeeper, maybe even the batter. You just have to keep an eye on that. You can see there the shadows at the moment, pretty long. It's going to be a wide and get a hand to it. Wides, as myself and Nish have mentioned on several occasions, has been an issue for the Phillip Warriors. Let's see if that's one thing that, you know, little things we keep saying, little improvements. They went from 45 in the first match, which included 5 penalty runs as well, by the way, to around the 20s in the last one. And let's see if they can do even better in this one. That's not a bad delivery, just slightly short of a length. And that one's outside the off stump, stays in play. Of course, we'll be getting ready pretty soon for some actions happening in Portugal as well. Clipped away. That's a nice looking shot, isn't it? It's effortlessly played. Got some spectators on the far side of the ground, and sitting down underneath the bat. And there you are. I bet they've got a few goodies and some refreshments in those bags. Probably thinking that pick a nice spot and watch a nice late afternoon game of cricket. That's the end of the first over. 12 come from it. That's not the worst there from the captain. We've talked a lot about the ECC. This is the ECCW. This is the women's event. That will be the last event of our 24 season, the 9th to the 20th of December. And reigning champions, England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands and Italy, they'll do battle in the Premier Division. But before then, it will be the Challenger Division as well. So Harjit Singh, his first over, going for 12. I think, look, if you can keep it to that all the way through, you'll be more than happy. 120. Shot. Oh, that's right in the slot. And when you got someone like Kevin Isidore on strike, and just look at his stance. If you're coming around the wicket, if you put it anywhere near his legs or that middle stump and it's short, it is going to be smashed. And that's exactly what Kevin Isidore does here. Clobbers it big. It's a nice big shot. Nice shot of that there. So it's got to get this right pretty quickly. I think they're still waiting for this ball to come back. I think it might have come back. The fielders are running to retrieve it, or are they? Well, something's going on there at the moment. Not quite sure what. Maybe they decided, no, come on, get that ball back. We need that one. It's not very old. So the fielders have gone looking for it. And yeah, I think they're really running short of balls. Maybe pretty. Ah, there's Nilkesh. Finds another one. He finds another box. Looking very smooth, isn't he, Nilkesh? Nilkesh Patel, the man from Barcelona. Right, well, now balls are coming in from everywhere. They find the original one. Yeah, really big hit there from Kevin Isidore. Powerful hitter, there's no doubt about it. Oh, wow, if the one before didn't go far enough, well, this one goes even further. That is a Bizaway supersonic hit. That's gone a long way. Look, it gets low. It seems effortless, but got to stop coming round the wicket. If you're bowling round the wicket here, you're bowling right into his hitting arc. And, well, Gurkirat Singh has to make a change here. He's got to come over the wicket. He doesn't want to do so. Well, a bit of a full toss. It's going to go for 4 as well. Cuatro carreras más. 6, 6 and 4. There's Nish joins me. Well, we're hungry for some more action, and I think we're going to get it, Nish.
Yeah, the cricketing feast isn't quite over yet here in Cyprus. We've got our 6th match in our Cypriot ECS and on this Super Sunday. And, of course, 2 more big games over in Portugal, the other side of the Mediterranean. So a long but eventful day of cricket is ahead of us here on the European Cricket Network, as this is a dot ball. Finally meets the bat here, Singh. Change of angle. Works out for him.
That's better, they're saying. That's better, that's better. I see, I see. Oh, now asking the question, he's gone. They get the breakthrough. And look at the joy here. Well, this is what it's about. That's the moment. Look at the smiles. Special moment. They, of course, know all about the danger of Gavin Isidore. Just keeping it short of a length. Look, and he does, look. I tell you what, Nish, me and you, we should be coaches. I told you, come from the other side. He automatically changes it, changes the angle, gets the wicket. See, my services come free of charge, everybody. Free of charge. Well done. Lovely moment. Happy days, happy smiles late in the afternoon. And it is 28 for 1. Well done to Gurpreet Singh.
Very impressed by Gurpreet Singh. He's just gotten better with each match, hasn't he? We saw him bowl really economically in that second game, and now gets a huge wicket. Very proud moment for Gurpreet Singh. And he'll end the over with a dot ball after getting the all-important wicket of Isidore. 28 for 1 at the end of 2 overs.
Yeah, so all right, they've still got a long way to go, but they get 1 off the key batters. And Gavin Isidore, after smashing 2 huge 6s and 2 4s, will go. Now, this is what I was talking about before. Just have a look at that the top 2, the Napa Kings and Lions, neck and neck, and then just have a look from 3rd to 6th. There's only 3 points separating those teams, and if this one goes either way, you're going to see another team there, maybe on 3 or 4 points. So very closely congested, and that's why picking up those bonus points are so crucial, so important. That's a short delivery and not a good ball, and that's just going to be helped along the way. Scott Birdkin plays that away nicely. He's been joined out there by his captain, and Maggie Hone is the number 3 batter.
Yes, just straying a bit too far down the leg side, and Birdkin, he's just technically such a classy and gifted cricketer. Of course, ECN viewers first got to see him last year in Malta when he made a big impression with the Cypriot national team, and now this year, of course, got to see him donning the British Forces pink a couple of times. Oh, beautifully struck. That is so gorgeous. Just a classic cover drive. Wish you could get some extra runs just for the beauty of the aesthetics. Let's have a look at this. So aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, he's when I watched him here in that very first series, started January the 17th, if you remember. And I remember a few people had made some comments about some of the things that Corey had said about Scott. And I think it was all said with a bit of fun, saying, you know, he's not a T10 player. He won't be able to score runs in T10. I tell you what, Scotty came out there and he showed us how to do it. That's going to be a wide. But one thing about him is he is such a good clean striker of the ball. He has all the shots. And if you bowl badly to him, before you know it, he gets a lot of runs on the board. Now, this is a miscue. It could be gone. Oh, well, you may not get a better opportunity than that. Scott straight away is having a look at the bottom of his bat because, yeah, gets it right on the toe end, just gets it over the outstretched hand of the fielder, and worse to come, the ball goes to the boundary.
And I think it's just these opportunities that, unfortunately, the Warriors keep missing out on. They were 2 for 7 with catches in their previous match. Here's another opportunity, but it's going to go right through his hands. He should have been all the way back on the rope.
Yeah.
And it would have been at a much more comfortable height. Oh, they just keep giving up these chances. It's really, really hard as a bowler to believe in yourself when your fielders are just struggling that much.
He just got a little bit excited, the fielder, didn't he? He sees the ball and he goes charging at it, thinks he's going to be in with a chance of the catch. But unfortunately, Hardeep Kumar, he overruns it, and the ball goes over his head and only just goes over the rope. That's 2 opportunities to remove Scott Boudkin, and they don't take it. Oh, that's going to hurt you. And there you go. That's why. That's just a really clever shot. He knows there's nobody there behind square and square, and he just plays it away casually. It's just a little flip, a little like a, almost like a little paddle shot. Gets it in the vacant space. It's going to be 4 more runs.
Got a feel for M. Singh. You know, maybe he could potentially have had him out twice, but in the end, it's going to go down in the scorecard as 3 consecutive boundaries and make that a wide as well. This over's gone a magical 25 off it. Still a ball to come.
Oh, what's dead ball? I think there's a bit of talking. Something was going on here. Not sure what it is. And now, are they going to call a no ball here? I think there might be, because let's see. Well, they did. I think they started with a dead ball because I think the fielder was saying, hold it, hold it, hold it. So I think they'll, yeah, dead ball gets called. And now the umpire's going to have to call a wide ball as that one strays down on the leg side. So you could say, well, half chance and a real opportunity to remove Scott. Now this one is just hit hard and high. That's going to go away as well.
Yeah, great shot here by Burdek, and he's so strong on the offside. Gets underneath the ball, hammers it well beyond the boundary rope. A massive 6.
Yeah.
And a tough over from Manpreet Singh. Goes for 32 runs, but almost had Scott out a couple of times.
Yeah, look, 32 come off it, but he could have had Scott going on 13 and also 17. And, yeah, racing away, that big score looming. A lot of, I reckon, the partners of the boys in pink here at the ground. There we go. That's a nice shot. And they're all in supporting the British forces, enjoying the sunshine as well. And, well, a little bit of food and drink here. So welcome to everybody. And, of course, if you are in the area, you want to come down and watch a bit of cricket, you're more than welcome to come to this Ipsanas cricket ground. Hit very, oh, wow. This is a proper Tortuga. Well, Nish, I hope you're ready for this, because when you see this on the replay, this is a proper Tortuga. And this is maybe sometimes when the fielders need helmets.
Tortuga.
Oh, yeah, Tortuga time. Thought that one could have been nasty.
That one really could have. I mean, that's one of those where you wish the fielder at cover had a helmet. Just took a nasty bounce, and he's actually done really well to get out of the way.
Same areas and same result. 4 more. So it's now Matty Hone. His time to start going. He's hit 2 very nice shots in this area. Matty Hone, very correct type of play, Matty Hone. There were times in that first series here where Matty just, you know, there were times when he scored quicker. There were other times where he never really could get going. He sort of struggled to go out more or less run a ball and down the leg side. So there's going to be a leg by single here. I think we'll see from umpire Abdul.
Yeah, not too animated appeal by the skipper over here. Let's have a look at this one now. Obviously, that's not the conclusive angle. I'll have to look at it front on. And it should be pretty clear from this. Yeah, absolutely nothing going for that. He's even pitching outside the leg stump.
I have a commitment. Here comes a throw. And well, Gilbert Fielding is pretty keen to get going early there. See, he says, yeah, come on, I want it. And then afterwards, has to change his mind and as well to get back there quickly. Opportunities not taken. It seems familiar story. Warriors to the pad this time. This is what I was talking about. Nish happened to Matty. I mean, even if he tries to shot, which if he just either he gets a shot or wide, so he just bought there. So shoots the British forces side, but want them when it comes to the Phillip Warriors. But it's a better size. That 74 though for one.
Going at 18, the British forces in hand to go on. Expected score is 100, certainly on the card for this team. Hones just trying to and let at the other end. He's looking with 33 of coming in to bowl this fifth. Oh, around, but he's a straight at a stump. So they're going to come certainly on. Oh, it's a very feeling, which will get that second run comfortable. Look at this. Straight onto the stump. Is a bit of a lucky break. The Warriors, because hard enough to go for a boundary.
I suppose the does help. A few coming on the chat and saying that he's with the commentary. Thank you. Can't hear me, but clever. Thank you, Callum. Thank you to John. Have made as aware. Hopefully we can see this one. Round Mono Riva says. Well, I don't know if you can. We'll keep going. We can. That is up. Nice. Chahal. Hasn't started well. So needed to sort it out. Had decided to go behind and do the, but you got to reach over and pick it. So but one big hitter, 1.5 century. And that is that. Very well batted man, who very destructive. Scores, runs, and he smashed 340 scored, and he starts the same sort of form that he showed. Ability, great.
Fourth ECS half form. Fortunately for the Warriors.
And it just goes too short. And Scott Burke to bring up the here in the first. And Ray says back now. And everybody else letting us know we can't sort it out. Thanks to that's the wicket. To getting his half a big ball for six. Hall gets it on. Well done. At the end, at the half, well, of the 101, you can see that Scott very disappointed. Hello and welcome. Yeah, we are having a few little throughout the day here today. It's too hot and thank you also to Spring Media, especially Martins and Martha Maria and Ole for doing their bit to sort those issues out. And of course, look, It's a very hot and sticky day here today, so teams at the end of 5 overs throughout the day have been taking on some fluids. I know we've been going backwards and forwards and filling our bottles up as well, but very important to do so. And in these conditions, I think we have to give a big shout out. I mentioned our production crew, but to all the umpires. They've done a fantastic job here today. 6 matches, they've been out there in the middle. And if they're not, don't forget, if they're not in the middle there, so we have like 3 umpires that are working around rotating stuff. If one of them's not out there, they're doing the 3rd umpire's role as well. Nicholas Patel also doing a fantastic job. And of course, to the ECN crew that are here, they're doing all the scoring and all the other technical things that need to be done. So a great team effort from everyone.
It's been an absolutely stellar team effort, and it's a good chance, of course, shout out to all these unsung heroes without whom we can't make any of these series happen. Completely agree with the umpires. I mean, we've not talked about the umpiring at all these last couple of days, which shows what a stellar job they've done.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's what I always do. I mean, when I was umpiring, I always remember some of my tournament referees, and one of them had to spend a lot of time with someone like Ron Graham, the governor. He would always say to me, look, if nobody's talking about the umpires, you've done a good job, and we've done a good job, and that's the way it always used to be. Okay, we've had drinks, and sometimes after drinks we get a wicket. In fact, more often than not we do. Are we going to get a wicket straight after drinks here now? 98 for 2 after 5. And 2 big wickets though gone. We saw the last one there of Scott. So Scott Birdkin gets a half century, 57 of 18. And has gone, chopped onto his own stumps.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit disappointed, Birdkin. He was just trying to make some room to cut that ball. Probably didn't quite have the width for that shot. But just very unlucky in the end. Chops one on, but yeah, huge congratulations to the bowler, of course, picking up another ECS wicket in his very first European Cricket Series. This one's a catching opportunity, and it's taken! It's taken an absolutely terrific catch. Well, we've been commenting a lot about the Warriors' catching ability, but this one isn't spilled. It's Matty Hone has to depart, a huge moment, and they go bang, bang here, the Warriors.
Yeah, it just follows him, and Hone just trying to get something happening. But what a good catch this is, eh? Shaba, Ravi Khan comes in and takes the catch. Another wicket goes down. I told you, after drinks, there's always a wicket.
The opportunity certainly did present itself there. Wicket was taken, and it's just so good to see one of these catches finally stick. You know, we talked about the stat from the previous match where they put down 5 catches. Well, they've certainly taken them in this game, and full credit to them. That's an important one. It'll just do their confidence a world of good. You know, it's these little things that we'd like to see the Warriors just iron out and continue to improve over this fortnight of ECS action. And well done to them. Great, great moment. Certainly very heartwarming for cricket enthusiasts.
Yeah, now this will be interesting because now, obviously, with the 3 main batters back, I mean, they've done their job, I suppose. 98 on the board. It's now down to other batters who, even in that last series in January, probably didn't have too much batting. So let's see how they go here. You've got the likes of Tom Gregory and Anthony Wallbridge out there together now.
Oh, this could be close. I think the one thing that's going against him is that it might be pitching outside leg. I really want to have another look at this.
Let's see where this, maybe just, I think that's a very good call. Have a look at the action here from the bowler. This is a Dan Singh who batted very well in the last match, but he almost rolls his wrist right over. I don't think the height is the issue. It's probably where this ball ends up. And, well, the next ball, you can see where that ends up. It ends up in the boundary. That's Matty Hone. He's just about got his pads off and now doing a little bit of fielding. Yeah, he sort of bowls like he's a leg spinner, the way that he rolls that arm over and the wrist. So Badan Singh, 100 has now come up.
Yeah, that delivery really bamboozled Wallbridge. But this one certainly won't. He sent this one flying away. That one's probably landed back in Limassol. An absolutely enormous hit. He got the height. He got the distance. Big, big shot.
Crunched, wasn't it? Crunched. Sailing away. Adios, Bolota. And new balls, please. And I tell you what, I reckon a few people, the ground staff, are going to be pretty busy after we finish here today, because there's a lot of balls that need to be found. Well, he believes this, expects to get a wide, but The umpire's happy that that sneaks back in. It's the end of the over. 108 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, this is a nice little comeback, you have to say, here by the Phillips Warriors. Getting a few wickets here, just putting some pressure back on the British forces. And it's going to be interesting to see how this middle order fares for BF Cyprus. Of course, we've discussed a lot about their top order, just how adept it is. 2 of their top 3, of course, are among the highest run getters in the previous ECS. So let's see how this middle order fares. Walbridge certainly struck a couple of good-looking shots. Let's see how Gregory is able to handle this situation.
Ravi Kumar is set to bowl this one, and not a bad start. It's a bit uppish, but he's going to get it past that fielder. Sort of goes into the backward point area, and the man at the orthodox point position not able to do anything about it. So a nice shot as Tom Gregory gets his first boundary and his first runs. Just making a slight change to that field here now a little bit is Kumar. Well, that's hit beautifully. That's a lovely shot straight into the olive trees. And well, don't worry, never fear, because Gulzar is there to find another one. And he's been absolutely sensational. He just checks to see, is this the ball? It might not be. It gets sent out there in the end. We'll have a good look at this, because I don't think he's convinced that was the ball that went there. Well, Taranga says, yeah, that'll do, get on with it. Gets down, and oh, wow, that's one way to do it. When you take about get down and get dirty, but that man, Hardip Singh, has definitely done that for his side today. And I was complaining about my trousers being covered in dust. Well, Hardip, he's wearing it all over the place. But that just goes to show the commitment that we've seen from them here today. They really are battling here hard. It just strays down the leg side. That's going to be a minimal. Not sure if, yeah, you see, sometimes bowlers automatically, they see a left-hander and they automatically want to change and come around the wicket. You know, my theory is, well, why? Why do that? You've been bowling over the wicket, stay over the wicket, and if you find then that you need to make a change because the batter likes it, the batter's clipping you away, you want to change the angle. But give it a try first. I don't think it's a done thing that you got to always bowl around the wicket to left-hander. In the air, doesn't really carry, so this will just be a single. That sun now is starting to come down, starting to see some long shadows appearing. So the light, I get the feeling here, Nish, the light when it goes will go pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. But one thing also is it just gets a lot cooler as into the evening here in Cyprus. So it's certainly much better condition to play in right now. That's definitely going to be a no ball. It's a 7-up as we're getting a free hit here as well. It's a rank full toss, a really, really poor ball. And it's just been clubbed away by Gregory, baseballed away. Yeah,
it's an issue that he had when he first came to bowl his very first over in their first match. He bowled a couple of these actually. And yeah, it goes too high, it gets walloped. It's a no ball free hit and a 7-up. And Gregory started with a boundary and now he's looking to cash in 17 off 4, free hit. Gets it down the ground, bobbles away and through the middle. This is where the fielder resembles a chicken laying an egg. And that is Badan Singh, who up until this moment has had an okay day. There's the egg. He's laid one. And, well, Kumar, you got to spare a thought for him. He's under attack from Gregory, but his fielders are not helping him. Could be supersonic. And this one gets hit, so he changes from bowling spin to normal. And only goes just for a single that last ball. So 29 come off the over. The score moves to 137 for 3.
Here's a look at the action coming up tonight in Portugal. Of course, we've had a huge day of cricket here in Cyprus. 6 matches for you. And it's the first night of the Super 5. We're going to see Oeiras taking on the Lisbon Super Giants in the opening match over in Portugal. And that's followed up with Oeiras taking on the Fighters Cricket Club. Of course, I believe that first match is about to get underway very shortly.
Yeah, it is. I can tell you the news from the coin toss is that the Super Lisbon Giants have elected to bat first. So we'll probably be starting, I reckon, in around about 10-15 minutes time. Yeah, the start of the Super Fives. This one bobbles away, but it gets well stopped. Right, let's see, it's left-hander. You can hear him say it's lefty-lefty. Is the bowler going to want to come around the wicket? Looks like he does. So Tom Gregory walks to the other side. Right, Woolbridge. Oh, that has gone a long way. That is a fantastic pickup. Smashes into the boundary fence there. Oh, what a good pickup this is. He gets a swivel on this, really. A little bit of the MJ about this, a little bit of the, oh, this one goes all the way. Lovely shot. And great pickup. I'm liking this from Woolbridge. This one gets played out. Now, one thing that missed that the British forces were telling me when they played in January, and when I was speaking to Matty Hone and Scott Burkin told me the same, they've got a lot of players that play out here, and he said when it came to this T10 format, a lot of the sort of regular players said, nah, they didn't want to play it. They didn't think it would be for them. But the news that I got afterwards, once they'd played and they started playing, and of course they've done pretty well, is that a lot of those players that didn't want to play and got left out were having a look and saying, you know what, we want to play. So I'm expecting a few more ins this time. And I think this guy that we're seeing at the moment, both these guys here, Anthony Woolbridge and Tom Gregory, look like good additions. And they could be the missing links. Taking it on, well, it's going to take a good throw to get him. I think that is two there, if I'm fair, because you see one batter go all the way and then have to go back again. That was Woolbridge, but he doesn't really get the response. So have a look at this. So Anthony Woolbridge goes and then has to go back, and he gets back, which suggests to me that they would have made it. Full toss, crunched, big. Adios, Bolota. That one ends up in the long grass behind us. It goes in the area where the snakes are. Well, any snakes that got left behind that the Cats didn't get. But that is a biggie. That's how to deal with a full toss. It's the end of the over. It also has brought up the 150. So 152 for free after the 8th over. So, yeah, so I get the feeling that these couple of the new players that I might get in here could make the difference of them, you know, getting there or thereabout and going all the way.
Oh, absolutely agree with that. I think the appeal of just playing on the European Cricket Network is going to be a draw for a lot of these players. It's very rare at this level that you get to deal with this sort of a broadcast and getting to play in front of a huge audience. And I think a lot of these players will just enjoy the experience. They'll relish the chance to play on the European Cricket Network. This one's crunched away by Gregory. Really good shot. Just made some room and slapped it towards wide, long off for a 4. And the British forces could be a real sight to reckon with. I mean, you know, they might be the biggest challenge for the Sri Lankan Lions. I mean, this is a team who are very gifted to probably have the best facilities to play in Cyprus.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about their facilities. What's the name of their facility there?
Happy Valley.
Happy Valley. Yeah, well, I think we might be playing some international cricket there at Happy Valley. So I know that we will play most of this series on this ground, but I think the internationals, so the T10 internationals that we've got coming up and the T20 internationals will be played at that Happy Valley ground. So I've heard a lot about it. And one thing somebody said to me is, Rico, you see there's no grass here? Well, Happy Valley, plenty of grass. No, that's going down leg side. That's what the umpire says there. But it's a good delivery, better length.
Yeah, I was told by a gentleman from the British forces a number of years ago that they're often, as this ball is going to be struck away for another boundary, a good shot here by Woolbridge as they just continue to manufacture runs, the British forces. But yeah, I was told that just to emphasize how much more lush it is, that usually they have great debates about the length of the lawn, whether it should be long enough for rugby or for cricket.
It's a nice predicament to be in. Oh, that's not a good delivery this time. The batter avoids any contact on the pads, so that's going to be another wide. Just trying to get this over completed, and then one more to go. And, well, it might have to bowl this one again as well. Let's just see. Is this the end of the over, or is it going to be called a free hit? I think we're on the walkie-talkie on it. And I think that's a no for me. Yeah, it's too high. Batter deep in his crease, hitting above the waist. I think you'll see the no ball call here.
Yeah, it's been given a no ball. Yep.
Yeah, no ball, free hit to come. And can he cash in though? 163 for free. It's the last ball off the ninth from Manpreet. And he sneaks it through. Just trying to hit it too hard here, Wallbridge. He'll be disappointed he's missed out on a few. Just doesn't use his feet really. If he got his feet into play, he probably would have been able to hammer it down the ground. But still, they're on to a big score here. And it's probably, and you know, without being too unkind to Phillip Warriors, you already feel that they've maybe at the 7 over mark when they got past the 130, probably already got more runs than they need on the board. But it's going to be interesting to see if the Warriors are able to make any further changes and try and get themselves to a good score. We've seen them score 75 right in the air. Catching opportunity. Keeper's got to. He's not going to get there. I can tell you, he's not going to get there because, well, he takes a wide berth around the stumps here. Guswak Singh. I think here, if you watch Guswak, look where he is here, and then he tries to go around the stumps. If you want the catch, you walk through the stumps. It don't matter. Knock them over to get your hands, to get your gloves to the ball. So it's an opportunity for Badan Singh to take his second. He doesn't. Oh, launched. Absolutely launched. Shaba, kinna, sona, shaka, lagya. Eso es muy grande. Eso golpe es más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 carreras.
Yeah, Walbert survived a rather close LBW call on, I believe, his second delivery face, but since then he hasn't looked back, has been absolutely smoking the bowlers. But yeah, just going back to that dropped opportunity for Singh, you know, those are the little things that he's going to learn with more practice time. I think that's the sort of catch that you'd expect somebody who probably hasn't seen much playing time to drop. Next time around, he's going to run right through the stumps and take them. I'm confident of that.
Badan Singh. All right, now, is this an opportunity? It is, and it's held. Well done to Badan Singh. I'm pleased for him. He was a bit of a highlight with the bat earlier. Now he takes another wicket. So Wallbridge will go. He's made a very fine 34 of 16 deliveries. What a nice catch. That's a lovely moment. And Manpreet Singh ends up taking a catch. Another highlight for them. 170 is on the board. But still, I like the way, I've said this before, that Phillips Warrior, they're fighting. And even though they know that they're probably fighting a lost cause here, they're still out there, they're fighting, they're playing as a team, they're congratulating each other, and they're trying to make things happen here, and they're still hungry for more wickets here. But Dan, 2 for 17. Can he get some more here as Sanderson comes in with the bat? Right, has a bit of a swing at it. I reckon this might have caught a bit of the pad on the way through. Yeah, it does. So leg by gets called. But what Sanderson does, he does rotate the strike, and he gets the set Tom Gregory on strike. Gets worked away. Fielder, well, does well. Makes a good save. Here comes the throw. They're coming back for a couple. They might think about another, but it's been well backed up by Ravi Kumar. Yeah, liking this. Just keep an eye on this foot here. Yeah, that's fine, because makes a stop, then goes outside the field of play. No issues at all. So, final ball of the innings, we think. And, yeah, played away. That one's going to go all the way to the boundary. I think the fielder going after it, but look at that, long legs. He's stretching hard, trying to get there, Zaman Chahal. Well, he can't. And it's going to be 4 runs to finish the innings, 177 for 4. So the British forces of Cyprus, we expect them to be very competitive this time around, as they were back in January. With a few ins we're seeing already, they look like a championship side as they score 177 for 4.
Just taking a look at some of the highlights of this inning. Some terrific batting by the opening pair of Burdekin and Isidore. 78 runs between the two of them, and then Isidore would just nick one through to Gursevic Singh. That'll be a nice moment there for Gurkirat Singh, picking up an ECS wicket. He thoroughly deserved that. Worked so hard, toiled in the sun all day, and I gotta say, I really love the way this Warriors team continued to battle throughout the day. They kept pretty much the same 11 throughout the 3 games they played this day, and they were absolutely fighting until that very last ball when you saw the fielder giving a great chase at fine leg right at the end. Of course, Burdekin, we're just looking at some of the great shots he played. He made a half century, his 3rd half century in ECS cricket this year. Made 57 of 18, smacked 5 big ones, just like the one you saw there. And, well, at times they were aided by a few mishaps in the field. But the good thing is that the Warriors just continue to improve match after match. Just a little moment to raise his bat to his teammates to acknowledge that. And then unfortunately for him, he chopped one on to his stumps. Amun Chahal picking up that wicket. Another huge moment for him as well. Gets an ECS wicket. And then at this moment in the game, you just wondered whether the Warriors could make a match of it. That was a great opportunity when it went bang, bang. Matty Hone departing right after Burdekin. But then Tom Gregory and Anthony Walbridge took control with a huge partnership worth 72 runs that put the British forces in an absolutely commanding position.
Yeah, and I think what we've seen here already is, I think earlier in January, when the likes of Matty Hone, Scott Birdkin, and also Gavin Isidore went, they probably run out of a little bit of firepower in their batting. That's not the case here today. You mentioned Tom Gregory, 36 not out, and Anthony Walbridge has scored 34 or 16. They came in and they got them to the big score that they were searching for. With the bowling, yeah, you're absolutely right. As we first take a look at the batting scorecard there. But with the bowling, I was, impressed with the fight from the Warriors. You mentioned it, 3 matches here today. It's more or less the same team. They've been tussling away. They've been working hard. They've been throwing themselves around. They've eaten a lot of dust here today, and they're going to go home wearing a lot of dust on their clothes. But they should be very proud with the fight that they put in today here on debut. I mean, there is going to be a big gap between them and the likes of the British forces of Cyprus and 1 or 2 other teams, that's for sure. But there's no shortage of fight. And I think if you keep fighting, if you keep believing, and if you keep improving, your day will come. Their day will come. I know this match is not over, but I just hope that they go out there, and the one thing that they do is say, right, okay, look, we have scored 74 with the bat today. We've also scored probably a disappointing 58 with the bat. But, let's go out there now this time. We've always had wickets in hand. It was 74 for 5. It was 58 for 4. So let's try and get everybody a chance here. Somebody maybe could be the hero that scores 25, 40 runs. Maybe a Badan Singh again this time, Chahal Singh. Those 2 have scored runs. If those 2 click and one other, let's try and get past the 100 score. Or the best thing possible for them is to finish higher than 74. Then they go away saying, you know what? Right, we didn't get any points here today. So very much the same way that Everest almost did on their first day. Everest, they did pick up a point. I know that. But still, we haven't got anything here today to show for it. But we've got better. And the next time we come back, we'll know what to expect. They'll go away. They'll do a little bit of homework. So there's plenty of positives still to come from them. We're going to take a short break and we will come back. And I know, not just myself and Nish, but a lot of people watching around the world are going to be hoping that the Warriors, they do make a fight of this and get to a competitive score in reply to the 178 for victory. So join us back in around about 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second and final innings of what has been a very long day of cricket here in Ipsen. We've had the great pleasure of bringing you 6 matches today. And, well, here's the final innings as the British forces will look to defend their total of 177. Here's a bonus point equation. Of course, if the British forces can restrict Phillips College to 123, they'll pick up a bonus point. But if Phillips Warriors can somehow chase this target down in under 7 overs, they will pick up a bonus point. You'd think it'd be more likely that the British forces pick up the bonus point here, but you know, we've seen a few unlikely things before here on the European Cricket Network, and you never know when's the next unlikely thing you're going to see. First ball coming up. That's a really good ball to start off, and just around that 4th, 5th stump line.
Yeah, one thing that we know from Scott Birkin, he tends to, there'll always be probably 4 very good balls, but he always lets himself down with a couple bad ones, like a few full tosses that normally get put away. It's nicely fielded right to the right of us on the boundary. That's Matty Hone. The captain makes a nice stop. And, nice to see Matty with a big smile on his face, looking the business with the kit as well. Liking the number. They will take on the run, and you can see there. Hold it. They're just saying Scott just pulling up a little bit here as he's chasing that one. He just after he picks the ball up, he just moving the old knee around a little bit. Maybe he felt a bit of a twinge. Place it round the corner. I wonder if this was an opportunity maybe just to sort of skip away from the ball and take the wide. It was pretty full. It would have been a good take, but keep an eye out, Nish, for having Isidore. He is incredible behind the stumps. I was so impressed with him. And Devin, I think one thing that we were talking about him actually, that a few times we were saying that he always stands up, and there's a couple of times said, well, maybe he can stand back, but he stuck to his gun, standing up, and the number of victims that he got was quite incredible because batters are not used to it, and he was standing up to some of the seamers as well. It's not a good delivery, and that's what I'm talking about. So Scott will always bowl about 1 or 2 of these and over, and that's where, again, one of the little things, little areas where they let themselves down when we saw them earlier in the year. But still, even though that one goes to the boundary, remember they're defending a very high score. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. 51 matches without a golden ball. We got so close. We got so close, didn't we, in that match between the Nicosia Fighters and the Napa Kings. Nicosia Fighters, a sort of low par, 97 for 6. And the Napa Kings, they needed 11 off the last, and then it went down to 6 to win it off the last ball, or 4 to win it off the last ball, and it was smashed for a big 6. So we got close, but we didn't quite get there. That gets played away, but they have got third back there who gets in line and makes a stop. Be interesting. Oh, well, this one almost goes for some extras. Interesting, because you mentioned that most of these guys from the British forces would play at somewhere like Happy Valley. All right, this one is up in the air. Fielder gets under it and makes no mistakes. Good catch taken and smiles all around as the wicket of Hardeep Kumar will fall for 5. And a wicket for Windy Miller. And well watched, and he looks a little bit surprised that he takes the catch there, but nicely done. And gets congratulations from a number of people. The first one to come up to him is Gareth Richardson. So batter does depart. Well, while they're making their way out there, he's got to hurry, remember. He's got 60 seconds. Come on, get going. Walk and put him on. Walk, walk, keep going, keep going. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Coming on to the Iwa. You don't want to give 5 more runs away. But, yeah, I mean, imagine playing somewhere like Happy Valley, which from my hair was beautiful. It's like the outfit is like a carpet. And then coming to play here. That must take some real transitioning, right? I mean, from the ball that runs along the deck, nice and smooth, no issues in the outfield, no tortugas. And then you come here. It must be a bit of a change for some of these players.
Yeah, I mean, it's a genuine home advantage for some of the teams who are used to playing here, especially the Limassol-based sides, and they must feel like a proper away team when they come to play over here, the British forces, and this one is, it's been given a wide, the late wide call.
Let's have a look at this. So remember, the whole ball has to go past that line, and it doesn't. That's a tight call, and when we were here in January, definitely a wide. Now, with those rules having changed, it's not. By the way, that's one big ant that's walking along our screens. And, he's out the hands, and it's going to go over the boundary. And that's Richard Hassel, who's trying to take the catch here. And he's not able to do so. And he palms it over the boundary as well. So, 4 runs, a little bit of luck going the way of the Warriors.
One thing I have to say, though, I've been pleasantly surprised by the Warriors these first 10 deliveries. Is they're playing their shots. They're being a bit more braver. They're connecting on a few as well. I think they were a lot more timid in those first couple of games. Way more swings and misses. You know, they've kept dot balls a lot lower than they did in their first couple of matches. So just a few little positives here for the Warriors.
Yeah, it's well bowled, good heavy length, and once again, good take from Gavin Isidore. That's what he does best, stands up and takes it clean in his gloves. Must have been. I'm liking the pink. Here, people at home, you liking the pink? And this one will be a wide. That one did look a little bit wider this time around. So Miller, just a little bit too wide. I want to say thank you to everybody in the chat today. I know we will stick around, of course, say our goodbyes later, and we'll have the highlights of the day as well. This one gets played away and it should be stopped. Fielder's got a lot of ground to cover. And, oh, well, that's, you see, that's the way you do it at Happy Valley. And Happy Valley, that's good, is not the way you do it here at, Ipswich. Come on, show us the scars of war. Oh, dear. I tell you what, I want to have a look at this one more time about this foot here. Let's have a look. And, it's hard to tell because of the dust. And I think they're going to say that's okay. But, yeah, it's not Happy Valley, you know. There's no grass stains you get here. It's little bits of pebbles. Good stop, though. That's a captain leading by example. 15 for 1 after 2 overs.
Again, as just going back to the earlier point, it really is like traveling to an away ground for them when they come here. There must be so many different things they have to adapt to, not being as accustomed to playing here in Ipswich. Well, there could be a chance for a run out here. Very risky run, but they'll just pinch that extra run over there.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting to go for this. I mean, it's one that Isla doesn't take, and he's literally picking the ball up, and they're taking him on, and you can see wasn't in the picture. That's a really crazy run. But Chahal gets there. And now he's going to try and chip the fielder who almost holds on to a catch. That's Luke French. Gets fingers to it, but he can't hold on to it. So a couple of errors in the field from the British forces. And this one, not an easy catch. I think he does very well to actually get there, if I'm honest. Oh, hit hard, and that is going to be 4 runs. That's absolutely crunched. So Scott Birdkin once again comes on to bowl He's second. He usually does bowl himself out there. They don't hold him back. I don't think they feel there's any point in doing so. But yeah, that's that Gandhi ball I talk about. There's always a couple in the innings. And that one gets tonked away. Good stop there from Isidore. And just checks that the batter is not on his way to try to steal another single.
It gets good bounce and carry through to the keeper over there as well, Baretkin. Look how far that was above the stumps, despite the length.
Straight down the ground. And that one is going to be 4 more. This is a nice hit. Nice, full and straight. So, yeah, but then saying, remember, these two are not together, but on separate occasions today are both scored runs. It'd be a nice time for them to combine. And chance, and this has been grabbed, so that's going to be the end of Beden Singh. Gets to 16, and it's a nice catch taken. Goes to try and get this over the top of the offside. It's taken. That's a good catch because he's taking this with the sun. Look at the shadows there, so you can see where the sun is. Neath the cap, watches it well, takes the catch, and well, Beden Singh, his day comes to an end.
Yeah, terrific catch by Sanderson at point. Just has to leap up a little bit, takes it nice and comfortably, made it look really easy just because of how great his technique was. And the second wicket falls for the Warriors. Last ball of the power play. Just going to prod this one towards point. A bit more fielding here for Sanderson. It's just going to be a single. Singh will keep strike. And the power play comes to an end. The Warriors are 28 for 2.
Yeah, it's I think you touched on it. It's a better from what we've seen from them in previous matches. They've struggled, haven't they, to get their batting clicking. I think in the last match alone, they were at 1.13 off the power play. There were 2 wickets down. And in another match, they were 17. So that's the improvements we're talking about, you know. The improvements are there. They're trying to get more in the power play. They seem to be a bit more of an effort to go over the top. Well, Matty Hone, the captain, looking to come on to bowl. He's bowl very similar to what we saw from Scott. And he's going to be bowling to Gurpreet Singh first, who has a swing and a miss at this one.
That's been given a wide by the umpire. Another rather tight call. Be worth taking another look at, but their shot selection has improved a lot, hasn't it, for the Warriors? They're not looking to overhit everything, aren't swinging out of their shoes at every single delivery, just trying to play orthodox cricketing strokes and punishing poor deliveries.
Dark shades from the umpire. It's Matty Hone, just that heavy short of lead delivery, and Kevin Isidore behind the stumps. It's just like a human shield, isn't it? It's more the same. We've seen this before, and unfortunately, it was Gurpreet Singh that was having the same issues, just swinging and missing. And there's another one just joining the dots. Well, I think this is Kevin Isidore just losing his footing there for a moment.
Yeah, Singh maybe look to run one down towards third man and just try to rotate the strike a little bit before he tries to go for some of the bigger shots. This one is down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. As we said, it's really all about personal milestones and goals for this Warriors team. So if Singh, get 2 or 3 singles and then try to maybe look for a boundary hitting stroke.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do that, does he? I think he's now decided, well, I've swung and missed at so many. He feels that the odds are in his favour to get hold of one. The thing is, he's got to have a look at the field that's been set here as well. And, well, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, well, he loses it and then finds it. Does Matty Hone. And, well, the Matty Hone fan club is here. They give him a big cheer. Applause around. And he's almost blushing, isn't he? He's almost the same colour as his shirt is the captain. But well done to Matty Hone. He takes a wicket. And I've got to say, Gurpreet Singh, I just think from what I've seen here today, we haven't seen everywhere. There you go. He knows where the cameras are as well. We haven't seen all the batters from the Phillips Warriors. I just think that Singh could probably do with a couple of matches where he just comes a little bit low and gives somebody else a chance, because he's just got one thing on his mind. He's only got the one shot, and the thing is, most of the time, he never gets it right. 30 for 3 after 4. He meets that pretty well, but they have got the field out there, so that'll just be a single as Aman Chahal adds another 1 to his name. As well, this is a chance for us to see Warbridge now with the ball.
No, but I do agree with that comment. I think Gurkirat Singh's had quite a few bites at the apple, and maybe it's now a chance to just maybe distribute the amount of balls they're facing each innings throughout the order. You know, this is, again, it's mostly a development team. I think that's how we have to look at this Warriors side. I don't think they're harboring too many ambitions of capturing some silverware at the end of this fortnight. This one again is just down the leg side. You know, he'd be better off maybe just shifting to the offside, trying to just glance it around the corner.
Yeah, Vishal Deep Singh. Yeah, he just needs to take the wides. Well, that he has to play it, and he does. And he says, "I'll take the boundary." That's one thing that we've noticed with these guys. You know, right? They may not have played a lot of cricket, but once you pitch up to them. So, for example, there the bowler Warbridge has probably said, "Right, I've beaten him a few times. I'll get this one full and straight. I'll get the wicket. Thank you very much." And the batter goes and pins it for 4. So they've got good eye. They got good hand and eye coordination. It's just technique they need to work on. And like I say, the smart cricket sometimes where you don't necessarily have to be swinging hard at every ball. Even if you push it for a single, it's fine. Or even push it in the gap. You could get 4 on this pitch. Timing also is everything. Sliced up, and that one is going to beat the fielder. It will be 4 more. So cuatro carreras más for Singh.
And it's gone through the goal as well. We've just been told that by our director. It's another goal.
It's another goal. So one. This is when you're bearing in mind the time here. That's a goal in extra time. Extra time goal, and gets bat onto this as well. Chase is on, Iba, and give it a break. Can we see back-to-back goals? Are we going to see back-to-back goals, or does the goalkeeper come along and pluck this before it goes into the net? I don't know. Is this back-to-back goals? I'm calling it. I'm saying goal. Yeah, I reckon there's a goal. We're going to go with a goal. Back-to-back goals. So, well, I said it was extra time because we're deep into the day. You can see the sun coming down. Well, extra time, 1-1. We could be going to penalties.
Yeah, we absolutely could, and it's just great to see them string together 2 boundaries in a row, probably for the first time today. So, you know, they're taking these baby steps, but they're getting better match after match.
Yeah, I want to see them get past this. I want to see them get to 75, and ideally see if they can get to 100. I'd be really pleased for them if they do. And I know it's been a long, difficult day for them, but they'll take a bit of heart from that, I think. With their fielding, they've got better all the time. How many extra? I mean, maybe we can have a look later how many extras they gave away in the last match, because I think they've improved in everything that they've done. They've had batters start to stand out, and maybe somebody else here could put a good score in as well. Maybe it's going to be Vishal Deep Singh. Who knows? But 44-3, how many extras?
No, they've certainly improved. I mean, the first match was 45, then 25, and now they've brought it down to 21. It's still probably a bit too much, but it's a massive improvement.
It is improvement. Well, where's he standing? Well, I tell you what, it's an unusual technique, but he's going to get 60. I think this goes all the way. It does. Manos, arriba. Porque eso es 6 carreras for Aman Chahal. Well, he wants to get funky here now. He wants to get funky. He was standing about 2 yards outside his leg stump, and then he makes a little movement early on, and Sanderson gets put away for 6 of his first ball.
Yeah, that was a very unusual shot, but he's just literally just used his hands to somehow try to muscle the ball over the boundary rope. And now we're just going to see the keeper, Isidore, just come back up to the stumps. And well, we were talking about this earlier. Likes to keep right up there.
Well, still a lot of wait. We want to get the field right. Struggling on the offside here with the sun to the right hand, as you can see that. So what's the field change here now? So you've got 2 men straight, third is back, Everybody else looks like to the inside. Oh, wow, this is no ball. It comes out completely wrong. Oh, no. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, it doesn't go to the boundary. Otherwise, that could have been a comedy of errors. Have a look at this. They're dribbling each other out there. Oh, have a look. He said, I went to pick it up and he kicked it away. What? I've got to show this again. I hope we got time. Well, there's the no ball. Then watch what happens here. You won't believe it. He goes to pick it up. Wait for it. Sensational. Look at that dribbling skills. Sign him up, sign him up. Well, I reckon that Real Madrid could be looking for a few new signings. Gone. Yeah, that's Scout. There's no doubt about it. Well, look at the bat. The batter's saying, what for? Oh, no. Somebody please have a quiet word with him. Yeah, you're gone. You're outside your crease. He said, but it's a wide. It doesn't matter. Come on, Sunshine. Somebody will explain to you later. If you dance down there and you're left over there, you're out. He's probably saying, how can it be out? It's a, I don't even think it's a wide. I think it might be a wide because it goes over his head. Let's have a look at the height of the ball. So it's definitely a wide because of height. But he can't be stumped the wide. He still don't want to go. Can somebody tell him he's got to go? Why isn't he not going? You know why he's not going?
Signal a dead ball.
No. Hang on. It could be because the ball before was a free hit, wasn't it? That's why he's not going. That's smart. Well, he knew more than what we knew. And this is not, oh. Well, smart batting. So he's the one who's probably saying, no, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going. Because he knew what everybody else forgot. And I've got to say, I put my hand up. Even me. I was telling him to go. And he's quite right to say that you can't be stumped off a free hit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we just lost track of the free hit when we were just appreciating a little bit of that footballing technique.
Oh, well,
earlier.
how about this?
I think he might be giving his marching orders. That's it. I mean, it's the second beamer this over.
Well, if he bowls one more, he will be. Sanderson has, if I go back to January of this year when they were playing, he has had these issues before, Sanderson. There's a few overs that have gone for a few. He's starting to feel the pressure here, Sanderson. But I will say, I'm pretty sure Sanderson did come back. And he took something like a 4-wicket haul or 5. Yeah, he took a 5-wicket haul as well. And this one was, again, a free hit. Gets played away. Yeah, he has these little moments. But, yeah, he did come and take a 5-wicket haul as well. So a little bit of up and down for Sanderson. Short again, great take, great wicket keeping. You can't deny the fact that he's great to have behind there, isn't he? I mean, he noticed that the batters wanted to bat out the crease, especially the striker Chahal, and he said, all right, if you want to be batting out there, I'm going to keep you in the crease. And now this heavy length, when Sanderson pitches it, becomes a bit of an issue. Yeah, it's just that's been the issue, isn't it? There's been a lot of these deliveries that should be put away, and they just can't get bat onto board. And I think if you counted them all up, there's so many of them, and most of them all are dot balls as well. And that's where, if you count up the number of dot balls that they have in the innings, that's where they can dramatically improve their situation. Look, same again, same ball, same result. Just try something different. And Sanderson, he does get out of the over. And yeah, his best was 5 for 19 against Encore. He did that earlier in the year. He has picked up 6 wickets overall, though. So it just goes to show, though he picked up that 5 against Encore, the rest of the other time, he hasn't really been at his best. But he's got a 5 on the network. As we have a quick look at that scorecard. So 56 for 3. Now the 6 overs that have been completed. Oh, that's a nice looking shot. The chase is, that's well stopped. Fielder comes across and gets a hand on this, which means he stops the ball from making its way to the boundary. Richard Hassal comes across and does well. So Vishal Deep Singh now on strike. These two putting a bit of a partnership together. Bat on ball, you see, that's the way to do it. Bat on ball. Bat on ball. And keep the score ticking. They're on course here, aren't they? I mean, to get to possibly definitely get past the 75. They've got to do that well. That doesn't help. Full and straight. And Chahal here just taking a little walk down the leg side. And I think he ends up yorking himself here. If he comes out to this, it would have been all right. But he ends up yorking. Look where he is here. And then he tries to give himself some room. Full and straight. On the money. Thank you very much.
Brilliant ball there by Walbers, like a Challenger tank running right through an enemy's defense. The British forces will be really proud of that one.
Yeah, well, Wallbridge knocks down the timber. Chuck the foot style. Chahal will go. And again, Chahal, he can hold his head up high. He's had a good day. Gunter again gets into double figures, 11 off 10 balls. And that one. Oh, well, they're passing it on. And this could be the best bit of, he doesn't have the ball. I wonder if this would have been out, it would have been the best bit of team fielding. You see, look, here's the pass on. Watch this. Here you go. Perfect pass. Side foot. In comes the throw. Gavin Isidore just got to take it. And, well, if he took it cleanly, it would have been a very, very close call. Very close. What do you reckon?
That would have certainly been very close. I wonder if the British Forces football captain is ever here as well. He might want to recruit a few players from this team. This is a big shot. And it's just going to evade the fielder at mid-wicket. And again, this is probably the Tortuga bounce they're not accustomed to. They're going to have to deal with an Ipsenas.
Bring us back. Take us back to Happy Springs is what they're probably saying. Doesn't get the bounce that he wants there. So they're moving to the 60s here, Nish. Move into the 60s. And it's Ravi Kumar who's having a bit of fun out there in the middle. It's nicely played. He just turns this round the corner. And he'll take the single. And the man who was, great bit of footballing skills from Gareth Richardson earlier with that side foot pass. It'll just be a single. End of another over. 7 complete here now. 65 for 4.
And here's a look at some of the matches we've got coming up tomorrow. So the British Forces will have a couple of really challenging games to start out their mornings. They'll go up against the Napa Kings, who are currently tied at the top alongside the Sri Lankan Lions. And then they'll play Royal CC as well, who looked very impressive in their opening match. And then we got 3 great games after that. Royal CC against Napa Kings. That's going to be a really mouth-watering matchup. And then the Phillips Warriors round out the day with a couple of games against the Napa Kings and Royal Cricket Club. So a great full slate of action tomorrow. Really looking forward to that one.
Good stop from Gavin Isdor. I noticed that with him standing up, they always have they've got fine leg back. Third man is always back. Windy Miller comes back into the attack. 1 for 10. He got in the first. Hits this pretty well, but is it straight down in front of the fielder? Well, it was, but he puts it down. That's straight in and out. And I reckon Matty Hone is already making a little list of all the fines over here. I don't know what the going rate for the fines are these days. €5 for a drop catch, Matty just said. Oh, wow. Well, this one's not going to go to anyone. That's going to be boundary. €5 for a drop catch. Well, I tell you, inflation in my days, it used to be just £1. And yeah, well, that's a nice hit. I'm liking this. As Vishal Deep Singh, he's moving along quite nicely. He's getting good support from Ravi Kumar as well. 71, Nish, 71. I said I want to see them get past 75. Oh, look at that. Look, solid defensive shot. Well, look at this. Well, he's getting plenty of batting practice in. We probably ain't got time to see that again. There you go. Let's go back to the live action. And top ball in there. Yeah, what a good defensive shot that was. He says, look, I might be at the non-strikers then, Ravi Kumar, but I still can get a bit of batting practice. Long shadows here now. There's Windy Miller looking to finish this over off well. Oh, they're taking it on. They've got to run hard. There's the throw, and they could be thinking to come back again, but they won't. It's been well watched and well backed up there by Tom Gregory.
No, I'm glad that they're finding them in euros and not pounds. I mean, that would really add up. 14 balls left in this innings. Windy Miller steaming in. This one is just tucked around the corner. And it's a good bit of work by a fine leg to cut that one out. It's just going to be a single.
Yeah, it's just a little bit disappointed, I think, there. Because he plays that quite well, this Ravi Kumar. But he plays it to the fielder. He was hoping to get a boundary there. 73 for 4. Good delivery. That's the ball, isn't it? That you would have to say that all the batters from Philip Warrior have struggled with that heavy length ball that ends up being about the waist high. It's around about the chest high delivery. They haven't been able to put it away. They've been swinging underneath it, and what they haven't been able to do is just rock back and either uppercut or even just get behind it and play it down and take the single. So a long way behind where they need to be to win, fair way behind to get a point, but they're on course to get past their personal best on the European Cricket Series so far. Made the debut here today. They made 75 earlier today, didn't they? When they were chasing a very unlikely 214. They then only got to 58, chasing 147. So this could be their personal best score. And let's see if they can achieve it. It's time for Thornton. It looks like he's going to come left arm around. Oh, doesn't get this right at all, and they choose not to run. It's Ravi Kumar. He's getting a little bit greedy. He wants to have a lot of the strike here. I can see shades being passed around between the players out there on the offside. Totally understandable. And this sun now really right in the eyes of some of those fielders. And that's just out of the reach. And, oh, well done. Well, the man who had to give up his shades gets called into action. And he does really, really well. I think that's Scott out there, and he sees the deviation. Look, this one goes one way and it goes the other. Ah, look, I reckon he spent his time as the goalkeeper at sometimes as Scott. And this one gets played away. And they've got to run hard here. Put the pressure on. And, well, that's why you put pressure on. And, well, Gareth Richardson, he went for his hands this time and not the trusted foot. And as a result of that, he's totally missed it, and it gets past him. And maybe he doesn't need the shades on over there. He needs to hand them over. Hey, they get past their personal best. They're into the 80s.
Oh, I wonder what the fine for that bit of misfielding is.
Fines all around. In my days, they used to, you had to stand on the chair at the end, and your fines were called out, and you just put money in the jar. If you started to complain, then it could have got doubled. Well, once again, they have a little delay about something here. Not quite sure what this is about so late on. Hopefully, it's no issue. Come on, get it going. Put it. Hey, Matty, can we have some of that fine money just to put in the meter? And I'm not sure what's going on here. Well, while we're waiting, let's have a look what's happening tomorrow. So Napa Kings up against the British Forces of Cyprus. So early night today, lads. Early night. You got a big match coming. 2 matches on the spin first up. And then Royal CC. It'd be nice to see Royal CC again. Remember, they started with a bang, didn't they, yesterday? And Royal CC and Napa Kings. That could be a good match. The Kings then will play Philip Warriors. The Warriors will play the last 2 matches. And they will finish off against Royal CC. So plenty of action coming up tomorrow. 5 matches, and of course we will have the matches from Portugal.
I think those first 3 matches could be huge in just deciding who picks up that second spot alongside potentially the Sri Lankan Lions, are obviously the big favorites in this group to make their way to that quarterfinals day, which is going to be on Thursday the 14th. We'll also have a look at what's coming up in Portugal tonight. Of course, we've had a long day of cricket here in Cyprus, 6 matches coming up. 6 matches so far today, and we'll have a couple more games from Portugal.
Yeah, Portugal, of course, we've got the start of the Super 5s. So Awaris are taking on the Lisbon Super Giants. And and see if that one has kicked off yet. No, not yet. The Lisbon Supergiants have it elected to bat. That's all I know. I can tell you at the moment. And then Awaris will later be taking on the Fighters CC as well. So once again, you've got a few issues here. Junaid Khan's been in good form, hasn't he, for Awaris? He's certainly a player that always to keep an eye on. And somebody else who's been good is Azim Sawa and Imran Khan. So a lot of big ins there for Awaris. I'm not sure, once again, what the delay is here. Frustrating that it's coming so late in the day. But an opportunity for, well, myself and Nish. Opportunity for myself and Nish just to say a big thank you. I know a lot of people sometimes need to sign away a little bit earlier. So if you've been watching and tuning in, thank you very much for your support. We've had a few hitties here today, a few gremlins in the works, probably the heat, you know. So thank you for sticking with us. I know at times you weren't able to hear us. I know at times the scoring system went, but thanks for your support. And, well, we will say our goodbyes properly at the end of the match. But the good news is we are ready to go again. So let's go. And that's been put away. You know what has happened? As this. Hey. Well, let's have a look at this. Are we going to see? Well, what are the batters doing? Well, four's been signalled early on. Let's see. Hits this well. And makes it stop. Yeah, he's already out there. That 1 foot. Yeah, well, that's the problem there. The 1 foot that stays the other side of the road. Yeah, there must have been an issue with the scoring bits. The score, I noticed, went from 80 back down to 79, but it's gone to 83. That could be a no. It's been crunched, and that will be 4, I think. So 5, it'll be a minimum because it's definitely a no ball. So, hey, is the 100 now on here? Is the 100 on? And, yeah, just bouncing before the rope. So that's going to be 5. It's also going to be a no ball. Free hit coming up. They've got time, you know. They've got time to get to the 100. Now, that, look, 12 needed to get to 100. You got, what, 8 balls to do it in. You've got to be looking to get to the 100. Hits it up in the air. There's a fielder out there. It's Scott. He keeps his eye on it. Makes a stop. The batters are running hard. I like it. Get your bat down. I don't think he's going to make it. He's going to be out. Brilliant throw there from Scott. He knows where the camera is as well. Scott Birdkin. Look, I like the fact that they go for it. I really do. And it's Kuma. I think that will have to depart. He's running to the danger end. And you can see he's nowhere close. Hits it well. And this is the other difference in the stand, isn't it? Look, good pickup. Big, strong throw. It's taken, I think, 1 bounce here by Gavin Isidore, and it's an easy bit of work. But I really do like that. I think Ravi Kumar, I really like what he's done there. He goes in the end for, I think he goes with 24, because he'll get 1 run. You've got to go run here. You've got to go. Oh, they don't go. It's the end of the over. It's 89 for 5.
Yeah, Ravi Kumar certainly earned himself a promotion up the order. This is the best innings we've seen from any Warrior so far today. 24 of 11. Really impressed with how Singh has been going about it at the other end as well. So, you know, the skipper's got a few ideas now about how he might want to change up things for tomorrow's doubleheader. As we know, the Phillips Warriors will play the last 2 games tomorrow.
Now, that's the one thing I was saying to you before. When I talked about their scores so far, they lost 5 wickets and then lost 4 wickets. So that's why I said I like to see them go for it from the word go. And if you lose wickets taking on like a double there, so be it. Because that means that somebody can maybe come in, maybe like the Ravi, come in and put a good performance in. And that's exactly what we've seen here. Well, they think about it, they won't. They're all coming from everywhere to try and get to this ball. They get there eventually. So 5 balls to see if they can get 10 runs. Already, they should be mighty proud of their achievement. They've gone way past the 74. But can they get to 100? Not with that. That's really good keeping. And you can see that Matty Hone, he's looking to finish and hone in on a big victory. They'll be looking to take all the points here. That's what Matty's been doing, though, isn't it? If you watch his first over and you watch what he's doing here, it's exactly the same. Short ball, batter swinging. You've got to, look, I know the keeper's standing up, but you've got to back yourself. Try and get there. All right, this one is up in the air. Watch the Tortuga. In comes the throw. They'll take just a single. So that's not a bad thing, I suppose, because what it does mean is that it gives Singh the strike back. He's got 2 balls here. See if he can add some more to his 19. And that one, again, will go to the fielder. There's a good long barrier put out there this time. It's not getting past me, says Stephen Thornton. So a ball to go on what has been a long but very entertaining day here at the European Cricket Series in Cyprus. And that will be corner wide by the umpire. It's a tight call. Probably, yeah, you can see Batty Hone saying, well, if you think so, Gov. I don't think so, if I'm honest. But I think Abdul Rahman, he's certainly been calling those. Maybe tomorrow we'll see him without his dark shades. He hits this pretty well, and that's going to be a boundary to finish. 4 runs to finish. They'll finish on 96. They don't quite get to the 100, but hey, maybe we're being just a little bit greedy, because I started off by saying I like them to get past their personal best. They do that. So I've got to say, well played to the Phillips Warrior side, the team that are there from Larnaca, and good support also for the British Forces of Cyprus. You can see the partners are in, and even the kids that are watching their other half and their dads out there putting in a good performance. A good win there for the British Forces of Cyprus. They have started taking all the points away from the Warriors. So the Warriors there, even though there have been those little improvements along the way, they will finish the day without anything to show for. All the teams that have played them today here have taken the points away from them. They've had an enduring day, haven't they, when they saw, first of all, 200 scored against them. Remember that one. And then, of course, we saw a 90 them struggle when we saw 146 on the board, and this time around 177. But they stuck to their plans. They worked hard. They have improved. They got something to show for it. And really, when you look at some of the batting performances there, Chahal does well. Madan Singh does well as well. Then also in this one, Ravi Kumar bats very well. And I have to say, I also did like the work there from Vishal Deep Singh as well. So players coming into form, but one thing they need to work on is not to give away too many extras and be a little bit tidier in the field. But they've got 2 matches coming up tomorrow, and they certainly will be a lot better for their matches here today. And this one was almost over the fielder. But yeah, we like some of the hitting. We like some of the shots that were played. And that was a nice 4 runs. This one gives it the welly, but it's a really good catch, you have to say there. That's taken by Sanderson to remove Madan Singh. But he's had a good day. Talking about the forces, I know that the likes of Matty Hone, he's very key. Yeah, there he is. He's been here before. I know where the cameras is, he says. That was a good wicket to remove.